being there. And I love being dark because I can wear white. Yeah. And I'm really dark. Like, I feel like you can wear certain colors, but like. I love to wear orange. Like a nice orange base. A nice. Orange. Yeah. But definitely. Like when you get tans. Yeah. I love how the orange looks. Oh my. Nah. Where's everyone at? I don't know. They left me. I know I'm not participating. Then my phone over here is shut off, and now I'm back on the phone. It's probably gonna shut off again. Okay. Right before rush hour, I'm like, I just want to be home. At this point, I was in downtown Brooklyn, Abbey Square Mall, because they call it City Point now. And they have this food court downstairs. Oh my God, it's amazing. Amazing. I'm telling you, we're not speaking on politics. Nobody want to get in this room. I mean, I don't even know what's going on with politics. I'm in the mall. Oh, damn, there's really nobody in there. All right, well, can you talk about something? That's what happens when you let water take control. What happens? Everybody bounces. Let's see. You heard about the Stephen Colbert late show? It was canceled. No. You heard about that? So. Oh, I'm sorry. What? It was canceled. Yeah. That was like a late show, right? That was a late show. Yeah. Starting at the beginning of the next month. He must have said something really bad about Trump. So what he said was, okay, CBS is canceling Luke Show with Stephen Colbert next May. Starting a decades-old TV institution and candy media landscape moving from there one of President Donald Trump's most prominent and persistent late-night critics. CBS said late show was canceled for financial reasons, not for content. Of the timing, days after Colbert criticized the settlement between Trump and Paramount Global, parent company of CBS, for the 60-minute story led two U.S. senators to publicly question the motives. And it looks like it came a few days after coincidence. So I'm pretty sure viewership was probably declining anyways. And I bet you I'm not really concerned as much as if Jimmy Kimmel, because Jimmy's like, they shit's on Trump, man. And if that happens, then I know we're in a situation that even Jimmy Fallon might be in danger too. But late night is not what it used to be.
You know, what's really wild is there's no plans to replace Colbert. They're literally just shutting it down for good. Like they're washing their hands from it all. It's really.
I wonder if Peter Letterman's happy about that too, because that was supposed to be his slot. Okay. Then let's maybe dive into the soup more, the Paramount soup. Anyone know anything about that? I'm gonna put a link in the chat. And I'm gonna post. So this is supposedly why they got fired for criticizing. Hold on. CBS. So by criticizing Paramount, it's basically criticizing CBS, right? So it says here, Paramount will pay $16 million in settlement with Trump over 60 Minutes interview. I think this is, let me just read it. In a case that became a closely watched test of whether a corporation would back its journalists and stand us to President Donald Trump, Paramount Global decided to pay Trump $60 million for settling lawsuit regarding editing at CBS story 60 Minutes news program. Aforementioned, after effects of the deal are likely to linger. Journalists are infuriated Wednesday, and the senator wants to investigate whether bribery laws were broken. The company was hoping to put the issue to rest as it seeks administration approval of a merger. So Paramount, which owns CBS, says the money will go to Trump's future presidential library to pay his legal fees, and is now apologizing or expressing regret about the story. The company announced the deal overnight, so for a monthly government shareholders meeting. So it's like the case highlights decision by editors of putting news shows together. So at issues of broadcast editing, Harris was given, Kamala Harris was given, he says she was given different answers to a question about Israel by correspondent Bill Windsor here on 60 Minutes and Face the Nation. Both responses came as parts of a long-winded answer that Harris needs to listen. And with the gravity sake is commonplace on television. What was jarring was hearing different words from Harris directly accurate local spoke. Trump said CBS's trying to make their opponent look better. CBS said the claim had no merit in trying to get the case thrown out. Many legal experts admit to Mr. President's claim was a Trump appointed head of FTC launched an investigation, a complication for Paramount as it seeks administration approval of its proposed merger with Skydance Media. So this is a complicated story. So people think that CBS caved because it was trying to quiet, make the Trump administration happy. The pay was $16 million, and the lawsuit to Trump files goes away. But then they want this merger to go through. So in the interest of this merger going through, they do all of this. But I think the FTC, like Trump's like the FTC on them anyway. So I don't know what's going on with the merger at this time. Trump's lawyers claimed he suffered mental anguish following the 60 Minutes interview in October with his Democratic opponent, then Vice President Kamala Harris, and sued for $20 billion. Nancy.
Hey, how are you?
Good day. Are you familiar with that story?
I am. I'm very familiar with this story, yes.
Maybe you can provide some insight. So let me just back up a bit. So Stephen Colbert's show got canceled 3 days after that he said something about Trump, about Paramount paying $16 million to settle the suit with Trump. And so that's what we were talking about, but it's connected to that lawsuit related to the Kamala Harris Trump debate.
Cool. Yeah, so there's likely two different things occurring here. So the reason they paid Trump the $16 million is not as a bribe, but to make the lawsuit go away, because you can't enter into a merger if you have a liability pending like that, a legal case. So they did that so they could get this merger complete. Now, the Colbert thing is a bit different because they probably, and whether they talked with Trump about this, someone who's administration openly about this or not, they would recognize that like Trump is vindictive and he may have ended up being petty over approving the merger. So I see them as slightly two different kind of motivations there.
administration begging the FTC to investigate the merger because I heard there was some retaliation anyways. Like Trump accepted the money, but he still sent the FTC to investigate and potentially that's off the merger.
Well, I mean, the FTC is going to investigate a merger anyway. I don't know what that means. Do you have any more context around what we're trying to say about that?
We didn't.
Because, I mean, the FTC for the last several years has been much harder on mergers. So we're going to investigate it thoroughly anyway. Mel, how was New York?
See, New York is New York.
So,
Welcome to New York again. Yeah, I came back fast. I didn't stay the whole 5 days that I was supposed to stay. Sunday I came back home, so it was Friday to Sunday. And yeah, that's great.
So you didn't miss like seeing a huge rat or smelling
No.
garbage? You didn't miss
No,
anything at all?
as soon as I got to LaGuardia, I was like, New York City. Well, I was you don't want to see a show because Buena Vista Social Club is playing. You know, like shows. Like I'm a rare breed. I don't know what breed I am, but I'm a rare breed.
Not too old, Ryan. Not too old.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I'm not into like Broadway shows. I'm not into that. Okay. And Lars was like, "What's wrong with you?" I was like, "You should have gotten those movies." But I don't like his Straight This Away. That's he went there with his ex, and I was like, I'm not into that. I don't like Straight This Away. I fall asleep. I've tried, and I've gone to Vegas, and been like, it's okay. I can't do it. I cannot fucking do it. I can't do ballet. There's certain things I cannot do. I can do opera. Yeah. I can do Broadway shows, off-Broadway, off-Broadway. Things I like that. But yeah, I'm gonna get it for everybody. You know, my sister didn't really like Broadway, but I just took her to Hamilton and she loved it. It was very much hip hop. So yeah, she liked it a lot. So I think it just depends on the show.
Last year, my son and I went to see the Back to the Future.
Was that really?
That was really good. Yeah, they did a different spin on the movie. They changed some things too.
I have to like really like something for me to sit through it. Once again, you know, you guys know I have ADHD, so I cannot just sit through anything. It has to have my attention, or I'm gonna just be on my phone throughout the whole show.
Doesn't like this is an official stat, obviously, but it doesn't like 87% of Clubhouse have ADHD.
I believe so, because that's why everybody jumps off the mic and nobody has fucking control. Like, I gotta get off my mic because I'm gonna forget what I gotta say. You know, I hated Wicked so much when I saw the play, but I love the movie. Like, it was so good seeing it. So, I don't know. I think I feel like we gotta try a couple of different different.
It was good, but play didn't like it.
No. And then personally, I didn't like it. We're gonna go home soon. I thought it was like, you guys got like 9 minutes in the pool. But the storyline is a little bit favorite and for the movie, and I actually like the movie a lot more.
Yeah, it's a little different in the movie.
Yeah, the same soul and Benoit. It's just, I don't know. The Colin Wicked itself was just very predictable and kind of like bluff. And I think we're in 2025. Let's stop making like these little storylines of the girl trying to get the boy. That shouldn't be. That shouldn't be the whole thing.
Does that not happen anymore? That's the days of 75% of this stuff.
Make it different. I don't know. Just, I don't know. It's just me, but it was just a bit dated for me. Why are you still here? Hey, the cabbage leaf trick really worked. It's a sun hat, but it's a baseball cap, but it's a sun hat, but it's reflective on the top to push the sun away.
That's wild. I ain't never tried it.
No, I can't.
No, I gotta do it.
I got a big one too. A big hat, but this is why I'm wearing just to go on. But yeah, it really works.
Oh, that's so
It works better than the reflective stuff on the top of the hat.
That's wild. That's wild. When I was a kid, we would be at, the amusement parks like Universal. My pops would just take my hat off, go over to the water fountain, and just dump the son of a bitch and throw it back on my head. I'd be walking,
Right.
dripping wet. But,
Yeah.
that cabbage.
Yeah, I felt a huge difference as soon as I put it back on.
Oh, wow. That's so cool. Yeah, cabbage, that's a powerful food. You make kimchi with cabbage, you make sauerkraut, that stuff, man. The Russians know something. The Russians do something with that. Yeah, Koreans can't live without cabbage.
We probably shouldn't either.
It's such a, it's a funny story. All right, my godmother, my Aunt Weenie, she used to have a best friend. One of her best friends was a stand-up comedian. She did a bit where she was talking, she was at the mall, dude, smelling all the perfumes. Well, she was on a diet that was a cabbage-only diet, right? One of those bad things like Atkins and stuff. And that was the whole spiel. You could just eat a bunch of cabbage. You make it this way, you make it in that way, and you're just gonna watch all the pounds just fall right off, right? So she's eating this and that, but she said it made her gassy as hell. So they're spraying the perfume at the mall, and she feels the bubble guts coming on, right? And she can't see it anymore. And like everybody's spraying the perfume, they're like, oh, this is $40 an ounce, Estee Lauder. This is $45 an ounce, Calvin Klein. And she just rips a big one, right? They have to go, oh my God, what was that? She's like, oh, this cabbage, it's $4 a pound.
Oh my God. She crazy as you are.
I'll never forgot that. I was a kid when she told me that story. I remember that too. Yeah, I'm looking more into this Paramount Skydance stuff. I don't know if y'all want to know, but they're doing a pro. Just basically what you could probably already assume. Skydance is under regulatory scrutiny as the proposed merger with Paramount, CBS's parent company, triggers multiple investigations and controversies. What investigations are underway? FCC News Distortion Inquiry. The FCC has launched a probe into CBS 60 Minutes interview with Kamala Harris. The complaint filed by the Center for American Rights alleges the show was deceptively edited to favor Harris, which could violate FCC rules, distortion rules. So, I guess that's rooted in the, the settlement outside of court, the bribe outside of court, whatever you want to call it, with Trump. And then it says the political legislative pressure. Senators Markey and John have sent letters to the FCC demanding full blah, blah, blah. Number 3, shareholder lawsuits. Oh boy. Demanding access to documents challenging the fairness of the merger.
That's all just Trump's bullshit, though. But it's all Trump's bullshit because when they did the live show, they made it seem like she said something that she didn't say, and she kept telling them, no, go back. Show the film. And when they did, they showed the real film. That's what Trump is mad about because they were supposed to make her look bad. And she demanded that they fix it. And they did, and then it proved that she was right in the first place. So I don't understand what that bullshit. And Trump is the only one that had anything to say about it. He's just mad. He's such a crybaby. Oh my God.
Did you watch all the footage, the unedited footage, Sandra? Did you watch all the unedited footage, Sandra? Okay, Water, did you see it?
Sir, no, sir, I have not. But listen to this, CEO. The number 4 they're saying is foreign investment and national security review. Dig this. Concerns have been raised over Tencent Holdings' stake in Skydance. Tencent is under U.S. military scrutiny, and whether the deal should be reviewed by the CFI. Now we gotta look into this. Critics argue that the transaction poses national security risk by integrating foreign capital into U.S. media infrastructure. So now we gotta find out who's Tencent. Remember though, CEO, the interview, what was omitted and what they put back?
Yeah, I saw the unedited footage, and there was plenty of unedited footage that was very unfavorable towards her. So that's why I was asking Sandra, because there's a lot of footage that was very unfavorable to Harris. So
I'll be happy in the clan.
you get dual citizenship of a bunch of countries.
I'm going to try to get dual citizenship to Canada. That's definitely going to be my
No,
goal.
I don't know if they allow that one, do they?
Well, they're not going to do it right now.
No.
That's so sad.
Sandra, just go to a country like Vietnam or Thailand that's like super cheap and just go for a month. You said, give yourself a break. By myself? Yeah, you never down. I don't go too many places by myself. going solo. Nice. So, because my man ain't going nowhere. He ain't going nowhere. He's so stuck. I met this girl on a cruise. BP Travel Bandits. It's like Travel Bandits. Let me see if I can give you her info on. She said she didn't fuck with America anymore. Yes.
It's been a cruise line. Yeah, there's
I'm gonna put it in the chat. But I met her in person. She's lovely. Lovely person, and she is like, she's a child. She's really a child.
You ever heard of Norwegian cruise lines, Tim?
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
I like them. I mean, like, they still got newer boats, and then they got this freestyle kind of format where, like, there's no real, you gotta sit here, you gotta do this at this time. You just do what you want. And I had a good time with my brothers and my mom. We went island hopping in Hawaii. It was a really cool experience. We saw the volcanoes from the ship, active volcanoes at night. It was really unforgettable.
Nice. But if I had time, I'd go on one of those. My friend just came back from one of those Virgin cruises. She went to Greece.
Oh, wow.
So we had a cruise book for 10 days with my mother-in-law last year, but my father-in-law passed away, so we had to cancel it. And yeah, thanks. So Andrea has to go to Spain, so we were gonna go to Spain, France, and Italy. And now it's like we have the money to rebook it, but it's like now we gotta do this. It's like it's really hard now to find the time. And I had everything planned. I had all these excursions. I had all this shit. Now to start from scratch, it's like a pain in the fucking ass.
Yeah, my dad had to do the same shit with COVID. They had all the money saved up to go to Tulum when COVID hit, and they just now came back from Tulum all these years later.
The moral of the story is never pass up on a trip.
Well said. Hell yeah.
So now I'm going to Puerto Rico next month for the first time in my life.
Oh, wow.
Very embarrassed to say. 25% for the wow, the first time for sin, I'm shocked. I know. But I don't have friends like, I do have cousins there actually, that I don't really, I'm not close to. Yeah. Anyways, I'm excited to go.
As you should be. That's what's
See Bad Bunny. And you want to see Bad Bunny? That'll be cool. Conejo Malo. So it's time for this. I will try to. The thing is, I have a wedding in Jamaica next year, January. I would like to go to Europe in the summer. I mean, in the winter, like for Christmas time. My mother-in-law's a Christmas baby, and we were supposed to go to Europe last year, and something happened, but we couldn't. So now we have an opportunity to try again. And so, I might try, but I really don't even feel comfortable traveling with this whole truck thing. You know what I'm saying? Girl, that's why you think I'm at home? I don't want to go. When my husband with his accident, they end up taking his ass. Yeah, you said that lady, I think she was Chinese. I'm not sure. That left for a business trip and now they want to back in the United States. I read that this morning. Yeah. I mean, could you imagine leaving for a business trip, leaving your family, your husband, your kids, your dog, and then you get over there and they won't let you come back? That is some crazy shit. And then I heard they're looking at people's phones to see if you got stolen Trump. Like,
I would have definitely,
I take a burner. Make it back.
I would have to get a burner. Ain't no way I would take my tablet, my laptop, nothing, anything, nothing. Nope, I had to put a lock on that shit.
So the wedding I have to go to because it's one of my best friends was getting married. Very excited for him. And so that's in January. So like if I calculate my vacation days, I feel like I have enough vacation time to take off for a week and to maybe make a quick trip to Spain. So I do want to take my mother-in-law to Spain, even if it's just us two.
It's good that you're that close to your mother-in-law. That's a blessing. I said it's a blessing that you are that close with your mother-in-law. That's really good. Can you not hear me? Well, I bet you got a phone call. So you heard him?
It broke up.
Oh, okay. Let me get out the car.
Big deal. I might drag my man, but he don't be wanting to go nowhere. And then when he does go somewhere, he wants to fucking be the last one out. I don't understand him at all. I'm like, you don't even want to come here. And now you want to stay 2 extra hours.
Really obnoxious. I like intelligent.
He had to get in the groove.
It's like every friend is like to come on a trip. You never want to go on a trip.
Many of those lives that were lost were
Right? Then he was like, every time we go to Miami, it's the same shit. I feel like I have to bribe him, drag him. And then when we get there, oh my God, he's like, oh, we're moving here. I'm like, what? You planning to fucking come out here? He's just lazy. I don't know.
Yeah, I've been to Petaluma.
Okay, I haven't been yet. I'm about to pass by it right now. I still ain't been.
Yeah, I went on a double date with my sister's ex-husband. Us four.
Nice. I definitely need to go. Coming by the Italian place across the street. Is this Sensations? I've been there. Nothing of science. But I might be there. I pass by it like almost every day. The city has lost its luster. What? Do you feel the city has lost its luster?
No, it's just gentrified. It's not the same. Once it got gentrified, it's just not the same.
Yeah.
It's not the same vibe.
Mm-hmm.
It's a different type of vibe, and I don't like that vibe.
I understand. I don't like. Some places more than others. Yeah. Yeah. Like Williamsburg.
That's where I was at, and I was like, this is a vibe over here, but I don't like this vibe.
I don't like it.
Yo, this girl comes to us. Listen to this. So we're by Domino Park. She's like, hi, can you do me a favor? If I could record you, and if I could record you saying happy birthday to my friend. That's not New York shit.
That's weird.
But we did it. You got love. Almost got shitted on, but fuck the shit. Bed-Stuy, I prefer Bed-Stuy 10 times as much. Everyone's like, oh, you're super lucky little wings growing up. But I don't like it. I don't like these people. I like my block, right? Because I know a lot of people on the block. I like my bodega. But I don't like it here. I was much happier in Bed-Stuy. Much happier. But I understand when my mom wanted to. I think it's just, it was my black. It was my black. But I felt just comfy there. Here is very white, very expensive. And I've lived in areas that are more white than this. Because in Chicago, I lived in a fucking white ass area. Wow. I think that's what it is. I'm not used to that many white people being around that many white That's exactly what it means.
Good Shabbos, Rabbeinu Shalom. There's no safer place than
Incel would say. That's exactly what an incel would say.
in cellular.
How'd you pronounce that?
In cellular. Jacob, when was the last time you caressed a beautiful woman's legs?
Dude, all the crazy people find each other.
I'm just saying, Shabbos is the safe space. And if you want to be safe, you gotta be in Shabbos. That's what I'm saying.
If you want to be a friend of mine, you better get down with it.
Sick, Barbie Mattel. What kind of projection is that? You're a sick
That's
person.
what you just told us. They told us that all know.
So you're telling me that you're repeating his projection back to him, Barbie Mattel? Are you sure about that?
Yeah, why not? Are you a doctor?
I'm a congressman.
Sure. You sound black and stuff. How big are you congressman?
Look at me. I'm the mayor now.
Black people aren't in politics. Are you kidding me?
Do you suffer from a lisp?
Don't make me laugh. Black people are not in politics.
Excuse me, but my sister is a lisp expert. She's a speech therapist, and I think you could benefit from speaking with her. I think you might be suffering from what we call in speech therapy a lisp. Am I accurate in diagnosing you, Barbie Mattel, with a lisp?
No, sorry.
Not accurate?
That's my pussy. It has a lisp. Can she fix that?
You have a pussy that has a lisp. I've never heard of a pussy having a lisp. Is it like a queef? Is it like a queefing effect?
Understand people. Is there such a thing?
No, one shouldn't impress anyone.
Even bad people? Even people who are trying to kill you?
Yeah.
Is that oppression or is that trying to get rid of people or give justice to those who actually are done?
Just not impressed.
The problem with Congress is he takes over rooms loud and annoying.
It's so
Well,
cool.
it's Shabbos. I'm relaxed. I'm with Hashem Rabbeinu Shalom. Shekhinah's here. Come now.
Love is the law. Love of the will.
Honest, you're going to see firsthand what that means.
Well, you-
He's still salty. Look at this guy. Hey, Ali, I told you I was going to go after your profit when you start going after.
Oh, I know this guy, Phoenix Flyer.
I try to keep my promise, Ali. I keep my promises, Ali. You know that. So I'm going to go after your profit.
You get this.
Sam, would you like to read my PTR for a second? Let's see what his profit is. Would you like to read this one, Sam? Hi, Sam. How you doing? Good to see you. I'm happy to read it. Okay, so we got the messenger sent for me in a clipboard, so I came to him. He's under a quote with one of his wives. So we left under the quote and we became three. What? Why is it tough at having a threesome, dude? Oh my god.
Although it's a threesome.
Do you think he ever had a 12 though with all of his love? and you know, study. I want a joke. You're calm. I don't know most of them. Most of them not considered reliable.
Do you think
What's the next number? Say reliable.
Phoenix Flyer? Do you think?
Do you know what those?
So then
You
you
know
know,
the sense of hadith?
that's
Do you even know how sense of hadith is done? Do you even know how that is done?
yeah, I know. Yeah, that nobody cares.
Okay. So here's a picture of the Isnad chain, and I want you to read it out loud for me. If you can speak in Arabic, go ahead.
He doesn't give a shit. He's a Shia, bro. What do you think?
And like many scholars doesn't consider Musaddaq al-Sahihan as reliable. They see it as a secondary source. As for the abridgment of Zahabi, like they say it's just abridgment. He doesn't care about whether he authenticates or not. Like, and nobody gives shit about the authentication of Hakim Nishaburi.
Really? And so who are these people who are on the Isnad chain over here? Are they? By the way, the Sunnis take this as authentic, as far as I'm concerned. I actually checked that.
They care more about they care more about the 6 books than this book. They care more about Bukhari, Muslim, Tirmidhi, Abu Dawud, and other stuff.
Why do the Shias always go like supporting the Sunnis when it comes to?
I'm not supporting
You are supporting the
This is like
Your prophet is not the prophet of these guys. So you need to stop.
no, it's not. It's the same prophet. Like it's not. God is not. That is what we do.
See, every time when you speak, so here's the Isnad chain, and I'm going to read it to you. حدثنا أبو عباس محمد بن يعقوب ثم محمد بن سنان القزاز ثم إسحاق بن إدريس ثم محمد بن حازم ثم هشام بن عروة عن أبيه عن عبد الله بن زبير عن أبيه, and then it says right there هذا حديث صحيح الإسناد. This is from Imam al-Dhahabi, who actually authenticated this as well. So, if you have a problem with your Sunni brothers, this is as authentic as it gets according to the Sunni science of Hadith. Now, you're saying you're not a Sunni, you're a Shia. But if you want to defend your brother, I have the Isnad chains to show it to you. It's right there. It's on my screen. It's fabricated.
How do you?
It says Isnad al-Sahih.
How do you think they made sure that the goat fat was hygienic enough in order to have anal sex with a
Why
slave
do you defend your brother who has completely like ruined the entire image of this prophet, which is completely different from your Shia paradigm? Why do you do that? Why do you not let whatever Phoenix or whoever it is expose it? Let it be. It's necessary to do so.
I think Phoenix Flyers, like PTRs, if you go through them all, they're so like strange. You know, each one is like a piece of art. Some are upside down. It's like Phoenix Flyer. Like, just clean it up, create one master sheet of all the greatest verses with all the citations, and let's organize this.
Yeah, well, the one that you were just reading about the anal cream. This one is from Tafsir al-Tabari for chapter 2, verse 223. It says Abu Darda was asked about a woman having intercourse in their anus, and he said, "Can anyone do that but an infidel?" Nur said, "I witnessed Ibn Abi Malika asking about that, and he said, I wanted to do it, quote unquote, do it with my sex slave yesterday, but it didn't work out. So I used some fat or cream to make it go smoothly inside the anus for the slave girl." Ooh, we're talking about 7th century lubes up in here.
Oh my guys! Oh boy!
Do you know how Bedouins brush their teeth?
We're using the miswak or the siwak, whichever you want to.
Yeah, but what is that?
Depends on how Bedouin. So a miswak is like a little toothbrush, it's a brand, so it's a very small one. A siwak is a massive one. It's as long as your arm, okay? And those things can hurt. They're not only used for cleaning teeth, but they're also used for whipping your sheep, or like if you're if you're herding sheep or camel or stuff like that, right? So it's used for it's multi-purposeful, and also beating your wife too. So a siwak can be used also for beating your wife. So these are the many things that is used for multiple
Isn't that amazing? All that from just wanting to brush your teeth. Fucking unbelievable.
Yeah, well, that's what you did.
I have this. I bought some kind of product on eBay, like some musical instrument or something, and they sent me a Bedouin toothbrush, which is basically just horse hairs, like in some kind of like fluid or something. So I guess you chew on the horse tail in order to clean your teeth.
My favorite girl. I mean, other than Nagus. Sorry, I didn't mean that out loud.
I and I share. You could share us. We share equal like love.
Thank you for that, but
We allow you to share us.
I'm saving it for marriage. I'm saving it.
Oh dear.
I'm saving it. I'm saving it for marriage. I think my virginity is very important to me.
So Phoenix Flare, what do you think about denaturalization and deportation in Minnesota with all the Somalis?
What do you mean naturalization and deport? I don't know what you're talking about.
Denaturalization.
Wait, are we decitizenizing
Yeah,
people here in the United States?
you decitizenize and you reverse their citizenship to deport.
Where, in Minneapolis?
Yeah, Minneapolis.
I didn't know we could do that. That's awesome.
You don't think you can denaturalize just as you can naturalize? I mean, it's just words.
Well, not according to the like. If you're born here, you cannot be denaturalized.
Yeah, but in the 90s, I guess, because of the war, Bill Clinton brought in, 30,000, 60,000, and now there's like hundreds of thousands.
Yeah. And I mean, yeah, I guess so. Cool. So that guy on the picture, is he like a city mayor or something?
Yeah, he's running for mayor.
He's running for mayor, so he's not the mayor.
He says the greatest threat to all the Somali people are white men.
Jesus fuck. How is this guy not being kicked out right now?
I mean, it's the same thing in Chicago. The mayor says that climate change is white structural racism, and that in 1997, 750 people died because of white structural racism, because the heat is racist.
I actually read something on how it's like that once. So this woman who's an editor, she was trying to find any like evidence of IDF soldiers actually raping Palestinians, and she couldn't find them. And then she came to the conclusion that the reason that she couldn't find any rapes that are happening is because IDF don't consider Palestinian females as human beings in the first place. That's why they don't want to rape them. I fucking stopped laughing when I read that. It almost sounded like an onion piece or something. So, hey, Ali, I'm gonna have to go after your prophet, or after Ali himself. If you keep talking like that, I'm gonna have to go down to cafe and find some really nasty stuff about your prophet. Actually, I remember reading this sniff test.
It's a different kind of book. It's not a drug test.
Well, there was one that I read from when I was at university, and there was a. It wasn't from Cathy, but it was one of the other books. I think they're the four main books, and then one of the books that talks about like a scratch and sniff test for like if you want to choose a wife, like you gotta smell her, and you gotta. It was weird. It was weird.
Phoenix Flyer, what are the most typical responses? Is the number one response this isn't a primary source text, and therefore it's just like gossip, or what are the primary responses?
For which ones?
For the whole slew of scandalous, Muhammad escapades.
Well, here's the funny thing. When it comes to the hadiths, particularly in the biographies of Muhammad, you have to understand something. I've never met, nor would you ever meet, a Muslim would say, I would be willing to accept a book without knowing who the author is. Okay, but you might as well say that any Tom, Dick, and Harry just wrote this book. Like Shakespeare wrote this Quran book, and people would believe it. That you find these Quran only people, but they're like literally not even a community.
like they're so sparse in between, right? You'll only find them in non-Muslim majority countries. You'll never find them in Muslim majority countries, and if they've ever been found, they'll probably be killed. So that's number one. Number two, the very same people that they criticize, the Hadith, for example, from the Isnad chain themselves. If you're a Sunni Muslim, for example, Abdullah ibn Mas'ud, Ubay ibn Ka'b, Ibn Abbas, all these people who also have their hands on the transmission of the Hadith are the very same people who are giving you the Quran as well. Meaning that they transmitted the Quran and they handed it up to the next generation, right? For example, Asim, okay, from Hassan Asim, right? Sorry, so Hafs, okay, Hafs himself, which is pretty much the version of the Quran that they're using here today, the vast majority of them, his Isnad chains are in many different hadiths, many different hadiths. Yet, if you're going to go after the hadiths themselves, if you're going to go after all the things that we know about your prophet, don't tell me you know anything about your prophet if you're going to be throwing away the hadiths, because the Quran only mentions it 4 times. Three of them could be a title, not even a name. Second, if you're going to tell me all of these people who compiled about your prophet are bunches of liars and deceivers, then what stops these liars and deceivers from going after the Quran, making up stuff wholesale? What if they made up some verses of the Quran and they just sold it for trifling? Like if you're willing to say that, then by all means just throw away the Quran in that case. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, but I mean, didn't that previous speaker just say that this isn't like a primary source, meaning it's not the glorious Quran, therefore it's irrelevant?
Yeah, then in that case, then throw away the hadiths. If you're going to throw away the hadiths, then throw away the Quran as well. Because the very same people who transmitted the Quran are the very same people who transmitted the hadith as well. So by the time, put it this way, if I can say for a fact, like if you want me to, I can give you the benefit of that and say for the first 200 years, for the first 300 years at least, the Quran was memorized and it was passed around like accurately 100%, 1-to-1 ratio, everybody knew what they were doing. But until these new people came into place where they started to compile them into a book, okay, by the time around 300 years later, it's already been corrupted, because at that moment, the very same people who were compiling the hadith are the very same people who were compiling the Quran. Simple as that. So either say it was corrupted from the beginning, or say that it was corrupted 300 years later. Whichever you want to do, go ahead. Be my guest. But at the end of the day, you cannot criticize the hadith without saying the validity of the hadith without criticizing the validity of the Quran as well.
Okay, I think this could be an interesting question for you and Sam and others. That is the link to the Abyssinia scene from The Message. And I'm just curious, if you analyze the communication in the scene where he goes to the Black Christian king, and he gets like a social, like the way that they frame it, I think is kind of interesting, and maybe like in hindsight, really ridiculous and totally logically flawed. Why this Black Christian king accepts this testimony?
Najashi, Irish, come on up. Oh, you son of a bitch, you left.
I'm just saying, analyzing the conversation and the debate between the Christian king and the Muslim messenger is like an interesting way to like analyze how they prove it in the movie, or even though it's ridiculous.
Has anyone actually watched the new interview of Yasha Bali? Have you seen it? No. So
this is what Ivy League universities you can get into with a 3.6 GPA. 90.
Like this.
I think I can bring them back. Yes.
Like historical, like they deal with academia.
And rise up.
He said right out. He said,
It is
are not
nothing you may ask for that we will not give.
There is a
Lion of Judah, I
in the sense.
I don't know where to begin.
They don't believe in the transmissions at all.
You have our friendship.
And I say this
Begin
to
there.
be part of my faith.
Certain runaway slaves have escaped from us into your kingdom.
My faith.
Slaves go back, as you no doubt would return our slaves to us.
Talk about
There are, however, some free men among them, rebels.
that means you're lying to people.
Rebels.
Why would anybody
If there's disturbance in that area, why am I not informed? They are rebels in religion.
places?
At one time or another, all religions were rebellions.
Why are you here?
The bodies of slaves of the world and at our disposal.
You're
But as Jesus Christ is our shepherd, the souls of men are his sheep.
part of your faith.
These are those who have betrayed the
If you get a second, watch that Abyssinia scene because I'm wondering like how they frame it. If it's like a ridiculous interpretation of the situation, you know, because it looks like
Are you talking about the king of the Najashi king?
the Abyssinian Christian Black King. It's like basically it's like what's that Disney movie Wakanda? It's like literally the Muslims come into Wakanda and they're like, we want you to accept that the Prophet Muhammad is the new messenger from God. It's a ridiculous scene. I'm telling you, like I think they manufactured this bullshit for the movie. Like it's not historically accurate.
Well, the story goes, Muhammad's people were being oppressed, so Muhammad sent some of the people to the kingdom to the kingdom of Ethiopia for protection. But even his own enemies went there in order to get those people back, in order to face justice. So they went to the King Najashi's court, demanding that they would be handed back to them for justice. And the other was saying, no, they're going to kill us and they're trying to oppress us because of our beliefs. And then they say, oh, what's your beliefs? Like, oh, we believe, in Jesus and Mary and all that sort of stuff, right? And then the Quraysh are like, no, they don't believe in what you believe in exactly. And so they went back and forth and were in the court arguing and debating. And so he became a part of the court that was not for us. Jesus, that did not say free. So the emperor did actually accepted that they were actually Christians. And they had to say, therefore they're under the protection of the king, and the British went back to the Middle East.
Good. The stiff necks will hang them.
The Muslim account. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, but in the movie they frame it that they come to make a case. You just gotta watch the YouTube link I posted because I think a lot of people operate off of this movie. Most people are lazy, but I think that the way that they made the movie is probably laughable and totally not accurate. But they do make it look like the kingdom of Wakanda, and the Muslims come in to debate the Christian king, and the Christian king relents. So it gives a social proof of validity and credibility to this messaging.
Isn't that old movie a
Yeah.
really, really old movie?
It's actually a really good movie. I mean, surprisingly, it's really good. It's called The Message.
Yeah, it's the old movie. Yeah, The Message. I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
I showed it to Daniel, by the way. You should watch that. It's a very socialist view. It's really presented.
Do you not bow yourself before your prophet? Muhammad is a man. We kneel only to God. Well, Muhammad's miracles, Jafar. If he were a prophet, he'd light the sky with them. Indeed, this is true. God has given his prophets the sign of miracles, that we may recognize them. The miracle of Muhammad is the Holy Quran. A book written by an illiterate, attributed to God. I think the emperor has had enough, and mindful of Pentecost. When God set down tongues of fire upon the heads of Christ's apostles, so they could speak the many languages of the world that they knew not before.
which is kind of
Do
funny.
such miracles happen in our times?
What judicial system, even in the 70s, would say, okay,
I've heard enough.
believe this.
You made a poor case.
Government's like, I don't care. This is nothing to do with us. Well, you know, if you make your own version of the reality.
When we suffered persecution in Mecca, Muhammad told us, go to Abyssinia, the land of a righteous king, where no man is wronged.
What they call persecution.
God will protect us.
Talking with them is like drawing water from a mirage. But they've now let you on me to listen to them, my friend.
My grandfathers who became from watching that movie. Like, there are like 3 generations of Muslims because of them.
Go on.
But of that movie. Like, it's so. And this is when I
For years, we worshipped wood and stone, images of our own manufacture. We lived in ignorance of God. We had few earthly laws and no heavenly laws. The rich neglect the poor, and the natural pity of man, whereby he lifts his brother up when he is fallen, is described by them as upsetting social order.
It's not possible.
To this inhumanity has come a man whom God chose. And in that we believe.
It's also kind of funny because they let everybody who is a Muslim in this movie is like white or, you know, like aristocratic in a way. It's kind of a hilarious, you know, racial
I should tell you,
identification.
I have a really funny story about this. So this movie, not a lot of people know this. Back then, it was really hard to get a job. It's really hard to get a job in the acting world, right? The guy who played.
Hello. My name is Adam Ferrer, Chief Executive Officer of Phoenix Energy. I look forward to you.
He cast himself as a Muslim. How do I know
You're overcome. I beg you to collect yourself.
2 blocks away from me.
I speak
Family of that.
as the messenger of God.
Told me the story that he was a Baha'i this whole time.
Muhammad teaches us to worship one God,
Later on,
to speak truth,
later on,
to love our neighbors as ourselves,
he was a Baha'i.
to give charity. Even a smile can be charity.
That would be so hilarious.
To protect women from misuse,
They went after him.
to shelter orphans, and to turn away from gods of wood and stone. I cannot keep still and hear this blasphemy. We are an ancient civilization. To call our gods wood and stone is to speak ignorantly of them. The idol, the form, is not what we worship, but the spirit that resides within the form. I agree that idolatry is not always fully understood. Thank you. Now let me bring him back to the wood.
It's like a clubhouse from this movie. Because like they're in their hall or a room in a house having a debate about, you know, philosophy, God, and religion.
Women. God made woman to be the proper companion of man. She is different, but equal. Equal. We buy them, feed them, clothe them, use them, discard them. Women equal to us? God created man from one male and one female. Now, you must respect in all women the womb that bore you. Why are your 300 gods so tongue-tied? What is only God is eloquent? God has spoken to us before. Through Abraham, Noah, Moses, and through Jesus Christ. Why should we be so surprised that God speaks to us now through Muhammad? Who taught you those things? What Christ says, and what your Muhammad says, is like 2 rays from the same lamp. They are lying to you. They deny Christ. You worship 3 gods, they say. Father, Son, and Holy Ghost, they say. What do you say of Christ? They say God cannot have a son. Christ is not the Son of God. Speak to me of Christ. We say of Christ what our prophet has taught us.
that God cast his Holy Spirit into the womb of a virgin named Mary, and that she conceived Christ, the apostle of God. The apostle, he says, not the son, not the son.
What is your miracle? Your Quran. Say of the birth of our dear Lord Jesus Christ.
May I relate the words?
Okay, yeah, you told me that he's going to be fired.
Come closer to me.
Right now I'm in Whitechapel.
In the name of God, most gracious, most merciful.
I've met Mix.
Relate in the book the story of Mary. How she withdrew from her family to a place in the east. How we sent to her our angel Gabriel, who said, I am a messenger from your God, to announce the birth of a holy son to you. She said, how shall I, Mary, have a son when no man has touched me? And Gabriel replied, for your Lord says, it will happen. We appoint him as a sign unto man, and a mercy from us. It is a thing ordained.
So I don't know if anybody watched that clip. Sorry to bring it up again, but at the end, I just watched the whole thing. It's like a 10-minute clip. It goes into this like hypnosis mode, and he's talking to the Christian king, and he goes into this hypnosis mode where he cites from the Quran by memory and convinces the king that that they believe in Christ Jesus. And it's so funny because it goes into this like hypnosis mode, and then it shows all of the Wakandans listening to this literally at a book club meeting, arguing about the books, and then they don't even have the books, but he recites from the book by memory, and he likes the chapter that he recited from memory from the book. So it's like all communication is hypnosis. I am complete.
How do these guys speak with so much certainty, right? As if they were fucking standing there when the book was written. I was there when Allah was writing the book, and I knew exactly what was written and how he wrote it and what he said, and it must be true. And then come and try and, shove it down our throats. I was in the room earlier on when Nazi was talking. I had to improve this.
Between us
She sometimes
and you.
seems open-minded, but she can really figure it out.
I mean, she goes into these footpaths for like bloody hours on end. She doesn't stop, non-stop like chatter, right?
Not for a mountain of gold will I give them unto you.
Point, like, you've even forgotten what the first point was.
Sounds like we live in another season. In peace.
But it doesn't make any
Bring on
sense.
what you wish. May God's blessings be upon you on your return.
She has like a fanatic side. Straight from her positions.
Yeah, so she was asking me, because I told her, I don't think that we get punished. And I don't think there's anything like hell. Because if your God is omnipresent, then your God's going to be in hell as well. So what's the deal with that? And she was like, then what about all the people who do all this crazy stuff? What happens to them? I'm like, well, whatever happens to them is, it finishes here on earth. You don't take anything back with you, do you?
Scene in this movie, basically the king of Abyssinia says, you guys are Christians, but you're not Christians, but you are Christians, so you're cool, you can leave here with us, and I'm not going to punish you because of this accuser here, because your book has our information in it, and, you may say something new, but, like, technically we still have the original, so you guys are, just trying to discover what we've already got. I am complete.
When you look at early Islam, it was a more inclusive group, if that makes sense. Because Because if those guys came with the Islam that we know today to the Abyssinian king, no way he would let them pass and protect them like he did.
Yeah, I mean, imagine like the Syrian Islamists murdering innocent Jews in the streets. Going and being like, hey, you know, can you give us protection because we're Christians like you? I mean, the Pope calls Benjamin Netanyahu and is like screaming, "End this war! End this war!" After a church supposedly got like some shrapnel. But I don't know. How do you go from being like a Polish priest in Chicago to calling and like demanding an end to the war? I don't know. People are crazy, and like terrorists will just fight to the very bitter end until they just won't stop until they die. It's like brain dead, Japanese suicide. It's the same syndrome. It's like totally all or nothing. No new information in, no new information out.
Because in Islam, they don't want to say it. The Ummah is God. The Ummah has the power to execute God's plan. So it's a human-based prophecy. And because of that, it has more similarity with communism and like delusional dreams of achieving a perfect society by human action. So it's like the little people.
So there's something that Nazia said, right? She said God sent somebody to go and tell, was it Jacob, right? Something. That this is what you should do. But the guy never listened. So I asked her, so Nazia, you're telling me this God that knows everything told his fellow to go and tell Jacob something, and he knew that Jacob would not listen. Like, was that a dumb thing to do for God? Like, if he knew he was going to refuse, why tell this guy go and pass a message to the other guy? This guy's really dumb shit, man.
Were you here when Daniel discovered like the Surah al-Fil, like the elephant attack on Mecca, and realized that it happened before Muhammad was born? So basically, you know about that story?
It's the one that the birds came and fought them?
Yeah,
with
exactly.
Yeah, okay.
This one happened like 4 years before Muhammad was born. So basically, Allah did this huge miracle with flying animals and everything to defend the pagan temple full of idols. So I'm like, guys, I think this story really, I think Allah is a pagan and it isn't true religion that actually the point of defending that place before it became Muslim, it's with Arab
systems that are ultimately responsible. Isn't it crazy that they see everything about like, we can't have any idol worship, but hang on a second, you guys turn towards the stone and bow towards the stone. What's that all about? Isn't that idol worship? You say, you can't look at the idol things and decide things based on religion, the stuff around you. But hang on a second, you're going to break your fast depending on who you stay home. How does that work?
These are the disciplines the prophet puts upon you. You may not harm a woman, a child, or any other person. You may not harm cripples. You may not harm the man that works in the field. You may not cut down trees. Strike only at those who have expelled you. Destroy your rights and enrich themselves with your possession.
This is Islamic slavery, and I'm saying to these morals. Yeah. Would you rather be a Muslim slave? You'll be treated well, you'll be given everything you need.
by a mountain delusion like that. Yeah, they were like, it's so impossible to remove slavery from society.
Not you, who have stolen your rights and rich.
Alcohol, slavery is complicated, you know. And someone in the room, I don't know who it is. Well, you just have to start paying them, you know, it's not really complicated.
Oh, and the other one that Muhammad abolished slavery. Islam abolishes slavery, yes. Yet your own prophet paid it 2 for 1.
Yeah, he died owning slaves. Like, he didn't really need slaves either, because if people really supported him and loved him, like, he would just be their slave.
I posted another link to this movie where they discuss the disciplines of Prophet Muhammad, and the last sentence about after all these disciplines and ethics is the only time you're allowed to kill people and commit terrorism is when you're expelled and your rights are taken from you.
And that's the rules of defensive jihad. And I think it's Bilal on this video.
Yeah.
Black slave. It reminds me of my childhood. We used to watch that every Ramadan. Oh my God.
It's like, they're panned out with the camera. It's like, imagine it's like he calls a meeting and all these people like gather in the desert and he just randomly starts screaming out like just a couple little bits about ethics. That's it. Then it's like, and if you get expelled, it's like this generalization of expulsion. So I just find it interesting how they use that word expel, in this movie as well.
Hey, yesterday in that conversation you're having with Marty and Nobian, right? And Plonka.
Conversation, I was like fighting to be heard. It was abuse, but I had fun triggering that.
Yeah, so the guy goes, when they say the Shahada, they bear witness. What do they bear witness to? Do you know God? She says, yeah, I can see everything about God. He's like, no, I don't trust it. Then that way, you don't know everything about God. He says, yes, I know everything about God. So then asked it, so when you bear witness that you know about God, according to what Marty and Logan say, it means you know God, so you can bear witness about His God. Yet you don't.
Here's how you make mine super easy.
If you're not getting your back.
It's a mistranslation because when I think about the Shahada, Ashhadu is like swearing. It's not really implying knowledge, but I may be wrong.
How can you have knowledge of God? Even if we argue that it's knowledge, how can you have knowledge of God?
There is also this place in Mecca, like talking about paganism, Marcus. There's a place in the pilgrimage where the Muslims have to throw stones in
and run up the mountain or something.
Yes. This is like the most pagan thing to do.
Is it they'll throw it on one sort of like mountain and then run to the other side and then throw other stones the other side?
I don't remember exactly. There's a place where they all throw rocks. It's all about rocks. This religion, bow down to the rock, throw rocks, wipe your ass with rocks.
That one I just don't get. I won't be surprised. You know what? I won't be surprised in so many years. Like, you get all these people who do this massage business, right? And then they do these hot rocks and they put the hot rocks on your body. They're going to claim this was in their books.
Rocks.
This is like the esoteric belief that all these black cubes are related to Saturn. I just wonder how many Muslims have any concept whatsoever of any of this stuff outside of like the Quran, which probably doesn't mention anything about Saturn. I suppose.
Ask Matthew who will make his way to thinking that Satan is good. He will find a way.
Good afternoon.
And we'll get on. Back there. The carpet maker, the focal point of Islamic pilgrimage, holds a profound symbolism beyond its religious significance. Today, we explore a fascinating connection between the Kaaba and the planet Saturn. Since ancient times, the Kaaba has been revered as a center of worship that predates Islam. Its origins tracing back to the time of Abraham. The Kaaba is made of black cloth, adorned with black stone, considered sacred. Its cubic structure symbolizes purity and unity of Islam. In Roman mythology, Saturn was the god of agriculture and time, associated with prosperity and renewal. The planet Saturn, with its prominent rings, has captivated humanity for centuries, and is the furthest planet we can see with the naked eye. Astronomically, Saturn's position in the heavens has been a marker for navigation and timekeeping. Its celestial movements influence ancient calendars. Saturday, the seventh day of the week, is named after Saturn. This reflects the enduring influence Saturn has in our cultural and linguistic heritage. And then, of course, the first day of the week is Sunday, which represents the sun. Monday represents the moon. Tuesday is Mars. Wednesday is Mercury. Thursday is Jupiter. And Friday is Venus. Every year they have this massive pilgrimage to Mecca and to the Hajj. The pilgrims encircle the Kaaba, and that represents and symbolizes the rings of Saturn. And they circle anti-clockwise. Saturn spins anti-clockwise. So what they're looking at there is a representation of Saturn and its rings. Thanks for watching, and leave any thoughts, comments,
About what they did and saw.
This is a double Leo in the expansive age.
Watching videos of going on. It's such a big camera. I should back then. It's kind of blurry.
Returned with help from the Jewish tribes,
So you think we should go
an
back?
army of 10,000 warriors.
Yeah.
This was over 3 times the size of Muhammad's army of only 3,000 men.
Like have a suit that can
However,
falling down. So
Muhammad gained the initiative by digging a massive trench to the north of the city, making it extremely difficult for the enemy's cavalry to cross. In an attempt to break the deadlock, the Quraysh secretly negotiated with the Banu Qurayza, a Jewish tribe in Yathrib, to attack Muhammad from the south. When this failed to gain any serious momentum, the Quraysh gave up and retreated back to Mecca, leaving the Banu Qurayza Jews to the mercy of the Muslims. Once again, Muhammad felt betrayed by the Jews, who had treacherously reneged on the constitution of Yathrib. He sent his army to their village, and after a 25-day siege, the Jews surrendered. This time, Muhammad had a problem. He knew if he banished them from the city, like he did with the other Jewish tribes, they might join with his army and come back later to attack him. He decided to hand over judgment to an independent mediator who found the tribe guilty of treason and sentenced all the men to death. The women and children were spared, only to become slaves to the Muslims, based on race or religious grounds.
So I'm watching this documentary that I put in the chat. When the Jews surrendered to Muhammad, do you think that they were like offered peace or survivalship, and then Muhammad? It says that Muhammad appointed his court to determine the punishment, and they killed all 800 of the Jewish men and kept the women and children. So do you think that they were essentially lied to?
Yes.
Is that what? Is there something in the Talmud or something about any of that history, or is there any history?
No, we don't have a history of that because they were killed.
Have you ever read a history book about the history of?
That is from the Muslims themselves.
I came across this thesis saying that it was like a very distorted version of the Masada massacre. That it was like completely mistranslated, I don't know. I can find this for you if you want.
The knock-on effects created deep divisions within Muslim-Jewish relations, which it could be argued has never recovered. Following on from the Battle of the Trench, a truce was declared between the two opposing sides. However, in 629, the Quraysh broke this truce by attacking one of Muhammad's allies. This set in motion the beginning of the end for the Quraysh. A few months later, in 630, Muhammad gathered an army of 10,000 Muslims and headed south for Mecca. The Meccans put up a resistance, fighting for months, but eventually were overrun by declared an amnesty and forgave them all.
Do you love Muhammad?
When the city was safe, he made his way to the Kaaba, walked around it 7 times before removing all 360 idols, which represented various pagan gods, leaving only the black stone, which is still there to this day. At this point, he declared that there is only one true God, Allah. In the ancient pagan world of star worship, many idols represented planets, stars, and constellations. This is an interesting coincidence that there were 360 idols in the Kaaba. The same number of degrees as the zodiac. And the act of circulating the Kaaba 7 times before removing the idols could have some metaphysical significance to the 7 planets of the ancient world, or the 7 Sephiroth in the Kaba's tree of life. The Sephiroth of victory, ruled by Venus.
High respect. So
By 631, the last pagan stronghold fell to the Muslims, giving them complete rule over all of Arabia.
Muhammad,
The only stone left in the Kaaba was the meteorite, which could have fallen to Earth as Venus moved into the other world around the time of Abraham.
the Arabs,
From the early days of
you can't
Islam
deny
to now, the Kaaba is the focal point of the Muslim religion,
how it's changed and
just as the world
transformed
of Venus is a
civilized
circle of focal
people
consciousness
and you know,
over the cross
they're
of the
advanced in a
physical
lot of things, but
material
that's a
realm.
different story.
The
But
act
you
of
even
circling
gave
the
them
black
something
cube
never had
at
before,
Mecca
and that
reflects
also
these
is
metaphysical
obviously
principles.
Islam now became
Muhammad had now done
threat
all
to
he had set
other
out to
world powers
achieve.
such as the Romans
In
and
his
Persians.
final sermon
And
to
yeah,
his
with
followers,
this man,
the
Islam
very
now
next
was
year,
another player
he commented on how he had abolished
of
usury
power, let's say.
from the land
And that's
that now belongs
this man.
to the
So
Muslims.
I don't know how you can say that you don't feel he's. I mean, you can feel whatever you want, but the stats are the stats. You can't deny that the man has had a positive effect on billions and millions of people.
Here's what I'm curious about. It says in Surah Al-Ma'idah, have 7, Allah will protect you from the people. But then also Muhammad was wounded at the Battle of Uhud, and he was also poisoned. So, like, what's up with that? Sounds like Allah lied and said he'd be protected, but he wasn't protected.
The Jews.
So, what's up with that, Malik? It sounds like God's wrong.
Are Muslims on stage today.
All of them.
Malik, after Muhammad liberated Saudi Arabia or the Arabian Peninsula, what was his final edict?
What was his final what? Sorry?
Wait, why are we not talking about my thing real quick? Why are we?
Yeah. So Sam, the reason why I asked if there's been Muslims on stage before me today is because I'm not gonna be used as some sort of punching bag, like some type of like if people have, I'm sure you've had this explained to you before. If not, then if you're sincere and you really wanna, get to understand, you really wanna understand because you're interested in understanding Islam, you're a person that really wants to give it a fair shot by understanding it, how it's meant to be understood. Then that's another thing. But if you're just asking these questions to every Muslim that's coming up on stage, just because you want to prove that he wasn't a good human being, I mean, you ain't got to do all that. I can just take your word for it.
No, I think that you should update on evidence when people say the Quran's perfect and has no errors, and then I point out an error, what you should do as a rational agent and go, oh, well, then maybe that's an error, so maybe the book is wrong, and then be open to changing your mind about whether or not the book is God or not.
100%, I agree with you. If you tell me, that's what I'm saying. So that's I've explained two types of characters that I've spoken to, like when it comes to me as a Muslim speaking to non-Muslims. So there's the non-Muslim that's genuine and he really wants to learn. He's asking because he's curious. And I have many friends that become Muslim, and then there's the non-Muslim that you can like, and this is a subjective experience that you can only feel if you are a Muslim. So obviously it's an anecdote and that, but it's a very true. It's like me as a black man. I can tell you stuff that black people generally feel when they're in certain predicaments or certain situations with other races, how they feel, or like at work or anything. I can tell you generally how black people feel. So similarly with Islam and me as a Muslim, I can tell you generally what type of people we come across. So
it's very accurate, Malik. That's very accurate.
Yeah, so if you genuinely have an error that you're struggling with and you've tried to, understand it in different nuances and different perspectives, and you've tried that, now you can asking me the question because it's something that's a legitimate issue that has not been dealt with before. Because now, let's be honest, like, if you really want to know something, just go on ChatGPT. You'll find a detailed answer or any other LLMs.
Explain your claim.
Are you still doing this, Barbie? You ain't got anything better to do on a beautiful Friday.
Who are you? Oh, look, it's Blackie Blackerson.
Look at me. I am the mayor now.
Kitover, how are you doing?
I am good, Yakov.
Palestine exists, but it's just that in what context? Is it, it can exist as a geographic territory like the Sinai? There are no Sinaeans. There's not a people called Sinaeans, but there is the Sinai.
You are allowed to now have shawarma shops, but no more rocket launchers.
Like we have areas in the country that are, geographic areas like the Sierra Nevadas.
So it's on a Fox event. Just fresh break. It's in listen, man. It's in Politico. It's in National Mail. It's a lot of people. Just go put Gabbard and Google search. It's your eyes will pop out.
Yeah. If Republicans get into power, they go after Democrats. If Democrats come into power, they go after Republicans. It's a fucking back and forth. I don't care.
And you can just see this tweet has got the particulars from the evidence. So it's going to go for criminal referral indictments. There was already announced on Comey, Clapper, and Brennan. They announced that a couple of weeks ago. Criminal indictments are on the way. Obama is that's the main course. That's the main dish. So he's about to get served up.
He could run to Kenya and run away from this.
I don't know about Obama anything.
You should know about him.
I don't know about Trump anything.
Obama was the first Muslim president.
Are you sure Obama was Muslim?
Yes, his name is Barack Hussein. He has a wedding ring that's inscribed in Arabic.
Angels is feeling so proud right now.
No.
He was a community organizer, just like Muhammad.
I never saw him that way. I did not know that.
He was a community organizer, a Harvard lawyer, a fake Columbia University student who worked for the International Business Corporation, aka a CIA front group.
Right in Indonesia.
It's a CIA family. And just like Macron, he married a man.
You know, because of the people, I'm right now having the question, who is, about who I talk.
Good question. Very good question. What do you think SFAM officers? Who's the six? Is the six our gang? Who's six?
And I think he means with
He's talking about the planets, eVTOL, but he forgot there's 7, not 6, you schmuck.
We have more than 12 planets around us.
Oh, that's news to me.
Really?
But not all are counted in our galaxy, you know?
Ew, JR's jerking off right now.
Disgusting. Yeah, there's actually 8
And then
planets.
9 the rest of planets.
There used to be 9 when I was growing up, and now they say 8. The 9th is just a rock, apparently, not a planet. Pluto.
It is a planet.
No, it's not considered a planet anymore. There's officially 8 planets now, not 9.
Yeah, well, if you look at it from the American scientific community's perspective, it's 8 planets. If you look at it from the Hindu scientific community, it's 9.
Yeah, but they use Rahu. That's what you're missing there. They've got the phantom planet Rahu. Is one of them.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
It's also 8.
I wonder why they can't find the planet X. Should be relatively straightforward.
You know, the outside planets, they don't affect the planet Earth that much. That's why maybe.
Yeah, Uranus and Neptune are not counted in the reading system either. They go for the moon. And there's 2 Rahu and Ketu. So those are three bonuses. But, they're more important than these distant planets.
Well, I want to know, how is Mr. Robert look like?
Who is Mr. Robert?
He's the guy that offered her a buffalo. Robert never actually offered her a buffalo. Just made that up because it was.
Yeah, I know the buffalo is made out, but still, I don't know who
Who is Robert? Why did you mention Robert just now? How would that be important to us? Why did you mention Robert?
discussed Robert yesterday either. That's what I'm befuddled with you. There was no Robert discussed yesterday.
Then I don't know why he tried to pay, and it's just confused. I just want to know who it is.
You want to know who is Robert?
Yeah.
Is that a clubhouse person named Robert? Who is Robert? Yeah, tell us about Robert.
He was a guy in Stock Bully's room. I don't know if you remember him. He was going through a divorce back then. His wife took most of his money.
Why they, I don't think that Robert is, I think he's too smart enough to avoid that kind of happening,
How
How
do you
is
avoid
it possible that two people,
the smartest people in the world cannot avoid it? You can't avoid them taking half. Even Jeff Bezos could not avoid it. They always get half.
I think when people marry, then because they're loving each other, and there's no way they're gonna get divorced.
Yeah, that makes sense. That sounds like reality.
And if, then one of them must be horrible.
Virginia, are you here?
JR is loving this. JR finds this stimulating.
He's in a stroke session, he says.
Disgusting.
So gross.
Fall apart because of, I don't know.
Just say, hey, someone says this is from God, and it says X here. This is not X here. And then I am intelligent enough and I can read Arabic enough to know this is a contradiction. And every religion on earth.
I'm going to a storage.
Oh, okay.
It's okay to talk sometimes, guys. No, congratulations, man. I didn't remember if you said you were getting ready to get out or if you were actually out, but good for you. Did you get a cake when you left?
Carriage, the old Fisher Body carriage, remember?
No, I don't know. Nothing about.
Okay, Fisher Body plant here in Lansing was 115 years old when they tore it down. It was originally a carriage factory, horse-drawn carriage factory. So the actual Fisher Body emblem was that golden carriage. So I actually got one of the plaques because they only had a few of them left from the people that actually started at Fisher Body. So.
Oh wow.
But I couldn't even post a picture of it because they were like, don't tell nobody.
Oh wow.
I haven't had my name put on it yet, but it's beautiful. It's got gemstones. It's gold. It's on a big wooden plaque, and it's gold, and it's got fake jewels in it, sapphires and rubies and emeralds, and it's real pretty. So that was our original logo.
That's awesome. I'm gonna sound like goat and say, what a blessing. That's awesome. Good for you.
Blessed to be out of there and alive because one of my friends just died last Friday. He retired 6 months ago and died last Friday, and I'm so devastated behind that. So, yeah, I'm glad to be out and above ground.
Is that why you said you might get you another job because you don't want to just be a minimum?
Absolutely. And if I wasn't working in the garden, I'd be taking my class to the gym every day. But I'm, in the garden right now. But once I'm done with that, I'm going to be going to the gym. Because I used to move in like at least 80,000 steps a day. So, when you're on Rosie the Riveter.
Well, excellent. Well, I'm gonna get out of here. Y'all can go back about your conversation. But you know, you don't want me to dominate the conversation. I'm gonna get me a couple of vodka tonics and have a good day.
Oh Lord, you have to try until it's crazy. Do you still go over to Mexico?
I never do go to Mexico. We
You
went.
never go to stop.
I don't. So we went to Mexico. We were on a cruise and we went to Cozumel. We border Reynosa, and no, there is no reason for me to go to. I'll be honest, it's not safe. It ain't safe for me to go to Mexico. Now
to send me some soursop leaves, because I can't find them here.
Just tell you, there's a park down here. If you ever come down here, Progreso is safe, and parts of Matamoros, which borders Brownsville, that's safe. So going into Progreso is nothing, but we don't ever go. I mean, shit, I basically live in Mexico. But what are you looking for? What kind of leaves?
I want some soursop leaves, but I can't find them here.
And you can only get them.
Should saline have FD in it as well again? Okay.
Dan, were you trying to say something?
Yeah, like the soursop, as far as I know, they were like in the Caribbean. Like I remember going to Bahamas, they were talking about soursop, and we cruised to other places too. That's what they were talking about, soursop. So I've never heard of it come from like mainland Mexico or something.
I was just thinking like the heat, the tropical, not tropical, but it's definitely coming from hot climates. So I thought maybe Mexico would have them.
Maybe Cancun, maybe Belize.
Yeah.
But outside that,
I'm thinking, damn, you probably gotta get her all the way down to Cozumel, the Yucatan Peninsula, which is like another 4 hours, 6 hours, 7 to 8 hours south of here before you can get that.
And see, we don't have any more, like they say you can get them at Asian markets, but our Asian markets most of them here are closed.
Oh, really? Wait, what's the name?
Yeah.
What's that good?
I'm in Lansing, Michigan, but like we had a bunch of them out in East Lansing, and they're all shutting down because of the tariffs and stuff.
Wow. What type of Asian? Were they just all strictly Chinese or?
It's probably a mixture of everything. Probably like the one that I go to in South Lansing is Vietnamese mainly. That's their focus. But yeah, I don't know. I'm just looking for some. And I didn't want to order them off of Amazon because I don't even know what to get. I don't need to know what to get.
Trey, you don't go to Cancun either? I mean, that's like a hot spot.
We just went to Cancun. Do we go normally? No, we just went to Cozumel. We've been to Cancun. The reason why I see Michael in the chat, I live here. Like, it ain't like South Water, hotel and drink and look out on the water. A vacation.
And the last thing to do was separate the factor from the.
Somebody gets a shield to country patients. She don't violate the laws.
You're right. I'm in trouble. She gonna say, dang.
Somebody read something weird.
No, don't get me. Don't be me because I'm walking around. Don't you dare. Don't talk to this person in my ears. Nobody said nothing along that, but be quiet.
Okay.
After work, 3 hours extra time. That's why I'm trying to listen to you guys and help with the room. So I'm trying to lean for, and that's what I tell you guys. Patty, Mill, Smith, Deborah, Sandra retired. But we come in here and open these rooms, and we're working at the same time because we're professional women. And we try to do this, and then people come in and just start disrespecting us and all this other crazy shit. Keep in mind that we are working and trying to hold a space for you guys to have someplace to go. You don't want it? Open up your own damn room. And we'll come to your room and sit on the stage. But other than that, That's what we do. That's why Patty's quiet. Mel has a family as well. And you guys think we're here for your entertainment. That ain't it. We're just trying to be good clubhouse people. Because I don't have to do this. You think I need attention? I get attention all day. I'm getting attention right now. From when and
No, we were just, I was just protecting you, Lisa, because I didn't know what you might say, and I didn't know when your mic was open.
Oh no, I know it was open traffic. Okay, so we. They don't know how to go.
So damn, yeah. For us, like an actual vacation is Jamaica, Aruba, or like the Caribbean. But like Mexico, not really. And the part that, like I said, the part I live on, like Reynosa, it's not safe. There's actually no travel because of the cartel. There's no travel in between Mexico and Mexico City. So you don't want to go to Mexico right now. I would say that it's in Mexico because we've shut off the human trafficking from Mexico. That's why they're fighting more, because there's less money coming into the cartels. I don't know for a fact, but it does seem like there's less drugs coming across. It seems like the busts are happening more frequently. I think that the cartels are now going to be designated as terrorist groups. That allows a different type of posture for how they're going to enforce shutting that stuff down, which includes
That's funny. I got the jail sounds funny. Lawyers.
Right? That includes like military information. Like they can raise the level of like response. More than just like DEA. There's military. I'll tell you this. There's military down here. What exactly they're doing, I don't know. They're actually very tight-lipped. But there's definitely military down here. But they are definitely.
Yes, it is. You'll be all right.
Damn, in the chat, I'm going to put this guy or this channel on X. If you watch that channel, and it is gruesome and it is graphic, but as far as probably the best and the most, I don't even know how to get all the information. As far as the best and most updated information on what's going on down there, that's the channel. They are very good, and they talk about the different factions. There's been a truce recently between the Gulf Cartel and Sinaloa, I think. There's almost like the Crips and Bloods. They're like coming together because the violence has gotten so bad and they're killing so many of each other that they realize that they've got to coalesce and figure out something. Because I do believe that the Mexican federales have become more aggressive. So I don't speak about it too much because not my place to talk about it. But if you want to follow something, follow that up in the chat. I know that I haven't heard much from south of the border other than south of the border other than just tariffs. But I know that's still a real problem that's going on down there. So our side of the border is as quiet as there's ever been. Like, definitely in the 7 years that I've lived here, but in talking with the Border Patrol agents, this is the quietest it's been in 10 years. It is, and some say ever, like, because of the minimal crossings. And it's almost it's almost too quiet, because they don't want to completely stop it, because then you don't need to pay these guys. They make some money, right? They make some significant salaries. So then you don't want to. Funding can get pulled away over the course of time. But right now, they're fully funded. But right now, I mean, if there's one thing I'll give Trump high marks for. It's not a lot, but I will give him high marks on shutting the border crossings and making an extreme difference in, like, literally overnight.
An extreme difference in our vegetable prices. Shit. You sound like a MAGA, bro. That shit is crazy.
Okay.
You really does. I mean, I'm not saying that you are. It's just that you talk more about the good things that you like about what Trump is doing instead of the bad things, like what he's doing to public education and taking away people's Medicare and SNAP benefits. It's like,
Kids learn how to read. Raise your hands. Yeah, nobody's hands up.
That's so crazy.
No, look.
I don't hear you. I don't hear you sympathizing for the people who are not just going to lose their livelihoods, but their lives. They're closing 3 rural hospitals close to me right now.
Well, you know my wife's in that. I knew when they cut Medicaid that obviously rural hospital for them closed. It's actually going to affect Republican states. What do you think? It's actually
I knew that was going to happen. Okay.
It's dumb as the fuck to close some of these rural hospitals. That's going to backfire.
We know that, and we empathize with those people, especially if they're farmers. Think about it. They're farmers, and they're 150, 200 miles away from the nearest hospital. If they get hurt in a farming accident, they're not going to take it.
Yeah, look, the biggest thing for me, and I was just actually talking to my grandmother's and grandfather's friend. She's in her 90s, a great lady named Lynn in Columbus, Ohio. We just talked, and what is starting to happen, even amongst his supporters, is these ICE raids on workers and just on workers, on regular people, landscapers, people working in restaurants, people working in hotels, people that some people know in particular, like you know. And now that they're seeing it themselves, and I knew that this would happen, when the video started getting shared of people getting put into cars and taken away in handcuffs, and these are mothers, these are people that you've known, the calculus is going to change. That's why I know it can't change, because the public perception of this is beginning to change. It wasn't that strong to begin with, and so I actually don't think that. I think some of it's terrible, and we needed to do amnesty before we did all this deportation. But I think it will actually backfire. The pendulum is going to swing, and we're going to end up because of this angst. We'll end up with the amnesty package finally.
Amnesty didn't work when Reagan had his situation, and I think personally, amnesty is what kind of set up what we have today, because there was a blanket amnesty, and it fueled more people to say, well, if they can do it, I can do it too. And it's just a slow trickle until it became overwhelming.
That's true. That's true.
Amnesty is not.
I don't disagree with you, but because you have so much of the business community, and that's the most powerful. When you have the agriculture, and when you have the travel and leisure hotels, and now the restaurant industry, all coming back and saying, we need to do something about this. This can't continue. We're losing profit. Whenever you start hitting people's pocketbooks, damn, shit changes. I promise you that.
should not even have to go that far, because if he was an intelligent person, he would have thought all this shit through in the first place. He doesn't think, he just does shit. And I mean, this shit is crazy.
Hold on. One thing I'll say. Look, before I get at it, look, this does, an extended amount of labor, a override of labor, does affect especially the working classes' labor costs. Wages are rising, and inflation is starting to rise because you got to pay people more, right? And when you allow this subset of labor to come in that's got to work under, that will work for less because they don't have the same rights, they can't organize, they can't unionize, it actually does affect working class labor more. So, and this is why, Bernie Sanders and Nancy Pelosi and so many Democrats have been against unfettered immigration, because it often hurt the working class wages. So it does cut both ways. And so while I disagree with the manner in which it's being done, we needed to stop the influx of unfettered immigration, because all it was doing was driving people, especially black folks, out of work. That's part of the reason why in a lot of our cities we have a higher unemployment rate. Places like New Orleans, it was affecting those folks' wages and their ability to work. Anyway, that's it. I'm gonna go drink. I'll see y'all later.
Yeah, please go out again. We got breaking news. What you got? Just came across my little Apple News thing that says DOJ moves to release grand jury testimony in Epstein case. Oh, what? I wonder what that means. You can see it. The reason why it didn't make sense to me, what Trent just said before he left, is if the cutting off the immigration was going to then make it better for Americans and they would have jobs, then it made no sense to have Elon and Doge do what they did. If it was going to work, the immigration part, there was no need to go and fire and take people's jobs. So, to me, his assessment didn't even line up. If that's what he thought was going to happen, and he believed that was what was going to happen, was it was going to then provide more jobs for people who didn't have them. Then why did they fire all those people? I agree, Deborah. And with them firing all the teachers, I was listening to Urban View yesterday, and the judge basically told them that, yeah, you can go ahead and fire all these people, but you're probably going to end up having to hire them back later, and then you're going to have to pay them back, paying all this other stuff. So this doesn't sound thought out. It's not a plan. He's just doing shit. Right, because they cut before they did an assessment of where they needed to cut. So, Trent's full of shit.
shit as always, and that's why he gets to say what he says and run. If he took the time he spent playing golf to look at the situation and analyze the situation, it would probably be better. But he doesn't think, and he doesn't listen to his advisors. That's another thing. If Biden was loony as a Pepsi bug, it wouldn't make no difference because he listened to his generals and his advisors. He didn't just make stupid ass decisions on his own. No, it's making me sleepy. It's Lane or you. It's boy. Got the nose off. I'm in bed. I'm in the bed too. I'm like, this bed is feeling good right now. I'm sitting in the car though, because it's raining so hard I can't even get out. But y'all just making it worse, Jesus. If y'all talk about something, let them run 20 topics and try to get y'all to elaborate on it, and y'all just won't go. Oh, God damn it, shit. Yeah, I was listening to Trent talking shit. I'm like, this motherfucker, he sound like a fucking nigga. He's annoying. He is annoying. I'm like, sir, my daughter was like, is he KKK? Is he part of the KKK? Damn. That's crazy. I'm like, I don't know, he's bugging. He is too much. The amount that young kids I be seeing with tattoos in their face, I just want to know. I hate when they do that. Like, what the fuck? Y'all gonna be tattoo artists? Because that's the only thing that makes sense. Like, seriously. Yeah, because it's not professional. Like, on your face, though. Like, I just see you to be tatted up from your neck to your toes with your face. Yep. Like, that is just ridiculous. I can't. I always see them. Girls, boys, all of them. I remember when they used to do the teardrop. Yeah. Yeah, I know they can't have the teardrop. They get full-fledged pictures on their face nowadays. Even Kushard, you look at that photo, like, why did you put that guy's face on your face? Jeez. Like, that nigga face on your face. Like, every time you look in the mirror, you gotta see that shit. Like, Alright. Yeah. Didn't Amber Rose have a Trump tattoo on her face? Or was it just temporary? That was probably temporary. She just has her son's names on her forehead. Yeah, she had a big stupid ass tattoo on her forehead. I don't know what the hell made her do that dumb shit. Yeah, it's all stupid. It don't even look right. Yeah, I don't know what was the purpose. You gotta wear makeup now. Why would you do that to yourself? Yeah, I don't know what was the purpose. Who lost a bet? That's what it looked like on Amber Rose. It looked like she lost a bet, but then I just want to go here and get my food. When we was in the pool, Cassie's like, that grandma got a tattoo. It's big. She had a tramp stamp. I was like, yeah, they were not. They just turned grandmas. They weren't grandmas forever. They were young before. Just like mommy. When I get old, I'm still gonna have my tattoos, and your kids are gonna look at me like, grandma got tattoos.
My aunt, she said, don't ever get a tattoo because your palm tree is going to turn into
the fuck?
Yeah.
He did not want me to get no tattoos. I remember being 14, being like that. I just want a tattoo. He was like, no, you're not gonna get no. Like, you be doing, I used to be like, my father used to be doing too much. Like, you just need to chill out. Because what the fuck wrong with you? I was so happy when I got to the age I could just talk to my parents like regular. Do y'all praise in front of your parents?
You got good parents. Some people can still not talk to their parents like they're, grown up.
No, it's like when we had 18, we was we grown. Like, that's how they did us. We was grown. Everything that we did in the dark, we brought to the light at 18. I know a lot of people that their parents so strict still. They grown as hell. They got kids of their own and they still can't do shit around their parents. So y'all just gonna be silent, huh? Okay. They don't want to come up. Nobody want to come up to talk to us. This is crazy. It's Friday. Well, I know Patty must be busy. Yeah. And Deborah and Lisa gotta be busy too, but normally she don't like any other goddamn time. Now she don't be on mute. She's doing she keep that in the middle of a conversation and we hear her giving fucking instructions to the people in her background. Any other time but today she wouldn't be on mute. You see what I'm saying?
People tired, I guess. It's been busy.
Yeah, I'm talking about you, Lisa grew up. She gonna jump up like, somebody tell me about me. Watch. What y'all raising the TV with? I need to be in a contentious argument real quick because I gotta wake up. I got shit to do and I'm just sleepy as shit. I need somebody to ruffle my feathers. Let me find somebody to piss me off.
Obama, you asked something.
Oh, shit. Here you go.
Well, you asked, so shall we
say? Yeah, go ahead and ruffle my feathers. Go ahead.
High blood pressure argument.
Let's hear. Where is the article?
I'm gonna fight you if you talk about Obama. We gonna fight. I'm not subscribe.
Where's
Brooklyn? I told you I'm doing butt implants. Be quiet. Yeah. Yo, Brooklyn, somebody's doing butt implants. They crazy, bro. That shit's gonna flip. That shit's gonna be flipping. You're a cosmetic surgeon nurse, huh? Well, listen, you send me to somebody that's good, because I need some stuff. You get off of work, we gotta talk, Lisa, because
nobody needs that shit.
I need some stuff done, and I need your discount. I'm not gonna lie. I need the discount. Because Lisa, my cousin, she said I get 30% off. That's gonna be
Man, y'all need Pokemon cards and something. You bored with your body.
What?
My legs hurt. You need a hobby. You collect
So my sister's about to go back under the knife.
What is she about to get that shit? She already got a baby out, right?
Yeah, she's doing more lipo. She's doing more lipo on her arms, and she wants some scar she got under her breast when she got her breast done. She doesn't like the scarring. So she's gonna do like a laser or something. I don't know. These people be good. Yo, surgery and tattoos, they're addicting. That's why you keep going back to that shit.
They are addicting.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know about the surgery, because all my friends that got surgery, they like, oh, I'm not doing it. Like, whatever they do the first time, they ain't doing it again.
I'm surprised she's going back too. She got surgery 7 years ago. And I'm like, you going to get surgery again? Oh my gosh. She's like, yeah, my man's gonna pay for it. I was like, okay. She crazy.
The cyber or the implant?
Huh?
Okay. So it's the Pfizer 422?
Oh, let me keep doing some implant stuff too. She'll be on that table for like 10 hours.
Yeah. Hey, when that's late, they get surgery this late in the afternoon.
Yeah, they probably
surgery in the morning.
Nah, they probably had somebody before her. That's probably what happened. Yeah. Exactly.
I should work out late today, don't think so. I ain't talking about, because I'm like, listen, do what you need to do to be the best you that you need to be.
Yeah.
Okay. Like, I'm surprised you ain't never holding them in place. So the muscle hold it right there. Okay. But it looked like it might want to slide to the left after a little while. It's going to slide after a while. It's going to the implants ain't. The things ain't.
Those things ain't thinking?
You should have told them folks to eat some more or something. They need to gain some weight.
Oh my god.
I don't like how implanted butts look. That shit look real stink.
I don't like that shit either. That's why I was like, ugh.
Like, at least with the fat transplant, if they don't OD, it could look nice. But the implants always.
At least I want to say that the girl was crying because she was like, I don't know if I should do it. All of this surgery. What the fuck?
They probably spending $1 million getting that shit done.
Yeah, I'm like, yo, that's one thing. Surgery does not keep no man. So if you're doing surgery for a man, that's the wrong shit to do.
But that's what I would. If I was doing it, I would be doing it for me.
That's what I'm saying. But there's some girls that do it for a man because Lisa said that the girl said that her man didn't like something. So that's why she back there.
Then he gonna be mad when she looking good. All other men gonna be looking anything.
Shit, if I would do surgery, I would have my husband come into the back of the room and yo, okay, how do you like it? Okay, you need a little bit more on your titties? Okay, yeah, she did a little bit more here. No, I see doctors that do that. That they bring the person to the back, like their spouse to the back, so that they can look at them. Yeah, I've seen that. What's up, CEO?
Yeah, it's like a menu. You get to do it like that.
I've seen surgeons do that.
Wow.
Like when it has to do with like the titty or the butt, they'll have their spouse come in to look at it. Shit, I trust my spouse. He ain't gonna make me look crazy, right? Oh man.
If you married to Trent, I don't know.
He said his wife had surgery.
Taking shots.
Deborah, he said his wife had surgery. I know she had surgery. You could tell. But yeah, she said she had surgery. Yeah. Mm-hmm. She probably went to Mexico. She went right next to her.
What's the word, man?
The word for what? What was that?
This is why I'm rejecting your black card right now. But you don't know what somebody said. I
what it talks about.
That's why I'm asking you. She don't want to. She wants you to tell her something. She don't want to be quiet in the room. I wish we would have been back to 90s CEO. CEO for we need to go back to the 90s, buddy, because you just got old and just out of touch. You old and out of touch CEO now. Yeah, you got kids.
Yes, I got a 12-year-old.
They gonna be mad at you when they get to about 15, because you ain't gonna know nothing. You ain't gonna know nothing. You ain't gonna be able to tell them nothing. They ain't gonna be like, my dad is so I'm surprised you only got one kid.
Why are you surprised about that? It's much easier to manage.
Oh yeah, of course. I know that, but I'm just saying.
Yeah, that's all he knows about that.
Say your phone with your baby mother.
What
That is really fun. Isn't that his wife?
Yeah, you want you
married? It's not his picking long. I didn't know he was married. You married for baby?
No, I'm married for fake.
I ain't know. I bet you was he's married even on stage. I thought you was out here dropping, you know what I'm saying? Dropping loads and Shrek married, CEO married, Roy you married, Matt is married. Who else? Dan is married. Aleph, I don't know. Sometimes he be sounding married, sometimes he sounds single. I'm a little confused about Aleph. And he don't never talk about his wife though. Why you don't never talk about your wife? That's why I'm married. Romac is married to the game.
My wife has her own clubhouse life.
Oh, okay. What time do you want? 15 round? He said his wife got her own clubhouse life. Why now? Why you don't talk about your wife, CEO? Because you don't never say that.
I said she got her own clubhouse life. So.
Oh, she do. Oh, she on here.
Yes, she is.
Right. So she might be in a
No, she doesn't come in this room. She got a totally different life. She does like Marvel, Star Wars, all that stuff.
Oh, okay. Is she black?
Oh, he hesitated.
My wife is a member of Alpha Kappa Alpha sorority and HBC and went to an HBCU.
Okay.
Yeah, I said yes.
But you haven't answered the question. A lot of non-black
Who said that, Sandra? Good job.
No, that was Deborah.
Good job, Deborah. That's a good one. Good job.
So what was the answer? I didn't get the answer.
As Ron Burgundy would say, she's African and American.
Oh, she's African.
No, she's African American. I was just being like, you haven't watched it.
I thought you was gonna say she was
She's black. She's black. She's a black.
I thought you were gonna say she Caribbean American. She's not Caribbean. Trent looks like he Caribbean. Like he could be like Trinidadian or something. I mean, that's Trent's CEO. Did y'all see Trent's wig?
He was not taking your women, Matt. Is that why you wanted to know?
When I lived in Hawaii, I took his woman. That was my early 20s.
Oh no.
In fairness, there was no black woman in Hawaii, though. So.
There's no respect. It's black women in Hawaii. It's like black women in Hawaii.
Literally, there wasn't. Like when I was there, there was. Okay, I'll tell you like this. Do you know
That's
what
Puerto Rican Hawaii.
do you know what Black Planet is? Brooklyn, did you know what that is? Okay, so on Black Planet in Hawaii, it was all Asian and white chicks.
Oh, okay. Because they were looking for a black man. Yeah, black women don't be outside trying to date y'all. That's why.
No. Everywhere else in the country, it was mostly black women on Black Planet, except for Hawaii.
I have like 3 cousins that live in Hawaii, and they black women.
In Honolulu.
I don't
And
know.
maybe now, but this was 2004, so this was 20 years ago.
Well, I got a newfound respect for you since you married to a black woman. I don't got as much beef with you as I used to.
You do just have, you've always had a natural level of hate.
Yeah, I can see.
And then you was ridiculous with Finley. Like, Finley and I literally had the same political reviews, and he was just like sucking up to him.
Like, this is what I say. It's not.
You do be playing favorites sometimes, be care.
I met Finley that day. What the hell y'all talking about? Like, I be trying to be nice.
It seems like he was your best friend.
I be trying to be nice to reel him in, and then I crush him. That's funny, Brooklyn.
Yeah, Brooklyn. If you look at my PTR as a picture of my wife, I just updated it. I'm taking it down in like 90 seconds.
Oh, y'all don't see real black. Bro, that's what my daughter just said. That's beautiful. She's a black woman.
She's dark skinned. And so, not for nothing, this is nothing against you, but just something I have learned about black men when they say, oh, yeah, my wife is black. She's like the very ambiguous black as possible. So for you to PTR the total opposite is refreshing.
What is California?
Water said that's a photo that came with the frame.
The paper you have to take out before you put your
That's good. I like that.
That's crazy. I get you too. Y'all bring somebody in.
Did you know the photographer though, CEO, or was it just some?
That was on the cruise, so we did a cruise wedding. So it was just a photographer on the cruise. Yeah.
Wow.
That was nice. Look at you. Was it a bunch of y'all there? Like your whole family came?
So we I was purposely very strategic about this. So we did a cruise wedding because the people who was willing to invest to be on the cruise would be, so the wedding was very affordable.
Pretty genius.
That makes sense.
Yeah, might as well get the ceremony done there. Have a reception on shore if you want another reception. Did you have the reception right there on the ship?
Yeah, right there on the ship.
Right.
Yeah.
That's fucking cool, actually. What was the cruise line?
That was it. I can't remember. Carnival, probably. And we went to Jamaica, Grand Cayman, and one other place.
Yeah, that was Carnival.
Oh, wow.
That sounds real nice.
Royal Caribbean wanted to hire me during the pandemic. Well, right before the pandemic hit, actually. I'll never forget. The day I had my second interview with my recruiter, I was in my home office watching the news, and they were talking about the carnival ship being in quarantine. The company with the English of the same. And this was March. This is like late February, early March of 2020. And so he was just like, oh, well, we've pretty much taken quarantine measures. And he was telling me how no one is able to get off or get on the ship. So yeah, long story short, I did not take the contract. And my granddad actually told my mom, she was like, yeah, tell Oasis she can find another tour somewhere on the land. We don't know what this thing is, so she does not need to be on that ship with the people. it was funny. And like my recruiter took it even a step further and was like, "Oh my God, so we have this ship called the Oasis, and all the whole team was saying how you would be a good fit for it." And I was like, "Really? No, thank you. I'll decline." And then they tried to circle back, like later on down the line when we thought like the U.S. was going to open up for a little bit with all the governors. Just like, actually, no, thank you. So yeah, no, that the cruise ship life has always been very intriguing to me.
Whether you're one of them dickheads that can't believe in coronavirus, did you give me that?
What the hell?
You were saying.
I was the first to start looking at, what the hell is this? How do I combat it? So I was one of the first to figure out what the hell to do with a natural huge upgrade in the system, in our healthcare system, in the airplane system. A lot of planes all have UV lights, which kills it on contact. It was cleared by the FDA to use in hospitals too. So I bought my aunt who has breathing problems on oxygen, one of those UV light air filters. So I was ready for that shit. But I never felt for the vaccine though. I don't believe in that shit. Yeah.
You don't believe in the vaccines?
Yeah, you can still detox it, but yeah, just don't.
Oh, that's horrible.
So you was against the vaccine, but you believe that, at least you believe that coronavirus was a real thing.
Yeah, I wasn't a dummy dickhead like you said. You're right.
Listen, the dummy dickhead that pissed me off the whole time. When did you get vaccinated?
Yeah, no, I didn't get vaccinated either. However, I never downplayed the vaccine.
Me neither.
My mom works in healthcare, and so, and I trust her more than anybody else. And so, with that being said, she told me firsthand, just like with her being on the front lines of the situation when it unfolded, that people who did not take that vaccine, you were already immune compromised if you were not helping yourself. And as far as like people
in the Matrix. I thought it was me that was in the Matrix. Nobody takes the vaccine. Maybe less people are going to take care of.
What a wonderful care representative we have.
So you being mean.
Tell us how you really feel, Lisa.
No, what happened with me was like January when that shit hit real bad. I was like, go and get a flu vaccine. And it took me like a week or so to actually go and do it. But I went and got a flu vaccine. When I tell you I didn't get sick not one time, like normally I get like sinus infections and all of that shit. I get the flu. For the whole 2 years, man, we was in the house. Like I was in the house because I wasn't even in the house. I was breaking all the rules. Didn't get sick. I didn't know what the fuck was wrong with me. I was like, why I get sick? Me or my ex, like we had neither one of us got sick, so we just didn't get the vaccine.
No, the same. Likewise, Brooklyn. So my sister was living in my downstairs bedroom, and I waited on her hand and foot. She caught COVID at the very beginning of it, and I never got it. I ended up catching COVID 2022 when I flew out to South Carolina to prep for a tour. I was getting ready to get on, but the whole from 2020 up until that point, I had never had COVID. But the moment I decided to fly somewhere, I got this shit.
I mean, that was a whole roof breaker. I didn't have no fucking legs. Snoop Dogg posted it.
Oh, no. I gotta see.
No, posted that.
No.
Snoop Dogg.
Have you seen that video of that little girl on Instagram? Like every time her parents turn on Snoop Dogg, how she like gets riled up. It was so adorable.
Yo, they look like stick figures.
Milk Snoop performance at Trump, y'all. Y'all don't even know how that hurt my heart. Yeah. I'm still not over it because Snoop Dogg was like my grandmother and her sister's favorite person. Like they loved him to death because they said that he reminded them of their daddy. So I don't know what thinking is Snoop is the reminder of my grandma.
I can't hold it against him because I'm in the industry as well. Like I was Ted Nugent's lighting designer a couple of years ago. Did I want to be that man's lighting designer? Absolutely not. Was that check fat enough for me to look the other way? Absolutely. And so the same thing happened. with him. So I'm all for because entertainment is very convoluted when it comes down to that. If you don't know how to appease both sides without like selling a gimmick. However, I don't hold it against him negatively because I can understand like not only that but the good he has done. It's how like the scales.
And there's a big difference between doing the campaign versus doing the inauguration. At that point, that is the President of the United States. So that is the office. It's not the candidate.
I guess.
Oh, but the way
nobody cared when he decided to be a pimp.
Okay, people.
So, what difference does it make?
Where did that come from now?
It's not where it comes from. I was trying to figure out the correlation.
I'm just saying he asked his wife permission because he wanted to try his hand at it. He wanted to deeply investigate it. She allowed him to do it, and he enjoyed it very much to the point where he didn't stop for like a whole year.
Who wants to kiss him?
She's talking about when Snoop that era when Snoop was with Don Juan and all of that was around the Bones era and like a little bit before that. That was like pre-2000s era.
Y'all say you're human trafficking or he wasn't really pimping. He wasn't pimping. He was just wearing the outfit. He was just wearing the outfit. He was a cosplaying pimp. It wasn't
cosplaying pimp.
Yeah, it's like Halloween fan nigga.
That's exactly what it was.
Patty, you finished with your stuff today?
No, he was really pimping Brooklyn. Thank you. He was a real pimp for 2 years.
And now I'm selling no women now.
Listen, having a 2-year contract on pimping is crazy. He didn't want to extend. He didn't have like an extension clause or anything. He just,
Can you do like pimp internships now too?
I guess. Okay, very fast.
I don't think he was real truly pimping. And I'm with Brooklyn. That nigga was playing Halloween for a couple of years.
Like Peter Nygaard was really pimping. Okay.
You know that's the girl I hate that used to fuck with Peter Nygaard?
Yes, I do. I've talked to her. Yes, I do.
Yeah.
Yes, it's crazy. It's insane.
Yeah. You know an old white man?
Yes.
Like the greedy looking old white man?
Yeah,
she is looking
y'all know that was one of her tricks. Yeah, that was one of her tricks. So y'all know that his like genitals were like back and forth because he had an STD that he did not get checked, and so like his genitals do not look
in pain and he just let her hurt.
Yes, basically.
Please.
All that money, and you walk around here. I mean, if I'm not mistaken, they kind of it became inverted.
That was a thing
Tom Thumb, my mom's neighborhood is going out of business, y'all. Like literally everything in here is like 25, 50. The Tom Thumb, the grocery store. It's a grocery store. It's a grocery store chain owned by Kroger, if I'm not mistaken.
Where y'all from
In Texas? I'm in Texas. Yeah, I'm in Dallas.
We don't have one of those. Yeah, I know Tom Thumb is going out of business.
And yeah, Miss Deborah, the one in Plano.
Yeah, Miss Deborah, you better go get you some groceries. It's a
all the groceries 25% off.
It's a Kroger that's going out of business on Morgan, and you have to sell every day. And I said I'm gonna go because I need some stuff. What Kroger? Where? Morgan? Also Morgan, yeah.
Brooklyn, you in Atlanta?
Yeah, I'm in Atlanta.
I don't know why I thought you were in Houston for some reason. That's Alpha Glam message. I get you and Alpha Glam confused. I think Alpha Glam is in Brooklyn. Houston.
Alpha was in Atlanta too.
Oh shit. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, she's in Atlanta.
Okay. I just assumed one of them. I don't know why I wanted one of the people in Houston.
Texas is too hot. I'm not gonna lie to you. I just can't do it. It's like Atlanta is hot, but I think I'm going to get in. Yeah, like I had this one of my professors, Professor Fung. She was from Houston, and she used to tell me all the time, like I cannot live there anymore. I lived there till I was like 22 in my life. I couldn't stay there no more. It was too hot. And she was like, it would be like 110 degrees in the summertime, like just a regular day. I said, no, hell no, I can't live like that.
Yeah, well, that's so the difference is the humidity levels. The humidity levels will definitely make a difference to how that heat is felt. So like in Arizona, that 110 is dire because they have a bunch of dry heat. Out here, you got a little more moisture there, so it's not as bad.
To me, the moisture is what sucks the life out of you. I just choose to dry it.
That's crazy. That is.
I don't think it be hot, but it be dry. So right, I could survive it. That goddamn heat is a whole other monster. You gotta change your shirt.
I guess I'm used to it. So like the heat, I like the most is when I lived in Orlando. Like I had to keep a stick of deodorant and napkins in my cell console just to like dab myself. By the time I get in the car, my deodorant is sweating out. I'm like, I just went to the car, and it's just.
What do y'all do? Y'all stand out in it all day? I mean, y'all be in it all day?
Listen, okay, Miss Deborah, tell them because we do fine here in Texas.
I mean, once you do, I'm just asking if you. I think it's tacky that y'all doing Texas. People put tent on the window.
What? You think tent is tacky?
Yeah, I think that's real tacky.
Oh wow, you'll never see me. Oh yeah, 5%. 5%. Yes, ma'am.
I thought it was illegal to go to a doctor.
How many police is running around with that ticket?
Most vehicles are made with some tint already.
Yes, ma'am.
It's kind of the when you
standard on certain luxury cars.
Yeah. It's not dark. It's not dark. She not talking about the car. She talking about the house.
Oh, the house. Oh, wait. Oh no, I've never saw. Oh no. Oh, are you talking about the tent or the blackout curtains?
No, maybe I'm in tent. I've seen that. I've never seen that.
I mean, it was dead. I'm like, wait.
And you said some people have tents on their houses. Like, even look up the real estate. You'll see some of their houses have tents on it.
I'm intrigued now. I'm gonna go look it up.
I haven't seen. I'm literally in real estate. I haven't toured. Even in Austin, like I have a house in Round. Some people put tents on their windows. I feel like you're fucking up the neighborhood.
Oh, Round is beautiful.
I thought you were talking about cars. So.
Me too.
Maybe it's
Right.
I'm not always saying she can get you some blind. I mean, you can get some dark out curtains. Black out
When
curtains.
houses are built now, it's the energy rating is good. So like, if you worry about the sun, then get some kind of
Come on now, Patty. You have to be careful with this energy thing. You know who our governor is.
Oh, girl, listen, okay? Man.
They're not paying attention to the people. I mean, making sure the people got what they need. The regular janglers.
Oh, you know, Dan Patrick was mighty upset that he vetoed, what was it, SB? I forget the number of the House bill, but the measure, what'd you say, Brooklyn?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Oh, no, go ahead.
I bet y'all can hear me. So it's saying, can y'all hear me now? Yeah, we can hear you back.
Yeah.
Okay. So it's asking, do they do like hefty discounts on solar panels? Because my coworker that lives in Florida, she said she don't pay nothing for electricity. Yeah, but she still has to pay her loan against it. So like, if you get like 40 panels, it's like 30,000, and you need like, depending on your use of electricity, each panel is like $10 towards your electricity bill. But it's cheaper. So like in Atlanta, I pay $200 and some odd dollars a month, right, for my panels. But the people that previously had my home were paying $400 a month for electricity. So I was like, you know what? Let me just get some fucking panels. Can you just outright buy it though? Do you have to do like financing? Yeah, you can outright buy it.
Yeah, we can afford it.
But like, if you're putting a down payment on your home and you're putting your down payment, so like, if you're putting a down payment on your home, let's say your home is like $500, you're gonna have to come up with at least, you know, depending on what you, how you finance. Like if you're doing FHA, maybe is FHA like 2 to 3% or something? I don't know. Which is not much, but if you're doing like a regular loan, it's a 10%. So you're gonna have the 50,000. Then you're gonna have to have the 30-something thousand, depending on what you get. That's just the panel. The batteries cost money too. And some people get one battery, you need 2 batteries. One battery is not gonna last through a day. A minimum of 2 batteries. So when you purchased your home, you purchased it with the satellite, with the solar panels. So if you purchase it with the solar panels, that brings up the best purchase it with. That's cool. Or you can leave people leave
Well, you have to be careful if you buy a house that already has them. You have to check and make sure the panels are paid for.
Yeah, but they can add it. They can add it to the price of the home. So like, one of my girlfriends just sold her townhouse, right? She had put panels on it, and or her brownstone. When she sold it with the panels, with the balance. So like,
you can do that if you can afford that. If you can't afford it, you can't.
Yeah, I guess, but.
So what I found, not always, but often, a person who is looking to buy a home that already has the panels on it, barely are affording their loan. Right? So then when you're adding in that additional, they just make it over they get approved for a certain amount, right? And then you have to factor in the cost of those panels, which has to be the additional amount that you have to afford, because that has to be paid for.
It doesn't bring up the value of your home, because I know like when they did my when they did my property valuation, it brought up the value of my home.
going to finance it if it doesn't appraise.
Right, but that's what I'm saying. It brings their appraisal rating, it brings your appraisal up. So it's already factored in. Like, say, for example, you take 5, 10, and you do certain upgrades to your house, like your kitchen may add an additional 15,000, your freaking panels may add an additional 20, 30,000. Like, you're already, like, when they add those additionals with what you've already upgraded your home, with your upgrades of your home, you're not factoring all that in. You're just looking at what your house should be appraising for. Like, for me, I'll look on Zillow and see what they say, what the average is based off of the home sold. But then when you add the extra stuff to it, then you understand what I'm trying to say? Like, I looked on Zillow. I'll give you an example. When I looked on Zillow during the pandemic, when people were bidding on homes, at one time, when I was trying to purchase another home because of the 2% interest rates, I was going to use the house that I had in Hawaii. I was like, you know what, I'm going to use this house and purchase a second house. So it was pending the sale of that house. Because I was going to, okay, let me tell y'all, I bought that house in Hawaii for $800,000. During the pandemic, that house was worth 1.5. In Hawaii, if you have a house over 3,000 square feet, you can sell that shit for 1.5 at a minimum. So at that time, I was like, no, I'm gonna cash out, take that money, and just save it, right? But then with the upgrades, they gave me extra. So I looked on Zillow. Zillow was saying the houses in your neighborhood are selling for 1.5 or 1.4 to 1.7 million. With the additional upgrades, they gave me a different price or a different appraisal on what I could sell my home for. And it was more than what Zillow predicted based off of the home sales in that area. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, the prices of the home skyrocketed during the pandemic. Like,
no, but Hawaii is totally different, right? So what happens in Hawaii, if you buy a house in Hawaii, I tell anybody to do it. If you can afford to buy a house in Hawaii, buy a house in Hawaii and sell that shit. Every person that I know, my soldiers, when I get soldiers, they can be private, they can be E4s. I tell them, give your fucking VA loan to buy a home. If you get VA, because if you buy a home in Hawaii, by the time you leave in 2 years, it doesn't matter if it's a pandemic, it's regular, whatever. Them fucking Asians, the Australians, and the Californians are always buying those homes. They're waiting for someone to get out of that house. And everybody I know, I think those who come out, but I know anyone who came out of Hawaii, especially in them 2 years, they made a cool money.
This is
Like, I know people that make $200,000. Look down Zillow and look at those houses, right? And then look, Zillow tells you what the house is sold for in Hawaii. Like, say you bought a house in 2017. If you bought it in Ocean Point, you might have bought it for anywhere from $800,000 to $600,000 to $800,000. 2017, look at the houses that sold in 2019. Those houses were sold for almost $1 million. Like, the housing market in Hawaii is crazy. It's so fucked up that it's pushing them fucking Hawaiians out. Because people want to buy those homes. Like, I get phone calls. I had a message from a realtor, and I get them every fucking week. Like, they be like, hey, we want to buy your home. Can we buy your home? No. Like, I'm gonna bet, I don't give a fuck. When I retire and I'm fucking 60 years old, if I want to fucking pay for some strippers and just sit there with my fucking dentures, that's what I'm gonna fucking do. I am going to make. I struggled too long at the beginning of my career.
That's a fact. I love that. I'm not there yet, but give me another 5 years or so.
Yeah, let me tell you something.
But one thing I could probably, now that I think about it, just because I have since inherited my father's home and my grandmother's home. Both of them have been fully paid off.
Girls, if you're in that town, pay somebody to
get it sprayed, get it painted every so many years, take care of their homes. Because one thing, let me tell you something, I was so poor when I joined the Army. As mom, I have a kid, and me and that little girl was fucking struggling. Like, there was times I would buy like Chinese food and fucking like share it with my fucking 2-year-old. 2-year-olds shouldn't be eating goddamn Chinese food. It's like I was poor, y'all. I was poor. So someone told me, go buy a house, get a duplex, see if you can get approved. I didn't have no bad credit that I knew of. I knew I paid my bills on time. I went and got approved and then did my VA certificate. I didn't have no money in the bank to fucking put a down payment. So it's like the little money I had in my bank, I promise y'all, I probably have like $200 in my account. Like that's how poor I was. Like it was really bad. So it's like I bought that duplex, and my first thought at the time was like rent out the other side, get a duplex. I was like, oh, really? Get a duplex? I want to get a little house or a house. It's like get a duplex. It's a starter home. You're not rich. You don't have money yet. You're always complaining about your broke. On top of that, I was delivering pizzas. Let me tell you something. My daughter should have been taken away from me. I was so fucking poor because I had to pay for daycare that I was fucking delivering pizzas to pay for her fucking daycare. I would go to work. My daughter would fucking sit in the car. I would have snacks. I would be like, I'll deliver the pizza. Like, that's how desperate I was.
Is that before you went to the Army? I mean, to the military?
No, this is when I started off as a lieutenant. So when you start off as a lieutenant, at the time, I think I was making like $3,000 a month.
My Lord.
Right.
Isn't Patty's story like so good? Like it's like you see her on a stump speech running for Congress with that. It's really it's amazing.
That is yes.
Well, you gotta remember during this time, this is right before they got all these major pay raises. They were like, you have people going to Congress saying like, hey, the Army is suffering, these people aren't making money. And for me, it was like, okay, I can stay on post for free. Or, I mean, it was like really bad for me. So,
Patty, may I ask whose administration did you come under? Who was in the office when you started your career?
It was the end of George Bush going straight into Obama.
Okay, all right. So that puts some perspective.
So when I first came in, they were saying we're gonna get our first raise in July. That was Bush. Then Obama came. When Obama came, we had all these additional raises. I promise you though, that first year, like daycare for me was like $100. I think it was like $150 a week. It was $150 a week. I was making $3,000 a month. I didn't have a car note. My dad, because I was living off post, I should have stayed on post, but I lived off post. And living off post, let's say my rent at the time was like $1,000. That's already $3,000 minus $1,000. Then you got groceries. I don't qualify for food stamps. I had to pay for like kitty food. It was just bad. Like, girl, I would be getting paid. And I'd be like, shit, payday need to come. And instead of like eating the food that's in my refrigerator, it's like I'm gonna save that food just in case, and I'll buy Chinese food because I know I don't like rice gets me full, and I can eat the rice for 2 days. And let me tell you how bad it was with rice. And you know I'm a real Asian. Like even if rice gets a little hard, I'd add a little water to it and put it in the microwave.
Yeah, we did the same thing.
Yeah, I still do the same. Listen, to this day, I made salmon and rice, and I put it in the refrigerator for not eat. I woke up the next day, put a little water on it. Listen, we know how to survive. That's all it is. Survival skills matter.
But it was really sad. And then like that little bit, and then when we got our raises And then he told me every time you PCS, just buy a house, rent it out. That's what me and my wife do. And I was like, okay. So when I was getting ready to go to my next duty station, he wasn't the first sergeant no more, but he was still working on staff. So he helped me look for homes where I was PCSing to. He told me what would be the best criteria for me based off of, because I didn't know like how property taxes would change going somewhere else. And he's like, no, property taxes are too high there. So this is what you're gonna need to do. Factor this in. Let's call and find out what insurance looks like. So he did all that for me, and I was like, when I got to my next duty station, I was still in line with being okay. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, and he taught me how to buy a home and how to look forward and keeping the home. Like, I started to realize, like, I think by the fourth time I PCS, I had 4 homes. I was like getting my, I would like file my tax.
Motherfucking mortgage fraud, bitch.
Some kinds of safety net, and I believe we should all have that, something. And then to the other point, like Ash said, is, driving up the cost of the hospital. And that would further affect me because insurance is going to get even tighter. And, it's all around just like, for me, it just feels like all around just a bad thing. I guess that's all I'm going to speak on.
Thank you. Well, hang out for a while. So, Steve, I got you. Give me a second. Let me just say this, and I'm definitely being sincere. Been on set 5 years. I know it's trying to make oh my God, I haven't logged in. She come up, she'll say hello. So like the jet who flies little thing I can never see this information from, and I love it. So I'm gonna stand down and I'm gonna let Ash do what she's doing. I'm like amazed right now. I don't even know who this woman is. Before I get to see the Kool-Aid, I want to say hello to you. You're a piece, man. I love you. I gotta tell you, you're a real one.
You my bro, man.
Yeah, I love your piece. Your piece is good. Yo, she's a good girl now, 100%. I love this woman.
100. She's solid for real. She's
100% your piece. Did you want to jump in now?
I just want to chime in on something that Ash was speaking, and that's true. I've seen Ash in a few places, and this first time I've seen her actually probably speaking out like she has been. I've only been here a little while, but girl, you keep going. Use your voice.
Thank you.
But the thing about it is that when it comes to the establishments, I'm kind of torn. All these things that are changing. It's not that they're cutting the programs off. They're making a lot of the restrictions a little harder. Parents are going to the work requirements. Like it used to be until your kid is 2 or 3 years old, you can take your ass to work, honey. I know it's hard. But at the end of the day, on the other side, where the rubber meets the road is, I think a lot of times people think, well, on the other side of that, people are rich. No, there are middle-class families that are living check to check, busting their ass, and they don't qualify for that. Like myself, going to the store, spending cash for groceries is just what I gotta do. If I gotta get out there sometime and get a part-time job, I got a daughter in college, I will do it. I'm divorced now, but it's just disheartening when it's like people can just ride, and I get it. And I hate some people try to break it down. White, black, it doesn't matter. Whoever it is, sometimes people do take advantage of this stuff. But I'm busting my ass, getting up, going to work every day, getting a part-time job, neglecting being at home with my kids, neglecting my family work balance. And you're sitting at home smoking. I'm not saying everybody. This could go for black or white or any ethnicity or race. You're sitting at home making more babies, smoking weed, just fucking chilling. And that kind of pisses me off sometimes. So I don't think that they should end these social programs. No. Because there are people that have to utilize them as stepping stones. I have. But are there people that's abusing and being wasteful? Yes. forget about that. I'm done.
Thank you. Peace. Hold on, Steve. Steve, before I go to you, I'm gonna go to Pool C because he's been here forever and he won't shut up. Then I'll come to you, I promise. Pool C, you got 30 seconds to ask your question to Miss Ash, and then I'm throwing you out if you get out.
My question to Miss Ash was basically, I know the program she's talking about, and I understand that. Now, New York was famous for this when they gave the legal immigrants the $10,000 for food. What about that actually going to American citizens? That program that they did, or those used, and the Medicaid they got, that could have been used for your students, for your things. And that's what I was getting at. And like the $80 billion in California, why can't they take care of the forest or have their own forest fire, fight their own forest fires better? Or the bridge, the train line they were supposed to build above the sky or wherever it was, that $190 billion, where did that money go? The misuse of foreigners who come here illegally.
Great
and that
question.
money could be used for the students and could be feeding the students instead of $6 a day, they could get 12.
Oh my gosh, I love that question. Before we were giving immigrants $10,000 or Medicaid, which I don't think they were getting Medicaid, they just get emergency care, and then again, the hospital has to cover it because they can't receive Medicare. But before we were giving that, let's say it is $10,000, why aren't we giving that to the students beforehand? Why are we freezing money for the breakfast program right now? And why are we worried about California's forests when most of the red states in this country can't foot the bill so the blue state of California is paying? And how do you know they're not doing what they need to do to take care of it? Are you a citizen there? Are you on the board there? Do you have the documentation to go ahead and show me? Because I worked during Hurricane Sandy, and I will tell you, nearly 8 years later, we still weren't completely rebuilt. So Rome wasn't built in a day, and I'll tell you that the state of New Jersey is a hell of a lot smaller than that area. And what was hit by Hurricane Sandy was a hell of a lot smaller. And let me tell you why. Why weren't we there 8 years later? Because FEMA is so underfunded. And what did we just do? We gave it a $0 budget. So if our government programs, again, if we're so worried about that 10 grand going, let's say it is 10 grand. I don't know what it is, so I can't speak to that. In New York, going to immigrant, why are we worried about the fact that no money was given to FEMA before we gave them 10 grand? And why are we questioning why it took 8 years? Still, it's still being rebuilt, actually, in a state that does have property taxes, that is footing the bill for that. That in fact, I had no trouble getting funding from the state, but had issue dealing with FEMA during that time. So my question to you is, why are we only worried about the kids when it comes to books? Right? Like bad books. Why are we only worried about the kids when it comes to other people getting money other than the kids, but then we still don't give the kids money, right? Like why is that when we worry? Why is it when these kids are sitting in school now because that $8 billion or whatever it is frozen, the kids in my state don't have their breakfast program at their school? Why are we worried about that?
I agree. I live in Pennsylvania, right next door to you if you're in New Jersey. I understand some of the things. There are still kids are on SNAP or food stamps, at least in Pennsylvania. Some of them still qualify for the free breakfast depending on the district.
But what about the middle class families?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Some of those still qualify.
Like some of those parents might not have bacon and eggs and biscuits in the morning. It's like, are you getting cereal or an apple? And we all know that those kids are still going to be hungry. But then when they get there, and my daughter's even telling me this, she's eating off the plate. They're eating off each other's plate in the morning time in the cafeteria breakfast because they've already started cracking down. Oh, you don't qualify, you can't get breakfast. All those kids should be able to get a hot free breakfast, not just an apple out the door.
I agree, but that's why some of this was moved back to the state itself. If like California has that $80 billion budget, why aren't they feeding their own kids?
But how do you know they're not?
I'm not saying they're not. I'm just saying if these states that are having these surpluses of budgets, like marijuana in Pennsylvania right now, they're trying to legalize marijuana to help use that tax money for schools, for other things the government in Pennsylvania might be able to use it and utilize it for. So right now,
California Department of Education's website and see if they offer free breakfast and lunch to any kid of any income. Just do a quick search of that. I'm sure that you'll find many of the blue states do. And in fact, a lot of counties, even in a state like North Carolina that's pretty mixed, I even believe that they just started it. The only reason I know that is because my brother likes to call school districts and pay off lunch outstanding bills for families who can't afford to, and that's his contribution because he does not have children in the area.
Do you know
So that's where my brother.
if your kid, not to cut, if your kid has a bill with the cafeteria, they won't even mail their report card. That's correct. You got a bill.
That's crazy.
That's not
Can I get in here real quick? Steve, I'm about to come to you, bro.
Yeah, Steve, just hang tight 1 second. Let JB finish. Just don't want to.
No, well, the thing is, Steve is like set up a friend. He's also a politician, and I'm not doxing in one of the poorest states in America. So his perspective is going to be different, I think, than some other people. Okay, Steve.
Go ahead.
Yeah, before what I had to say initially got twisted into something I wasn't trying to say. I wasn't trying to expound on the virtues of the military. And this is for someone and people that's never had to sit in a budget meeting where you got to take numbers and you got to make hard choices. People can get on an app like this, say, well, we're going to do this, we're going to do that. I've had people come up to me all the time as the city councilman tell me what I can and can't do. And I have no idea about what kind of money there is to do it. My point initially, and I'll stand on this point, it wasn't about whether we had the best military. My point was this: if you're going to make decisions, there's going to be X number of dollars. Anyone that's ever had to sit in on a budget meeting knows this. You got X number of dollars you can do A, B, and C with. You got to make hard choices. And before you make hard choices, you got to get a consensus as a country what we're going to do. I'm not advocating cutting people off of Medicare. That's not the issue. What I'm trying to point out to you is this, and this is lost in the conversation all the time because people don't have to deal with this. They think Santa Claus is in the federal government. They think there's a printing press up there that can supply all of their needs. That's unrealistic. Here's the fact of the matter is, any decision you make in a budget, whether you want to supply Medicaid, you want to supply free lunch programs, you got to consider what the pros and cons of everything is. And you got to make hard choices. It's easy to get on here and go virtuous about all this stuff. It's not so easy when you got to sit down and you got to look at the hard numbers. I got places in my town right now that needs street repair. We have a sewage problem from dilapidated sewers. Well, you let the sewer run in the street or you patch the hole. These are questions people that have to deal with this stuff face all the time. They can't get on here and just say, well, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that. That's cool, because you're not dealing with the reality of what is actually involved in actually solving problems. My point is this: if you want these programs, understand this. The federal government makes money from the economy. If you're cool with that, that's okay, because it's going to extract money for entrepreneurs. If you want less economic activity and you want more social, fine, make that decision. But understand, well, no, hold on, let me finish here. I'm thinking about everything. What I'm trying to tell you is in everything, when you're responsible running a budget, like say I'm sitting in a situation right now, we have a sewer problem. We got potholes that need to be filled. There's decisions, tough decisions people have to make all the time. Well, listen, what do you mean, hold on?
That is not more important than a child being hungry.
No, you're not. You're missing my point. You're missing my point.
Well, let me just say this, Steve. The federal government made a decision to cut programs and empower other programs like ICE, right? Border security. Now, border security I'm with, but all that money going to ICE, that can go to kids? Come on now.
Well, let me ask you this, JB. Let me ask you this.
All that food going waste to the farm.
Well, let me ask you this. Let me ask you this point right here. We have
estimates between 10 and 15 million people came in this country during the Biden administration. Well, they just going to walk out on their own? Or do you have to have some kind of mechanism to facilitate that? These are hard choices that people have to make. And people will get on this app, they will talk pie in the sky, and never had to sit at a budget meeting and make tough choices.
So Steve.
Here's the thing. If you want a certain thing, no.
This is like having a one-way street. Hang tight there, Steve. To say I've never sat in a budget meeting, that's wild. But I mean, maybe people haven't sat in budget meetings. Maybe people don't even know how to budget for themselves. I don't know. If you've ever done a budget, you have an idea of, well, this is what you got to cut, this is what you got to keep, these are the consequences. But to compare feeding children to a pothole and tell me I'm righteous because I'm more concerned about that generation that's going to end up using that road. It's not. You literally just sat here and told me my righteous belief getting on here, like my 20 years of education and seeing what your decisions have made me do, not yours personally, but yours, the government, have moved my job from now making sure that I will take a bullet for every one of my students. Don't tell me I don't understand what your decisions mean. This government is more willing to put in, to spend money on metal detectors, force kids to wear clear backpacks than they actually are to do something about the problem. So don't tell me I don't understand budgets and what things have to go through. You just sat here and debated a damn pothole with me, and I'm sorry about your town sewer system, but maybe there should be a budget regarding that, and people shouldn't be complaining that their taxes go there. Look at what happened in Texas. Just because it was Biden or Obama looking to give them money for a siren, they had to cut their nose to spite their face and not have a siren. And they gave it to some.
Actually, that's a little different. I can't.
Marshall, let her land, please.
Marshall, you can correct me after. My point is, you can't come up here and tell me I'm sitting here being righteous when I've seen the consequences of your decision on a budget. And yet, no matter how many times we talk about this budget, it's always the schools, it's always the children, it's always those moms, that are utilizing SNAP. It's those single moms that are the problem. The single moms are always the problem. The single moms, they're utilizing this. Like, have you been a single mom? You can't tell me that you know what it's like unless you've been a single mom, right? Because that's what you told me. I don't know what it's like unless I sat in a budget. But do you know how expensive daycare is? And do you know that how little you get paid at Walmart? Like, if that's where you're working, or how little you can get paid as a receptionist, or maybe you're a dental hygienist. Do you know how expensive a child is? Like, for you to sit here and just say, like, I don't know budgets.
Don't forget about us single dads, Ashley. We go through it too.
Single dads.
Something real quick, guys. Yeah, Steve, go ahead. The only reason I said anything about a pothole or a sewer was not to compare it with kids. That's being disingenuous. What I was saying is, in every budget, and you have to decide. I'm not saying that your points aren't valid, but what I'm trying to tell you, you have a bucket full of money. You take it from one pot and put it into the other, there's going to be consequences. And you have to be willing to elaborate that to the general public. We made this decision because of this. Now, if it's something that you can get through, fine. But we live in a constitutional republic. We have elections. The elections have consequences. And if this is something that's important, and I believe it is, then you have to change the Congress. And when the new Congress gets in, they're going to face the same thing. In every budget, there's a trade-off, and you got to be willing to understand what that trade-off. That's my only point.
I get your point, and I appreciate.
Let me just say this. It's okay. Stephen 420, I need you to just stand down.
Sorry. It's fine. I apologize.
I got you. No, I got you. You're going to get in the conversation. After Ash says what she has to say, I'm going to do a quick room reset.
I totally get you, Steve, and I hear that there always has to be consequences, but nobody's ever scared to say the consequences when the consequences are giving billionaires tax breaks, taking money from Medicaid, cutting off people from SNAP, right? Those are never things anybody's scared to say. They're never scared to say that they're removing breakfast. I mean, they just tell you, like, this president isn't scared to say anything. He literally just said that he, bought 2 Congress people pretty much, right? And he pretty much, whatever else he's done, he's not scared to say it. So there's no explaining to other people. We're just being told. Because if you think that majority of the country actually wants what is happening down to Medicaid, SNAP, down to the education programs, for the Grad Plus loan, for the cap on federal loans for college, for what's happening in women's health right now, stopping research and science funding, because that's wild to me. That is wild to me. Like, that nobody's afraid to say those consequences. But like, I'll be damned if people are afraid to say, we're not giving the billionaires their tax break this year. Yeah.
All right, guys, let me do a quick Steve, please let me run my room. I'm going to do a quick room reset, and then you could be the first speaker after the reset. I also want to get Stephen 420, John, and Abby in the conversation. Guys, this is healthy debates. Just because you have a voice doesn't mean you should use it. This title came to mind when idiots like Cool C come to my stage. That's why I thought of this title. Let me say hello to Rosalind, Brian, Jennifer, Matt Cool in the house. Elle, how you doing? Guys, you have a pay ticket, cash it in. We're having a spirited debate about kids not being fed, school cut budgets, and all that other stuff. So guys, I wanted to just say this. Please be respectful to each other. Actually, I'm just going to say this. Okay, goodbye, John. I hear me talking, but just know there's one point for you to jump in. So actually, I'm going to say this. You're my friend. I love you like a fat kid loves cake. Steve's a good guy, and he's not MAGA. I can promise you that.
Oh, no, I don't think so. I just get,
I've never heard you like this, so I'm okay with it. I love it, as a matter of fact. I'll let you run the group. All right, let's go to Steve. You got 30 seconds to respond, and then we'll go to Stephen 420, and then I want to go to Abby.
Please. Thanks.
Gotcha, Marshall.
Yeah, I'm not advocating one way or the other. What I'm telling you is there's a bucket of money. As Americans, we got to decide, and that decision is made through the election process, how we allocate that money. It's not I'm for or against any particular thing, even though I have my proclivity to things. But that's a mechanism. And if people are dissatisfied with what Donald Trump is doing now, guess what? There's a solution in 2 years. And that solution is the Congress. Change it. And then get what you want.
Thank you, Steve. Ashley, you want to say something?
No, I was just going to say I just appreciate the debate, the back and forth.
Well, Ashley, Abby, hold on 1 second, please. Like I said, you're both really good people. We come from different ends of the political spectrum. But thank you for the dialogue. Hello, Counselor.
Hi, I just came in quickly. I heard a little bit of what you were saying. I would take issue with when these funds go to these universities, that the funds are actually allocated for the research and the medical research and the essential research, as opposed to departments that have gotten infiltrated and have gone totally into a political direction that a lot of people are concerned with. If 100% of the money was going into cancer research or research in a particular medical area, but sometimes these funds blanket go into the university, and when they go into the university, there is not a control as to how it's allocated. And I think maybe something that might be a resolution is the direct earmarking and accountability, that it in fact is going into the science department, into the labs, as opposed to general university funds. And I've heard that criticism, so I want to raise that to you and how your thoughts are.
Hold on, Hinda, hold on a second. I'm going to come back to you, I promise. Did you want to respond? Hinda, I'm going to get you in the queue, I promise. Give me a second. I'm going to give Miss Ash a chance to push back, and then I want to welcome Stephen, and then Steve and Marshall.
Yeah, Abby, it's good to see you. I don't know that I've seen you since quite a few months now. With regards to the research program, that's not something I've heard of. I know in my field now, or what I'm studying, this has been a really big talk. Years of research being halted, and some things you can't get back once they are halted, right? certain patients, certain things over time. And, whether the point you're making is true or not, which I'm going to assume it is, you're quite an intelligent woman, but I don't have the background on that. The point is you can't get that research back. So it's almost, I don't want to say cutting off your nose to spite your face. That's not the term that I'm looking for. But it causes a huge detriment to years and years and years of research already done. Just a recent study that I was reading actually went over 25 years. So imagine if that program was halted at any point, the detriment it would have done to what it actually found. So I think that's a big concern. And like I said, I'm not arguing back because I don't have too much knowledge into that, so I can't really debate on that.
No, I appreciate that. I think it's something that has to be discovered, but that's the criticism that I heard, that it's blanket money that gets allocated, not necessarily for what the intent is. The other point, sorry, it's noisy where I am. The other point that you might want to look at is some of holding off of this funding may end up allocating money to universities that were underfunded with respect to research. So what's the harm if, and I'll just throw this out, what's the harm if Penn gets less, but Penn State gets more? What if money starts going to state schools or into schools that maybe didn't get allocations before for research, and that it boosts up universities that are also complying with protecting the students on campus and not letting the university run wild and not focusing on the codes of conduct of the universities. What if the fallout is actually funding those universities that make it safe for students? So that's just another thing I wanted to throw out there.
I mean, I think it would be great if all universities could get funded, but it would be really difficult to stop, one thing happening again, thinking of the long term and what's already happening, and especially in places, and I'm only going to say this because I'm a woman, but with respect to women's reproductive health research, those things don't come up as, they're not as occurring as frequently in many universities all over, right? And some of those areas, like you said, they don't have the funding for it, but it's not worth it to halt where it is starting, in my opinion, after years and years of research. And I say my opinion because it is my opinion. There's no facts to this, so don't come at me. But I just don't think that justifies cutting off the research that's currently there, that people are benefiting from, that they're currently receiving treatments at. I've been involved in studies at the University of Pennsylvania, the one with the entire duration. I was there over years, so I do know how vital that information is, or how vital it is that the people receive those medications because they had already started it. So that's kind of where I take issue with this, is that, universities have so much tuition of us to begin with. And if this is going for research funding, of course I want it to be investigated, whether it's going there properly, making sure that they're following the rules, everything else. But I don't think it's worth stopping those treatments from people who are currently receiving it, stopping those grad students who are currently maybe they're in a medical study that have been working for this doctorate. For me, that's just, in my opinion, it's not worth halting that.
But actually, one last comment, because I got to run. But I just wanted to, because this is one of the few times we've actually had civil dialogue on JV. At some point. But if it's under the umbrella of an institution that has fell short on their accountability for complying with proper legal standards and also with protecting its students, but it's under the umbrella of that university, there's got to be a point where you have to make the accountability there to the same extent that we can, we fund a nation that the nation is running hog wild. We have to pull in, even though, let's say, funding of that nation may be feeding people or doing something helpful to that nation, but if the nation is, in fact, doing something that is harmful to the world, you have to have some ability to pull in your purse strings to maintain it. So I guess my point, and by the way, and I brought up Penn because I'm real familiar with what they do Alzheimer's research. I mean, like, I'll just throw that one out. It's really important. But Penn had some accountability. Penn did some bad things, and they had to control that campus.
Turn around. This is not a scam. This is a recording.
To stay within they were crossing the line. So, and I use that by example because it's the University of Hawaii. So that's my argument.
Before you leave, I just want to give you a little context of what started this conversation. And it's just my opinion, right? Certain programs are overfunded. ICE didn't need all the money that they're going to get. In that big, beautiful bill, they didn't need all that money. They take the same amount of money to get some programs open to feed kids in schools. And that's where Miss Ash is coming from, because she's a teacher. And she sees these kids going hungry. So do you disagree that some of these programs are overfunded like ICE? And some of these programs are getting underfunded? Because it doesn't matter to Donald Trump, and that's just my opinion.
Well, then maybe because my kids go to a public school, my daughter's telling me, this is anecdotal. I don't know how much weight it holds, but she's like, yeah, they're already like kids are eating off of it. How embarrassing is that? You're in line, you got 80 kids behind you, you get up to the lunch lady and they type in your student ID number and they say, oh, you can't get breakfast this morning. So you're walking out back into the cafeteria, everybody's eating pancakes and you don't got a fucking tray.
Can I speak?
Hold on, and I'm going to get to that promise, but I say hello to Marshall and Uncle Steve real quick, because they've been on stage, and I have to get Steven in the conversation. Marshall, Steve, how you guys doing?
I had a migraine earlier today, but it's gone and I'm doing better. So how are you, Jay?
I'm doing great. Do you want to chime in?
Yeah. I tend to agree with Steve. I think budget meetings are hard. And there are a lot of hard choices to be made. I think one of the things that was skipped when he was talking was his comparison about sewers. In his city, their argument between whether they need to fill potholes or fill sewers. You got to take a choice. I pick sewers, but some people may pick potholes. The other piece I wanted to say, asking this just for what it's worth, with friends in Kerr County, Kerrville, near Kerr County, and the river for them rose 26 feet in 45 minutes. That equated an hour and a half with 62 feet. By the time you're at 45 feet, people are already blocked off from the highway. So it was a combination of act of God and sirens. Like the warnings went off at 1 p.m. and like 2 a.m., which I'm sure you would agree with me. 2 a.m. is like far too late for camp counselors at Mystic and Longhorn to get their kids together. So there needed to be an early alarm. I just wanted to interject that it really genuinely was an act of God piece of
Wait, Marshall. Hold on. I don't like to compare overfunded ICE to kids getting school breakfast and lunch.
Oh, I don't.
Hold on. That's not the same thing as sewers and potholes. So you gotta go with the kids every day. I'm sorry.
No, I'm not saying you don't. I was more noting that when budgetary matters are given, there are decisions like that are made. Not to say that we should be picking sewers over giving school kids programs.
There is no choice, bro. See, listen, let me say this. Hold on, let me just say this. I'm a father. Now, my kids are grown, but my grandkids aren't. They don't take school lunch, but the option should be there instead of having an extra 10 ICE agents in the area. Sorry, that's
I agree 100%. I don't disagree with that at all in any way, shape, or form, Jay. I think kids getting to school lunch is important. I was more seeking to give the mix, the Texas floods that were referred to were a mixture between not having a siren and act of God. If you had a siren go off at maybe like 10 p.m., that could have been entirely different instead of the siren at 2 a.m. Anxiety, it was a combination of like not using state funds and not using federal funds. So on that aspect, I just wanted to inject the act of God part. That's it.
Yeah. So listen, I don't disagree. I experienced Sandy, and that too was like just the perfect storm. I mean, it literally was. You couldn't have had anything line up better to cause it the way that it caused. My point was about budget, because that's what we were talking about. And it was silly. It was silly all because,
hear me now? Can you hear me now? Yes. This, I've got some technology on my end. I don't know what it is, but anyways, hi JB, hello everybody else. Thanks for holding the space. Happy Friday. I was.
Hey, Uncle Steve.
Hey, Steve. Hi. So I want to talk about one thing. Hopefully it's on point. Wait. Before you. Sure. Let me read up. Everybody, make sure you know Uncle Steve's June tomorrow morning. Yes. Thank you. Saturday, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. Thank you very much. Ask Uncle Steve. So, anyways, I'll say one quick thing about the budget, and then I'll listen to other minds. The infusion into ICE Homeland Security is arguably up to $150 billion a year, basically to go after and kick illegals out of the country. Okay, fine. We're still using the same system that we use for aliens coming into the country, where they register, we let them in, and then they get a court hearing in 3 years, and then they do whatever they do for that 2-3 years. I say take a very small portion, and I mean a very small portion of that $150 billion. I'm literally talking 25 million. Yeah, 25 million is a lot of money compared to 150 billion. That's a drop in the bucket. And hire 100 judges. 250 million salary annually. That equals 25 million. You know what? Screw it. Let's hire 1,000 judges. $250 million. Lots of money. Yeah. Next to 150 billion. It's still a drop in the bucket. Let's hire 1,000 judges to deal specifically with immigration administrative law. I'm in Southern California. We'll put them in California, in Texas, and Florida. If there's other southern states, I don't know, but I think those are the 3 main ones. And rather than say which one, whatever, I'll continue. Rather than have Arizona, thank you, Arizona, absolutely. Let's get 1,000 judges for $250 million. That's when we pay them, $250,000 a year. And rather than bringing people in, registering them, and letting them go free for 2 or 3 years, let's set a court hearing in 30 days. Hell, we might even want to house them and keep trying. No, we don't want to do that. Let's just set the hearing for 30 days, and let's get them adjudicated. And if they're here legally, they're here legally. And if not, we kick their ass.
Too many people to do it in that time frame, Steve. It's way too many of them.
Well, I guess then it's a bad idea. Sorry, everybody. Back to you, JB.
I don't think it's a bad idea. I think we definitely need more judges. I would even take 10% of the $150 billion and get some more judges, get some more housing for these people. I mean, listen, the way the media plays it out, they're going to talk about the one-bed immigrant that came into this country, did something heinous, instead of the thousands that come in here and work, pay taxes, support their family. It's bizarre to me. Let me go to Stephen 420, then end up. Stephen 420?
Hey, how's it going? Long time since I've been out on your stage, and thank you for hosting the room. Very interesting topics. I recently, became unemployed and has had to, rely on the system and remind everybody it's a system that I paid into my whole life, that my parents paid into their whole lives, and my grandparents who paid into their whole lives, none of which received the full amount of which they paid into. So me feeling any sort of guilt about getting food stamps or any public assistance right now is null and void. And anybody who wants to shame me for doing that, well, go look at my tax history and how much I paid into it. I'm taking out a small percentage. Give me a second, son, I'm talking. A small percentage, and have a game plan to be off of it. It's not a lifelong thing that I want to be on or do, but I am utilizing it at the moment. That's one issue. Two issue, as far as your potholes and your sewers. Well, I live in a very small rural community. We have a public utilities department, both water and power. Our water system has been failing for the last probably 7 years, pretty bad.
due to a fatal lack of savings on the publicly run, publicly funded water district. Now, during the course of the years, we've seen everybody within the water district get raises and all that fun stuff. Yet none of that money was being allocated and put aside for the inevitable things that the structure are going to need. And that's a misallocation of funds by the whole district taking raises, getting paid, well above the average wage in the community, and lining their own pockets and not thinking about the future of our community. And that's unfortunate, and that happens within all districts, and that is what needs to stop. CEOs need to stop making more and more money giving the same exact amount of freaking effort, which, I'm sorry, the average everyday person, mechanic doesn't get a raise up above a top mechanic, on a yearly basis, and because the price of doing business goes up or whatnot. In fact, most owners of businesses would take a little bit of a deduction, having been a former small business owner that was pretty much taken out by COVID. Watching that happen and really not being able to do much about it except for leverage everything I have. It was a scary time, and I'm getting out of it. I've got a game plan, but I am the average American. I am your average freaking person. I see these issues of potholes and water lines and all these things. It's not the federal government. A lot of those are local municipalities that we vote our freaking tax dollars to be there. So, and we've all voted our tax dollars to go to funding public freaking or school lunches too. We were all proposed those things, and we voted on them. Now they're being reneged because of some bureaucrat's pocket. No, I don't.
What's being reneged on is federal funding, not the state funding. State funding is entirely different than federal funding. Usually what happens is the school lunch programs and some sort of an matching program with the federal government. I mean, please don't not understand me as manager and Marshall and not know how it works. I have a kid in public school. Okay, I know how it works. I'm not ignorant of it. Please excuse yourself from assuming that I am. Steve, let me just say something. I assume people around you might not know. I was using you as an example to inform others, but okay. Well, let me just say this, Steven. Man, you got my support, bro. Remember, the comeback's always greater than the setback. You got this, man. Known you for a few years, and you're one of the good dudes on the staff. So I wish you all the best, and I know you're going to get on your feet real quick. And I am very passionate about freaking feeding the kids at school, because that is part of the mission that I'm on, part of the reprogramming I'm doing for myself, and part of the business that I'm building. It is going to be providing a fresh, local, organically raised food for our local schools. So, thank you, Steven. Thank you, appreciate you. Guys, hold on, let me get the queue in. We got Enda, Moose, Ravi, and Jules. Daniel.
I was gonna say, prior to these lunch funding programs, my mom worked in the school system, and she worked in the cafeteria. She was a substitute, she's a cafeteria worker, and they just throw the extra food out anyway. So the kids would be hungry. They didn't have food. They didn't have breakfast, whatever, and they're like, I'm hungry. And she said there was plenty of extra food. And she would give it to the kids, and she was fired for that. They used to fire people for giving that food away. They would rather throw it out than give it to the kids. So that lunch program, those breakfast programs, it's true. It's very helpful to the children because they don't have a full belly. How would they know, right? The other thing I want to just read, here is the funding of ICE. So $45 billion. Now they said it was more than this. I'm reading $75 billion, so maybe they increased it because the original bill I thought was the $75 billion.
No, it was 45 in the initial funding, 75 the secondary funding.
Okay. Because what I read, and I could be wrong, but this is just the most recent data I could find, was $45 billion for the expense of immigration detention facilities, including family detention centers, $29.9 billion for ISIS enforcement and deportation operations,
personnel, technology, and vehicles. And to me, it just sounds like they took the money from the American people for the Medicaid, SNAP, various things like the research funding, which I actually got really sick in 2020, and I was actually in one of those government research programs. Me and a group of people were. I have something that people don't believe it, COVID's not real, blah, blah. I was dying from COVID 2020, this before the vaccine was available. We were all selected so they could study and monitor our health over a period of time to see how we recovered from the deadly virus, because we almost died in 2020, and it was to see the effects of COVID on the brain, the heart, the organs, lungs, for all the people that got it before the vaccines were available, because they don't know the long-lasting effects, because COVID was a new virus. They don't know how it affects like children, the brain, and all this kind of stuff. So that research has all been cut. That funding's all been cut. And one of the programs I was in, I got to try medication, and the medication helped me with the long-lasting complications and the symptoms that I was having. So I was really sad to see that program cut. But anyway, I just want to make a documentary, because now they're spending it on rounding them up and putting them in, alligator Alcatraz and all these facilities, and then taking away money from American citizens from the social programs that we had. So it's like, I don't know, it's like, I feel like you can't win. It's like you can't win.
So people should know that the most expensive line item in the federal budget is social programs. It's a combination of three: Social Security, Medicare, and disability insurance. It makes approximately $2.5 to $2.75 trillion out of our budget every year. So if you are coming in and you're saying you're going to reinvigorate the economy and try to save money, which I'll say this from my personal view, I don't think Trump saved money. I think Trump just spends a lot of money and then says he's going to save money. Anyway, if you're coming in and you're looking at where the federal government spends the most money, you're inevitably going to come down on the side of social programs, because that's where we spend the most money. The second line item in our budget is the interest we pay on our federal debt. The third line item is our military, and the fourth line item is literally everything else that we pay for. And these social programs in the next 20 years are predicted to grow to something like 1/3 to 2/3 of the entire U.S. budget, right? There's not a way we can do what we do now, fund those programs, and continue going without a significant amount of closing tax loopholes, as well as raising taxes on the wealthy and the middle income. You just simply cannot continue to spend the way we're spending without doing that. Otherwise, what we're going to end up doing is spending so much that the first line item of our debt becomes paying the interest on our debt. And we can only do that for so long before we lose the reserve currency of the world. I'm going too far down the rabbit hole on that.
No. Let me just say this. I also want to get Bruce Rabbi the Constitution. And maybe it's just because anyone else wants to jump in also. I could be in the minority here, Marshall. How about we cut the military budget by less than 1%, 0.5%? Take that money and put it into social programs and take care of our own kids. That's just my idea. What we won't do is be the big, hold on, like to be the big bully on the block. We have the biggest missiles. We have the greatest machine guns and airplanes. We're the strongest, we're the best. But we'll let our kids starve and people rot in prison. Let's start with that.
So I don't agree with cutting the waste out of the military. I'm sure if you had Brad can give you specific examples of where the waste is. The only specific example I have is the creation of the Bradley fighting vehicle, which is a 20-year-old vehicle. It started out at $2 million a unit between the Army and Ford, and went to something like $10 or $20 million a unit. So in the contracting space, there's a lot of room to cut out waste. I would completely agree with that. The point I was trying to make is, regardless of where you take money from, the social sphere and the interest on the debt are the two quickest growing parts of where we allocate money. And unless we figure out how to deal with that while still being a leader in the world, so we don't get told what to do by Russia and China, which is what would happen if we became a secondary leader and they became first, they would tell us what to do. Then we have to think about how to deal with that. Maybe the answer is that we just stop being the world policeman and we do let China and Russia tell us what to do. Right? Maybe that's the actual experience.
Hold on. to cut the military spending in this country. I want to ask that most of them around me. Yeah.
Yeah, it's funny. Oh,
What about you?
hang on, Jules. It's funny because we never have enough money for social programs. Like, what do you want your taxes to go to? So here's the thing. There was like a time, it's so long ago, it was in the 1800s, right? When Congress people, senators, they didn't get paid, right? And they got like a per diem, right? But they were members of the community that they represented. They worked in the community. So let's say we even still have to pay a salary, which somehow we have enough money in the budget for them to get a raise. Like, I feel like it's every other week. I know I'm exaggerating, it's like every year. And we also have enough money in the budget to increase the cost, the money that they get per day to spend on food. And Congress people, 100% of their healthcare is covered. We always have the money for that. That vote is easy. There's always yays, right? It's always yay. And instead of them having to fly all over the place back and forth to Washington, we have Zoom now. You know, Zoom, you can even raise your hand on those things. You can put emojis to express your emotion, right? Because we know Marjorie Taylor Greene likes to make those funny faces. She could just do that with an emoji so we don't have to look at her. But instead of paying for them to fly back and forth and their gas and our tax dollars going away, we just vote on Zoom. You know, we can have these same arguments and these same votes in their community, and we didn't have to fork up rent for them to stay in D.C. How much money would that save? Because we do have Zoom, right?
Hey, I agree on everything, Marshall. Hold on 1 second. Actually, I like this. I love what he's saying. How about we put a 10% cap on all these politicians that do insider trading like Nancy Pelosi? We take that 10% and we put it into social programs. Because I guarantee you it's going to be hundreds of millions of dollars.
Yeah, it's
Marshall, just hold on. Okay.
It's just wild that we're always talking about cutting social programs that help people. So we think people stay on it. I mean, for the most part, Stephen, I'm sorry to use you as an example, but for the most part, most of the people on there are Stephen. They paid into the system.
Use me as an example because I am a perfect example, and I am somebody who does not want to permanently be on it. And
nobody does.
And you're a single dad. I don't care.
It's a pain in the butt.
When it comes to gender things, people say, "Oh, it shouldn't make a difference." But just let's be honest, a single dad. I'm sorry, I just couldn't, because I think it's a natural, innate thing when you're a mom, right? That nurturing thing, that's a natural thing. That's not a natural thing for men. It's like a skill you have to fucking develop because you got kids now. To you, man.
Absolutely. Let me just say this, and then I'm going to go to Moose because he's been patiently waiting. When I first came home from being incarcerated, world forces you on these social programs, right? Let me tell you what I was getting a month, and this is no bullshit. I think I was getting $139 a month and like $150 in food stamps. And this is what they're going to cut. $139, what the fuck am I doing with $139? Thank God I'm a different kind of man. I got on my feet. But people need these programs. Let me go to Moose. Moosey, what's up, man?
What's up, JB? Best mod in the streets of Clubhouse, man. Appreciate it. Yeah, a lot here. I'll try to keep it relatively short. I know there's other folks who want to speak. So, yeah, I mean, I think folks saying, you know, I think Uncle Steve had a good point. It's like he's not here anymore, but that some were laughing at, you know, about getting more judges. You know, it's like, well, let's just skip the judges, which means you're skipping due process. You know, let's hire more judges. Let's try to fix the problem. Or we can build more alligator Alcatrazes, right? As far as I know, the first is in Florida. And first reports is $450 million per year. I dug a little deeper, was looking at some New York Times stuff, and I think they were saying it could, when all is said and done, operation costs, personnel, insurance, all that, they could easily exceed $600 million for one institution. They actually even further went to say that while the state of Florida is initially funding the project, it can request reimbursement from FEMA, from Federal Emergency Management Agency. This as part of the Shelter and Services Program, which is normally used for disaster relief. Pretty timely considering what just happened in Texas, not to mention all the hurricanes that smash down on Florida on a regular basis. But let the elephant continue to cut off its trunk to spite its face and spit in its voters' faces. That we're going to increase the ICE budget alone to the increments that have been discussed. And I think we last heard was $75 billion. Do we even have transparency on what exactly or how that is exactly being spent? I mean, the government just throws out these numbers like, oh, okay, well, yeah, I guess ICE, yeah, that's expensive stuff. Even though when you look at the previous budget, that seemed to, be operating, maybe not perfectly, but manageably, was way, way, way less. But let's go crazy and just throw out a number there. 75 billion. Next week might be 90 billion. Because we need to keep those borders safe. Never mind all the discussion that we've been hearing here with school lunch programs being cut, social service programs being cut. And Marshall, respectfully, I think when you were listing off some of those programs, anyway, bottom line, it's incredible that we're here where we are, where we're at a point where ICE budget alone has been increased to what it is, and per the DeSantis, governor of Florida, his state his taxpayers are fronting the bill, but he can just turn around and get that backdoor payment from FEMA, which of course, again, will be. You can't say this enough, will literally be taking money away from emergency disaster situations. We're not talking about somewhere in the Midwest doesn't really get a lot of stuff. Not even California earthquakes, even California fires are bad enough, but Florida is with the rains, the hurricanes, and he's literally, I guarantee he's going to turn around, get reimbursed, and take that money away from the disaster relief funds, where folks will be able to rebuild, take away alarm soundings that we've talked about from like that happened in Texas that could have saved many, many lives. So it's really frustrating. I'm not saying the left was handling it perfectly, but this is obscene. And I think the government, as we as taxpayers, I think the government owes taxpayers more transparency on how exactly that ICE budget is being allocated. If anyone here I've tried to look online here and there. I would love to know really if there's any sort of breakdown, or if they're just using these big words like operations and personnel and training and hiring. Yeah, all good. I'm good, man. I appreciate the time.
Thank you. So, thank you for coming to Moose and sharing. Ash, Nas, you guys there, because I got a boogie. You want to keep it open or close it down? Hold on, Magna.
No, I'm gonna go eat dinner. So I don't know if anybody else wants to go, but I'm gonna go eat dinner.
Enjoy your dinner.
I'll keep it open for like 10 minutes to like the final. I'll keep it open for the final speakers to talk, and then so I can go eat.
Like Denise said, when you go eat, please just shut it down. Don't leave it open.
Absolutely.
I'm gonna do another room later. Guys, good seeing you. Good hearing from you. Ashley, I love that I'm a factory.
Thank you. Likewise. Enjoy your dinner, guys, and I appreciate the debate.
Take care, Ash.
Enjoy your weekend, Jay, man.
Thanks, guys.
Take care, Ash. Okay, so any final speakers? Go ahead.
Yes.
Wait, one at a time. Hold on. Cool. I
11 million people consume money that Americans could be consuming themselves. And that could help with the budget. Now, the ICE budget you're talking about, you got to deal with 11 million people that came in here illegally or across the border when they shouldn't have or when it was open. Obviously, we got to give them due process or a process. There's also a process of taking them back across the border if they don't belong. You got 11 million people that are taking housing jobs like building houses, you got them in construction jobs, you got them in landscape jobs, you got them doing factory jobs. It's not just Spanish, it's Indian, they're Bangladesh, they're whatever they are, they're taking our jobs.
Well, wait a minute, somebody in the chat says it's the same old rhetoric that you MAGA folks spew. They're taking our jobs, but what's interesting is what jobs? Because on the flip side, the argument is Americans don't want these jobs. So,
but they would take those jobs, just like in Wisconsin when that factory got raided. I believe it was Wisconsin. Guess what? The next day they had all the local town people apply for those jobs. That's the thing. People don't take jobs that someone's willing to do for less when they should be getting a higher wage as American. And if we started taking care of our Americans better and paying them a fair share instead of not paying enough to the lower class people taking the jobs from us, then maybe we'd see some people have money for the school lunch that they need to feed their kids. I'm kind of on that situation. I'm a truck driver. I'm not doing great. I'm living paycheck to paycheck. For 2 weeks, I made more than some people, $1,500. But the income I used to get truck driving was about $1,500 a week, not every 2 weeks. So I'm down because some of our jobs are lost.
Thank you, Kofi. Hold on, let's go to Jules. Go ahead, Jules. Thank you.
Hey, thank you. I'm going to let Kusi speak first because I like a lot of what he said. So I'll keep going on that. But first, I want to say it was Steven, the single father. I want to wish him my best, and he doesn't have to make excuses. What?
I think he left, but yeah.
All right, but if he's in the audience, and my sympathies are with him. I mean, you got to feed your kid.
Wait, Kusi, go on mute if you don't mind, so we don't get any feedback, please.
Yeah, thank you. I just don't like hearing the false things when we talk about spending and whatever, how billionaires don't pay taxes. I'm an ex-IRS agent. Billionaires pay taxes. In fact, 90% of our federal tax comes from billionaires. And it's close to 50% now of families that don't pay any taxes, which is okay with me if they're in the bottom, but let's not tell lies that more billionaires gotta pay taxes, because that's really not true. And we spoke before. Who spoke about? I think it was Marshall who talked about the line items in our budget. That's the most. Well, the second most was the interest on the debt, and that is the second largest line item in our budget. Now, if Powell would stop playing games and reduce the Fed Reserve interest rate, that saves us billions, and that could pay a lot, to whoever you want to direct it to. So he's just playing political games. It's not right. I don't want him to be fired, but it's really hurting the country. And he has no reason, because there's no inflation. And if we ever go into an inflationary period, he could raise it just as simple as he cuts it. So, there's no excuse in that. He's just playing politics. I don't know, that's about all I wanted to say. Billionaires pay taxes. You can't keep saying, I couldn't get the money from the billionaires. You're getting plenty from the billionaires. You're getting more than their fair share from the billionaires. Trust me. And I don't know. That's all I want to say, unless somebody wants to ask me something.
Well, somebody in the chat said, Leanne in the chat said, but Jules also says, I voted for this. Billionaires pay a lower tax rate. That's what Leanne in the chat says. I think she's responding to your comments.
Well, when the tax rate is staying low, that's what the big beautiful deal was about. The tax rate stayed low, and if it didn't pass, billionaires would pay more. But they're paying their fair share now. Why you want them to pay more? It's more than by the way, more ting billionaires pay more. Most Americans will be paying more. And we don't want that. We want lower taxes. And there's always Trump is generating money on tariffs. It's just unbelievable what he's doing on that. So there's money coming there. Oh my God! I want to say one more thing. I can't remember. So that's being. So take the phone out. So we're paying our fair share. We've been the biggest tax raiser ever in this country if the big bill didn't pass. And believe me, you don't want that. So I can't remember what I wanted to say. I keep saying, but all right, I'll leave it there. Any other questions to me about that?
Yeah, just because you have a voice doesn't mean you should use it. Use it.
All right. What do you mean just because I have a voice? What does that mean?
It means you should use the mute button more than use your voice. Use your voice.
The thing about Point is one thing about Point, I've been informed about Point. We're not sure when Point is serious and when Point is trolling. So tread lightly when responding to Point, because oftentimes Point is quite serious with their submissions. Other times, as I've been informed, Point is trolling. In this case, it's hard to discern. Point. I just want to hear what you had to say. I'm not trolling. Some shit was going on in my house that took my attention. No, I'm not saying you're trolling. I was speaking about Point who told you you should use your mute. Yes, but I was talking. You don't use your mute when you're talking. I was muted the whole time. That's why I'm left on the stage.
Yeah.
But
we understand. What was going on in your house? We'd like to know. What was going on over there?
Another phone was ringing, and I had one person here, and she was in another room, and I don't know if that's interest to you.
Well, let me speak to her, and we'll find out. Let me speak to her.
No, you're not going to speak to her, boy.
All right, fine.
Point, leave that man alone, Point.
Point can say what she wants,
My biggest thing is, I think if we had more people who are willing to do more jobs, because there are more jobs available, and the money we're budgeting for the illegal alien for ICE is because we have such a problem with so many of them hour and get good quality work out of them. And that's the biggest thing.
And ICE hopefully is a temporary expense because, and by the way, the blame for why we have to pay so much for ICE is obviously the previous administration that opened the borders. Whether you like it or not, that's who's to blame for that. And somebody posted something, is $20 a fair wage? Probably not. It depends on the job you're talking about. But in this country, you don't have to.
Fast food is, they got rid of, they hired machines to do the burgers in McDonald's in California. They were paying people $15 an hour. But there's people who were getting paid $15 an hour can't even buy their cheeseburger at Burger King anymore because the burger is $15 an hour. How are they going to buy a meal? When I was working at $7.25 an hour, my meal was half price at Burger King. So instead of $6 at that time, I was still able to afford a $3 meal. I mean, you got to work harder, longer to get that meal covered now. And maybe if you had quality people in the kitchen doing the job and talk respect, I mean, it's hard to do, but I get it. These people will take less of an income and more of a discount, less of an income, but able to hire more because they'll do it for less. So I get it, and that's why I brought it up in the beginning about JB's grandson. His boss shut the door and took video of his boss getting arrested for not letting ICE in and doing their job. Imagine if they would have hired the regular Americans to do the job that ICE got rid of. Guess what? Those would be Americans making that money instead of immigrants sending it back overseas. And
like they said, the Americans don't want the jobs. They say Americans don't want the jobs.
They would want the jobs if they weren't getting cheated and giving it up to a lower wage person. And you give it up to a lower wage person, how are these illegal immigrants paying taxes while they're stealing your social security number, mine, possibly, someone's social security number? And guess what? It's coming in that aren't in the same state. And they're being filed. So who do we give the tax refund to? The legal immigrant or the legal immigrant? Or are we supposed to set them out with an LLC, the legal immigrant, and get them an EIN number so they do pay taxes? That would be one way of doing it, and actually making sure they get their fair taxes by setting them up with an LLC for $125 in Pennsylvania. And then they go to the state, get an EIN, and now they got to report their income, 1099. There you go. There's no legal that way.
It's funny you're talking about lower earners and the taxes and everything, and what you're saying is valid. So I don't know why the people of America didn't revolt when they saw Joe Biden's son setting up LLCs all across the world and stashing money that they were getting and not paying any taxes. I mean, that should.
I'm not worried about that. I'm worried about the Mexican taking the job.
Hold on. Oh, that's Marshall. Hold on, let me just say this really quick. And Marshall, you got it. Do you guys think that we are, as Americans, we're concerned about the wrong things? That all of this is just distracting? That at the end of the day, when we lay our heads down and go to sleep, a lot of this stuff is not. I realize it's important, but is it how detrimental is it to our livelihoods? I mean, do we really care at the end of the day? Immigrants have been here for how long, ladies and gentlemen? And it only becomes an issue, in my opinion.
Immigrants, not illegal.
And that too. It seems to me it only becomes an issue, immigration, migrant, illegals, whatever we want to call it, when the politicians make it an issue to keep us divided and arguing and distracted and sparring, right? And to
2 months, 3 months, a year from now, we'll be on to a whole nother subject and nobody will be talking about this. So I have to wonder, do we actually really care? This is, I understand the position that they're taking jobs from Americans. I understand that passionate talking point that many people have. I've been guilty of sharing my opinion on that too. And I agree, we need to have more jobs for Americans. But I keep stressing this. Every time we have this conversation, folks, the pushback is always, well, Americans don't want these jobs, so somebody has to do it, right?
Well, I think Americans don't want the jobs because employers are giving them to lower income people who will take them, when if they were to pay the American a decent wage to do that job, build a house, actually nailing the nails correctly, instead of just putting a house up in 3 days or 2 days and the framework not being great. Imagine an American going in there hard-working. It does happen.
See, that's not often the problem. The problem is in agriculture and construction, Americans can't do the jobs as fast. So,
They could.
Just let me finish. While you have people who just get interested in construction and can't do the job as fast, the folks who are either farm worker immigrants or folks who are not here legally can often do the jobs at a much faster rate with a much lower learning curve, right?
Yes, but the quality of work.
Bro,
Cool C, let him finish. Cool C, let him
I want to
finish.
move you to the audience. You need to stop interrupting. Sorry. Thank you. So you can teach Americans to do these jobs at a faster rate, but the learning curve is higher. So part of the argument is that these people have a lower learning curve than we do. And so they're more likely to take the jobs and be hired because they can do them in an economically efficient amount of time versus Americans who have to be taught to do this. It's going to take them a couple of houses to get quick.
You are.
But you don't understand.
Wait.
Listen, Marshall, listen. Yeah.
Wait, hold on, Cool C.
Your piece, did you just mute yourself or did the thing mute you on accident? Because I didn't mute you.
I didn't mute you either. I didn't mute you, Cool C. But hold on, Cool C. We've been very gracious with you on the mic.
Yeah.
Let's let your piece say what she would like to say.
I wanted to hear what you had to say.
Your piece, if you're there, maybe she got a call and we don't know.
Well, my biggest thing, like you were saying, Marshall, yes, the immigrants do these jobs, they do them quicker, but sometimes they're sloppier what they do, they don't put quality work in. If you train someone to do quality work, they can put the houses up quick. That's why when some of these people go to inspect the houses, they're looking at the corners, they're looking at this, and some of the cement work, some of the other stuff should not be approved, and yet they sell the house. Or they get around it because how quickly it was put together. If you hired Americans, maybe they do take a little longer to build that house, but the nails are going to go in there right. The roof is going to be on tighter. There's not going to be the parts that may fall apart sooner, where you have to have a 20-year warranty on your house. When you could get a good quality house and still have that 20-year warranty with better quality of it built. That's what I was getting at is, yes, the legal will build it for cheaper rate, quicker, but not always quality work.
I don't know if I agree. I understand your point.
I've seen it.
But wait.
The inspectors go around and look at these houses. I'm just saying, they're taking construction jobs, they're taking truck driving jobs, they're taking these jobs from us. The truck driver has to, if they're going to work on the construction site in a home building community, they have to, like the graders and all that, level the ground and all that, they have to go through licensing. What they do with these foreigners, their licensing, they don't do.
So maybe our grievances shouldn't be with the worker, maybe it should be with the employer. They're taking advantage of these workers because they can hire them. Yeah.
So maybe we shouldn't be, have these fiery responses and reactions to
And we haven't even talking about
your piece. We want y'all to jump in there. Go ahead, your piece. Go ahead. You got it.
We didn't hear you.
Yeah, I don't know if you're having some mic issues, but the mic is yours, sis.
Go for it.
Well, wrong place, wrong time with somebody who is ignored. Right? Good. I don't know how to back up.
Okay, so hold on. Who is this that wants to come up? Arthur? I was trying to bring you up, but I added you as a friend. I didn't mean to do that, but here we are. You're my friend now. You don't need to add me back, but I was just trying to bring you up. Go ahead.
I was gonna say you don't want to be my friend.
We're friends now, Arthur.
Hell yeah. So I'm a GC with 20 years in the trades. Can I speak reality here?
Yeah, you got it. Go ahead. Cool C, go on. Cool C, go on mute so we don't have to.
fucking you. All that overtime, male chauvinist, fucking pig.
Your piece, but nobody's muting you. That's the thing. I don't know who's. I'm not muting you.
Hear anything that was trying to.
We can't hear it, but wait. Let me just say this. Also, let me say this. Facts. This app has been glitching. For a lot of people, for a lot of users, they are finding when they speak on some of these stages, the app automatically mutes them. We're finding that sometimes you have to leave the room and come back, or restart your phone altogether, right? Something weird is happening on Clubhouse where some people are experiencing when they start talking, they're muted automatically. It's an app glitch. But nobody on the stage has muted you. I can guarantee you, I'm not muting you. So, yeah, you were talking since we couldn't hear you. As a matter of fact, I was like, your piece, go ahead, talk, but we didn't hear anything. So if you keep getting muted, it's the glitch on the app. So you might have to leave and come back.
Is this happening in other rooms too?
It has happened to Roger. If y'all know Roger Mayhem and Mojo, it happened to him a lot. I was in another space that happened to a speaker. I've not experienced it, but I have been in rooms where other speakers on the stage have experienced it. So hopefully she'll come back. Okay, hold on, Arthur. Before you go, let's see if this works. Your piece, you got it. See, yeah, I'm not muting you, sis. I promise you I'm not muting you. And CO has been silent on the stage. I don't even think CO's in the room, so I know he's not doing it. And the driver just came up, so I know he's not muting you. I'm positive it's a glitch. You might have to restart your phone. I know someone in another room, Mojo had this problem. When he was hosting his own space, he literally had to restart his phone and come back in the room before it started working. So if you want to give it one more try, go ahead. Chad is even co-signing. It's true in all rooms. Go in and out and come back in. Yeah, it's happening a lot, sis. So while we wait for you in this weird glitch with the mic, we're going to turn it over to Arthur, but your piece when you come back, yeah, just go off the app and come back. Scotty Lynn is saying, hey, Scotty. Yeah, you have to literally leave the app and come back. Okay, Arthur, you got it, Arthur.
All right, construction. So there's usually like 3 tiers. There's high, mids, and lows. So the high quality guys work for themselves. They're custom. They're in demand. They charge what they want, and they do bang ass dope work, and they don't have to advertise or look for work or go bid on jobs. And they're booked up months, years ahead of time. These are your best guys. Nobody can afford them unless you can afford them. So that's top tier. Mid tier is your regular, advertiser, social media. He's got a crew or a few. He's a GC. He's insured. He's bonded. He's got trucks. He's got capital. He's got overhead. He's got insurance. He's got workers' comp. He's got the whole thing. So he can't afford to work for builders because builders pay crap. Why? Because builders have quantity. They do quantity. Cookie cutter. Okay, how many houses can you do? How many guys you got? So to fit that kind of demand, your regular blue collar builder who used to build in the 90s, they can't do that anymore. So they have to go work. They have to do remodeling because remodeling is where the money's at: kitchens, bathrooms, basements. And because people who
want to live in a neighborhood, in an area, they're gonna build it. They're gonna move in, buy an old house, be closer to town instead of far away in a suburb, driving, commuting to work in a brand new cookie cutter shitty put together house by low tier trades that are often hired by builders. Builders have superintendents that hire GCs who just know how to speak English. And these GCs go to the bar and hire, I need 5 guys. We're doing this drywall job or something. And that's how it's done. So these guys are immigrants, they work, they weld, they smoke weed, they party, they do great work. But only up to the quality that they're getting paid to. So to say that those guys can't do that kind of work, that's not true. They often go off, disappear for a little while because they get work. They have quality, but because they're immigrants, because they're not legal, because they're not bonded, because they're not insured, because if you break your leg on my job, holy shit, I'm fucked. Because they have that, they don't have the ability to attract the kind of pricing that they are worth. So they work stupidly fast and just barely passing for builders who pay peanuts. So that's how that works.
Yes, I was agreeing with you. That's what I was saying. I know it gets a little harder for the contractors and all that stuff to get good quality employees, but if they started hiring better and doing it a little bit better, it might work better. And yeah, there's ones that are way top tier. They're building their own houses, a single house at a time.
The guys who are great these days, they don't need to work for a guy. They have an app. They have thumbtack. They find work themselves. If you know how to do drywall and some kind of carpentry, you can charge $50-$60 an hour working for yourself.
That's what I'm saying.
I charge $150. I'll pay you $60. Do it.
Well, that's what I'm saying. They're the guys that are building one house at a time. They're not building multiple houses like a whole thing. And that's what I'm saying is when the inspector goes into some of these, they're looking at cracks in the foundation. They see the corners aren't a full 90 degrees. The pipes may not have been put in right. The electricity, that's the one whole thing they do look for, I think, importance. But, I mean, the corners of the wall, all that stuff, the windows. I've seen videos where windows aren't even square in houses that were being built.
You have to factor in settlement. Some builders don't want to wait that 6-month list of things to correct than to build it correctly and take longer, doing it the correct way, paying guys that are worth it. No, they rather get away with doing 100, failing on 10 of them. Half of them will have warranty issues, but the builders only have typically a 1-year warranty. So I was a punch guy for about a year. I went and I saw how the builders work because I was the punch list guy before I went on my own 10 years ago. So that's what caused me to go on my own. I thought I'd picture a big shot builder, supervisor, running teams and training people. I thought it was great. And then I saw what building is actually. Totally different world from where I came from, which is remodeling, flipping homes, investment properties, that kind of shit. I came from the housing collapse, the financial, that 2008, all that. That's where I came up from, making stupid money for investors who were selling houses like hotcakes. And then TV came and started making TV shows like Flip That House, and then programmed the whole masses and everybody like, hey, buy houses. And then that's how the prices were made high, because it became popular to be a landlord. Social media influencers, hey, you should be a landlord. Now all these people came in during COVID lockdown, bought Airbnbs, now they're paying the price. Everybody's losing their house. It was all hype. It was fake. It was pumped. Everything's pumped. Everything was hyped up, and now everything's coming back down.
So I also said if someone, like that builder or that guy who does hire all those illegal immigrants, we got a mushroom factory in Pennsylvania that's been raided at least twice over time. I say someone who's like that, who has hired illegal immigrants, they sponsor them. They sponsor their visa. They sponsor their education. They may have to do 1 week because they were housing them there, I think, at one point at this farm. They have to
papers by being here legal. You have to need an invitation from a company, from a corporation in the United States, send an invitation to your address and invite it via some kind of work visa. So that when you stay for a work visa and stay for like a year, then you can qualify for residency. And once you become a fucking resident and stay 5 years and taking tests, then you become legal.
I get that, but if someone's going to sponsor these legally, whatever, there should be a process to help them become legal, is what I was saying.
Okay, hold on.
Like that builder or that corner.
Pause, cool. See, hold on. So I'm gonna turn it back over to your piece in a minute to see if she wants to speak. I am about to shut the room down in a second here. But shameless plug, really quickly, deviate from the immigration migrant job talk. If anybody watches Dexter, check out my interview with Michael C. Hall. I pinned the link to the top. They have revived the Dexter series, Dexter Resurrections. I'm a huge Dexter fan. So if anybody is a fan of the Dexter franchise, there's a new Dexter that premiered next week. There's a new Dexter that premiered last week on Showtime. The new episode drops tonight. For those who are new to the space or new to my voice, I'm an entertainment news reporter, so I interview a lot of celebrities. And I'm just proud of the fact that I got an opportunity to interview Michael C. Hall. It's a very short interview, but there's a link at the top for anybody who's interested. Check it out. Your piece, are you there? Would you like to share your piece, miss? She's not there. All right, ladies and gentlemen, another thing. I run a club here. Our house is called Press Hollywood. Join the house if you like conspiracy theory talk as it relates to politics, UFOs, aliens, and celebrities gossip and pop culture. And I play a lot of my celebrity interviews in there and spill the tea. We're meeting tomorrow at 2 p.m. Central, so if anybody's interested, give me a follow or follow the house and check us out tomorrow at 2 p.m. Central. Now, final thoughts for anybody on the stage, because A, I gotta go eat, and B, it looks like some of the people that I like on this app have opened up another room that might be a really good discussion, and I want to go in there and check it out. Peace, you got.
Okay, I was just saying this too.
Okay, what is going on with my sister's mic?
I think some of these mics, if they're going on there, as soon as it hears you speak, it's actually messing up because depending on her pitch and tone, depending on what she has, may be cutting her off automatically. It might be the device, not the phone. It could be the if she's on a headset, that headset might automatically mute. So,
well, she left. This is annoying me. For the record, I hope.
I agree.
Folks, no, I wouldn't mute her at all. I don't mute people. Okay, so that's
as soon as she got high pitched, it went to silent. So as soon as she got high pitched, it automatically went to silent. So it could be her headset or her earphones or something, thinking she's saying something else like, "Hey Siri."
And why? You don't have to defend yourself. You seem to be a very nice person and a very nice host, and you wouldn't do that. I'm just saying that.
What house is it? What house was it again?
It's Press Hollywood. Press Hollywood. 2 words. Press Hollywood. Every week we meet around on Saturday. Sometimes I have to work on Saturday. If I have to work a junket, then we don't meet. But usually every Saturday. And really, if you're other, and I just say this as a general, it's really not this. Our language is foul in there. Okay, if you're the easily offended type, if you don't like conspiracy theories and it talks about aliens and government conspiracies and MK Ultra and celebrity sexual sacrifices, is not the room for you. Yes, we cover all of that.
So like
the black
I guess Epstein's name was mentioned, huh?
Oh, we talk about all of that. No topic is off limits. And all voices are welcome. We have everybody that comes into all voices are welcome. Black, white, gay, straight, we don't care, we don't discriminate, everybody can come in, right? So tell a friend, join the space. But listen guys, I am gonna close the room now.
I'll look for you. Thank you.
Alright, y'all be blessed. Same to you. I'm gonna give you a follow, Jules. Y'all be blessed, have a good Friday and a good weekend, and we'll see you in the next Coffee Debates room.
Playing basketball with them and then they become my best friend. So
okay. Everybody's like, leave me alone, grandma. Come to find out, the motherfucker like boys and girls.
Your mom's cute.
It's okay. The only thing my mom and dad said, they're not gonna approve of her bringing home a transvestite because he would.
Yeah.
My daddy said, don't do that Kehlani shit. Have a baby with a man that wants dress up as a woman.
Oh, yeah, Kehlani.
He said, you do that shit, that motherfucker don't love you. He trying to look good for another man, not for a woman. So my dad said that's his cutoff when it comes to her relationships. But she done had, now that she done came out the closet, she done had a boyfriend that she was actually serious with for a long time. She broke up with him because he got it. She broke up with him because he got a DUI. She was like, there's no future in that. She's like, he got the record now. I was like, okay. Then she had a girlfriend that didn't last because she used to smoke. I know this kind of sounds crazy, but she's like, she smoked weed. I don't want no girlfriend that smells like marijuana and cigarettes.
Yeah.
And she doesn't like ghetto girls.
Oh, okay. She like pretty girls.
She just wants a decent looking girl, or she wants that has some.
But does she like girls, or she likes girls that are pretty that look just like boys?
She doesn't like girls that dress like boys.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so she likes pretty girls.
She's a femme.
Okay.
So in our world, if it's a girl, she's gonna chill with. She's gotta look like a girl, and then she looks like a girl. So she will wear her crop shirts. Her girlfriend's gonna wear her crop shirts.
Yeah, that's how my niece is.
But then
At the time.
she's with a boy, and he gotta be. So I think she got this from her mom. He's gotta be like getting ready to graduate from college, and he has to be able to have conversation, and he has to be a socialist Democrat. If you're conservative, she's not fucking with you.
Yeah. So I was talking to my niece that day. I said, yo, if I put my niece on this app, she will chew this fucking stage up and spit it out.
Oh my God. She can listen to me all talk. She was like, where do they get their information? Because
she was the same way.
She was like, where? Do they read books?
That's the same thing that City was telling me when I was on the app, when I was at her mom's house. She's like, these people, they don't read, and they don't read. That's their problem.
She said.
I said they read the headlines, they don't read the articles. She's like, sometimes even within the article, it's nice to do a quick Google search.
I was like, yeah, you're right, babe. She was like, Mom, like one time I was spazzing, right? When she first came home. She was like, Mom, don't spaz on them. They're a little slow. Sometimes, like with slow people, you just gotta say, okay. Yeah, that was nice.
My niece was like, I have blocked all the family that was Republican. I have blocked them. I was like, really? She was like, yeah, I just can't do it.
Yeah, her too. Yeah. And then even with Aya or even the African girl, let me tell you something. They went to go see Barbie. This is how deep entrenched they are into socialism. So they come home and I was like, did you understand the whole story behind Barbie? There's a message. And I'm like, what's the message, babe? It's how men put their foot on our neck. They don't want us to progress in society. It's as if we cannot, like, the greatest leaders are like Merkel. Like, look how Merkel brought countries together. And, like, it wasn't about pretty politics because she's a thick older lady, short haircut, and looks butch-like, and still made things happen. My favorite picture is the picture of her eyeing Trump. She let him know, like, I'm not with the BS. And I was like, yeah, you're right. It sounds nice.
daddy calls her a gray baby. He calls all the girls a gray baby. He's like, them girls are gray babies.
And my niece says she don't want no kids. I was like, okay.
She doesn't want kids either. You want babies? She said, I got a dog.
She said, I'll adopt kids, but I don't want my own kids. I'm like,
She doesn't even want to adopt. She was like, I would adopt children in this world. Like, getting hold of APA.
Timer. Oh, I hated that they did that to us. Like, they was trying to pit men and women against each other. That's
yeah, my niece lost her virginity at 19 and 10. With a guy.
Yeah, her too.
Yeah. Yeah.
But again, guess who she calls about her business? Her grandpa.
What's his grandpa's name?
So the first time he was like, I want to hear this shit. He is like, okay, baby, okay. So what he does is he calls me. My mom's at work. He's like, call your mom. I don't know how to do this three-way shit on my cell phone. So I call my mom. He's like, you know that damn girl called. I said, what'd you say? I said, okay. Well, if you need something, just let grandpa know. So he calls me. I call my mom. He's like, I don't know. My mom was like, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. We need her to be able to talk. If she's telling you her secrets, it's okay. My dad was like, I want to hear that shit.
Yeah, she called my mom, no, my sister, then my mom, then she called me. I was like, okay, and then you okay? Like, how was it? And, was he, did he know what he was doing? Was he too rough for what did he take his time? She was like, yeah. I was like, okay.
She told me she didn't like it. It's kind of bad because, like, a lot of men don't realize, like, guys be like, oh, I'm gonna pop a cherish them on the. Like, even with me, the first time I had sex with somebody, it's like, it hurt so bad. Like, it hurt.
Yeah, there was no pleasure when you're trying to, yeah. Mm-hmm.
And you can either regret the dude or you just love him because of his personality or how he takes care of you. Like, guys think that you fall in love with them because they popped your cherry. Nigga, for our first fuck. Broke our timing. And that shit hurt like a motherfucker. If we stood by your ass, it's only because we loved your personality. No, the girl that loved you when she was a virgin only loved you because of who you were and had nothing to do with your cake. Am I right?
Yeah.
That's like the worst experience in the world.
George, it had nothing to do with sex. I just really liked him. He was so cute.
So you say
George.
he was plus technician, like he was plus personality.
What? You never told us.
You're unaware.
You in the room and we can't hear you.
She ain't open that room. She went to go get some chicken and she trying to shine here so we can fucking stay up all goddamn night.
Where is she at?
She had it open first. I was right about to go right now, Lisa.
Let me go check. Lisa. Is Lisa gone? Okay, she's gonna reopen. Dr. A.G.
All right, guys, we got a link. Let me put the link up top. Yes, Patty.
Oh, go to the other room. I'm gonna ask you in the other room.
All right, click the link up on top, guys. We're closing down.
You gonna go before me? My food is low.
No. Come on, my love.
Go, Dr. A.G.
Lisa waiting for you.
Okay.
Michael, come on.
Ladies.
Deborah, come on. Okay,
I can't say that if you're in your mid 40s or I'm kind of in my early 40s still, but I know women they can't say that. They just can't do that. But I'm the norm for somebody in their 40s. At least I would think. Of course. I mean, but these bitches are. Their norm is they can't have kids. They're ran through. They went past the prime of their lives. Now they get to sit.
Pepe, they expect you to pay full price for what everyone else got for free when they're 20.
For real, that is like the worst thing I think any man can experience from a woman. Because now imagine if you're in this like relationship where this woman wants you to pay for everything just because her previous relationship had her man do this. And this is exactly what I'm talking about for women in general. Like women nowadays, they don't have no autonomy. They don't know anything. Like you can ask a woman how many books she read, she would tell you she don't know how many books she read. She'd sit there and say like maybe like one book or something. But then after that she can't even name more than 10 books. Stupid hoe. And now we have people in America who are even more dumb. We have the education system that is so fucking bad. People don't even know how to people don't even know what other countries are out there other than America. We have women nowadays who are more sluts than before. Back in like probably the 1900s, ever since feminism became a thing, it's just so fucking stupid. And I don't know why feminism even like literally isn't even a thing now, because it's like we have a bunch of women who have these or have the same responsibilities as a man now, but they don't usually adhere to like the responsibility. Like it's so fucking stupid, and I find it like just dead.
Sarah, you said only beta men worry about paying. Fuck that shit. Okay, like before the manosphere was a thing, like Tom Likas was big on radio when I was in college, and you say always go half. Don't pay for that bitch. And if she does, and if she insists on you paying it was DTB. Dump that bitch. That's it. And I'm not even lying. Like I actually made it a habit of not paying for my fucking dates, and there's like useful reasons for it. Number one, I'm not going to invest in something I don't fucking have. Number two, it's kind of like when you make her pay like her half, it's kind of like she's going to feel like now she's somewhat invested. So she kind of wants something. She'll hope it will like kind of work out.
Feminist bullshit.
No, fuck that. No, fuck that. Because here's the thing.
Men don't do that. I don't know.
I do it, but I don't give a fuck.
No. Hold on.
I've only had one man allowed me to pay half of the bill, and I have been on a lot of first dates.
Yeah, getting a lot of free food.
No, but I don't need free meal, Jaden. But I have always offered to pay, like split the bill.
Look, I can understand that.
That's absolutely a trap. If a man says yes, I'll split the bill. I'll probably take the whole bill. I won't just because they're never gonna get a second date.
No, but the thing is, here's the thing. Usually some men really just want to know if they're prepared for that. So for an example, if I'm going on a date with a girl that I don't know, I'm obviously going to want some sort of 50-50 split. It's not like I'm just going to leave and dip after her. I just want to know that she would invest in me just as much as I would invest in her. I mean, you can't put all men in a box and say, oh yeah, this man is just going to want money from me and then just dip after. Nah, I just don't think that. I'm sorry. I don't think.
And just remember, Jaden, women always show up after the fact. Like, you hear stories about women, like, my man takes care of me, this and that. Or you like when it was
Exactly.
40 grand.
No, exactly. That's why they want you when you already have that. But they think they deserve to be provided for. Whereas like if they were not willing to be with you, like I can think of my cousin. They met in high school. They were both broke as fuck. So actually, his brother, my other cousin, same thing with him. He got out of the Marines while he was in college. He was living in an apartment for free. He agreed to be like the repairman. He's doing really well now. Actually, I mean, it's just like I like that. I mean, I would say these are like decent women, but there are so many women out there, and you even hear them talk about it. Where it's like if the guy isn't already established and making money and all of this stuff, It's like, well, fuck, you don't like him for who he is. I mean, it's fucking, these women are trash.
For real, that's what I'm saying.
What I was saying is, you don't love him, you love the life that he gives you. Because all of a sudden, let's say he gets sick and tells you, I can't work anymore. We have to sell the $600,000 house and live in a $200,000. And you have to go back to work, and we're driving two $10,000 Hondas. Let's see if she stays with him.
Yeah, so right here is like disagreeing with the concept. But I mean, here's the thing. I'm not saying that every woman would generally do this. There are some women who would stick with you by your side even when you're like at your lowest. But if there's just this woman who's with you just because you have this fancy lifestyle, then that's not a woman at all. Because a woman would generally take care of you, take care of the kids, take care of the house, wash the dishes, make you a sandwich. All of these things.
I don't know where you guys find these women. Let me say this, Nick. I don't know where you guys find these women that you guys are talking about. I don't know any woman like that around me, and I know a lot of women. Women stand by their men.
You hear them on this app all fucking day.
Yeah, this app is not real,
Okay.
They're stay-at-home moms. They don't do grocery shopping. They don't cut the grass. They don't clean. They don't make you a fucking sandwich. Yeah, they do, and they don't even want to cook dinner, and they don't like take the kids or walk the kids to school. Like, mom was a stay-at-home mom, but she cooked, cleaned, cut the grass, pulled weeds in the garden, and had a hot meal for my dad every day. My parents started from nothing, and they've been married 45 years. But these women don't want to do that.
Yeah, I agree. I want to play something, okay? This is a 53-year-old woman.
Yeah, go ahead.
She had a viral video like a year ago.
53. It has been several years. We are all the good men. I'm tired of being alone. I want to share my life with someone. I am just tired. I want to be in love. I want to share my life with someone. I want to feel the joys. I want to have my hands held. I want to be held. I want to kiss. I want to support. I want to make coffee with that person. I want my person. I want my person. Why is it so hard to find your person? I'm tired.
Because you're 53, you old ass bitch. With your fucking dried up sucky pussy. You fucking crazy ass, you nasty ass bitch. I don't want to fuck you. Nobody wants to fuck you. Who wants to hold hands with that and hug you and kiss you? That's fucking disgusting.
Okay, Sarah.
You fucking dick bitch.
Okay, Sarah. I'm gonna be more rational about this.
My name is Sarah. Don't call me Sarah.
Okay, Sarah, whatever, Sarah, whatever. But Sarah, there's a multitude of women nowadays who are on OnlyFans. The people who are paying for these goddamn websites are men. But you wanna know who continues these things? It's women. They have the choice to say, no, I don't want to do OnlyFans. No, they don't want to do it. But you wanna know why they do it? It's because they're sluts. They don't have anything other to do. They don't have anything else to do. Like, you see mad women in Miami. Over there. You want to know why they call it the city of hoes? It's because there's so many hoes there. They got hoes in Miami. They got hoes in goddamn Louisiana. They got hoes everywhere. So it's not something of, it's not even about the good women out there. There's good women out there, but it's less than what it was before. And that is the entire question. Why should I be a man in a situation where a girl could be potentially a hoe? I am not doing that. There's no man in this world that's going to pay for no girl's date if they're a hoe.
And you always pick up the bill.
No, I would say in certain situations where they're my girl, then yes. If they're not my girl, then it's 50-50. I don't care. I don't care about no girl. I'm not paying for no random girl.
No, I'm not. You don't call me the OG feminist.
How?
Yeah, I'm not. No,
how?
Tom Likas. I'll tell you, Tom Likas used to say he was the OG feminist. So he would tell a bitch that she has to pay half. I did it all the fucking time without fucking shame. And the thing is, though, I didn't have a problem nailing these women. So I don't know. You say, well, it's not a good idea. Well, it worked for me. I mean, that's all I really care about is how it worked for me.
situational use only, Pepe.
I mean, some of them were probably could have been wife material, but I was a dick, and, would just fuck them and just kind of I don't really want to fucking hang out with you. I want to hang out with my friends. Go fuck yourself. But
again, like you said, Pepe, these women it's funny. I know a guy that he's engaged to this girl. She had 3 kids from 3 different men.
No.
She's 45, and he has no kids, and he has a pretty decent job. I think he's an engineer or something. And he starts dating this girl, and she's all posting online on Instagram. Oh, my man loves me. He spoils me. He gives me everything I want. Because the thing is with him is he doesn't want to be 60 years old living with his dog. So
I would way rather have that. What the fuck?
Exactly. Guys date down. Women don't.
I mean, if that was my son trying to marry a 45-year-old with three kids, let alone with 3 different dads, I mean, that's when you take them out and you say, son, let's go out to the barn. And you shoot him. You just put him out of his existence.
Pepe.
What?
You don't have a son.
If I did, that's exactly what would fucking happen.
Because you know what's going to happen with them is, I think this bitch was married, but she always used to think, oh, my ex was so toxic. Yeah, because he wouldn't probably buy her a Mercedes because she saw her friend get one on Instagram. I mean,
the thing is, though, that whole toxic relationship is this shit is so fucking stupid. You can see right through it. So basically, toxic people, not always, but more likely than not, when you meet a woman and that says oh, I was in a toxic relationship, chances are the one before that was toxic, and so was the one before that. And the reality is that people with toxic traits generally get in relationships with other toxic people. This bitch is burnt goods. She's no good. I mean, she has a personality flaw, and so once again, you just save drama. You save the drama. Don't date these women. And you don't pay for their fucking kids. You don't do any of that shit.
Don't split the date bill.
I can do whatever the fuck I want. I'm a grown-ass man. You see, it's one thing if I ask a a woman out, then I'll kind of be well, it's my treat. It's if I ask a friend if he wants to go out to eat, if a guy friend, it's I'll sometimes pay for it. But if it's a fucking, just some bitch, oftentimes they'd be oh, do you want to hang out sometime? I'm definitely not paying for this shit.
And for an example, I would say that multiple girls expect money from the first date. So for an example. I have to think about that question.
Why do you think they created Pepe the Passport Bros? Because these women in these other countries are much more submissive and are actually real women that will cook and clean for you.
Well, I think it's twofold. I think number one, a lot of these, getting a mail order bride has always been a way that white men or men in general could they could get an Asian woman or something or a Russian woman that was more attractive than what they would have gotten in the United States. I just think it's them. Yeah, some of it I think is disgusting. I saw a 40-something-year-old guy, and he paid the mother to marry her daughter. He was an attractive 19-year-old, and I'm thinking this guy's a creep.
Yeah, that's fucked up. What do you think? Pepe, if they're 40 and they're going for something 35 or something like that, yeah, that's crazy. It's 45 going for a 19-year-old Leonardo DiCaprio.
Wait, but what do you think of people like Andrew Tate saying it's okay to date girls who's 19 and above age if you're welcome?
I'd say this, if a 19-year-old who's down to fuck a 40-something-year-old is gonna fuck a 40-something-year-old, whether it's you or not. So I mean, I don't really care. I when I was 17, I fucked a 42-year-old woman. I didn't, it wasn't traumatizing to me.
40-something-year-old woman raped you.
No, it wasn't me. It was it's just like fucking a 16-year-old, you know, that would have been like around my age. Except for she gave me my fucking, you know, she did kind of give me the creep. She's like, I want to be in a relationship with you. And it's like, what the fuck? Her daughter was my age. But I survived rape as a juvenile, I guess.
Jaden, you have a very, very annoying background noise.
Yeah, sorry.
And you're eating? No. Mute up now.
Gee. I mean, I don't know. Like this bitch up at top, in the link above, and then the China woman that was like, you know, saying like, there's like seriously a shortage of attractive guys. Like, neither of these bitches would be seen with an attractive guy. Like, I don't even understand why the fuck these bitches are like even bringing it up. Like, when would they ever be seen with like some tall, handsome stud? They would not be fucking with these frumpy bitches. And I think it more points towards like what's wrong with women and social media. A lot of these stupid sluts like to do, you know, what they call Snapchat filters, and you think you're like, and you think you're hot shit.
Too, it's like the more sexual partners a woman has, the less likely she is to be married. And like the ones that say, "Oh, I just want to settle down."
Yeah, they ride the cop carousel for 30 fucking years, and it's like, I deserve a good man. I want to. Yeah, no, like fuck you and your dirty used up pussy.
Yeah, or the boss bitch that all of a sudden she gets married at like 38. And then has a kid like the next year, and then is divorced like 3 years later.
Yeah, I would never go for one of those.
No, not the boss bitch is the worst.
It's so weird, like on Tinder, seeing like there's one she's attractive, she's about my age, and she's like working upper level manager or upper management, something like that, and like that it's like that's her little flex. And I'm just thinking like, dude, you're like a dumb bitch. Like you're using that. First of all, if a guy was to say that on his Tinder profile, you'd be saying that's fucking cheesy. But she kind of thinks it's like a flex, like as if guys really give a fuck about this dumb bitch.
Do you watch that YouTube channel like Catching a Gold Digger? The funny shit that those guys do, it's hilarious.
I have. I mean, I've seen like, but I can tell a lot of them were choreographed or like big.
Yeah, but he has like the Toyota Corolla, and the girl doesn't want to pay attention. He's like, I'm just kidding, that's my real car, it's my Ferrari.
Yeah, I've seen those. Thing is though, it's like I've only known a handful of people that I would say were like, they weren't billionaires, but you know, they had money in the hundreds of millions, or their family did, and like they went like way out of their way to not let people know who they were or look like they have money. They were like super. It was always on their mind, like, you know, who's going to try to them or ask them for money. But never problems that I had.
It's like Taylor Swift, I mean, how many sexual partners is she? Like 15?
Well, I mean, she's a. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's different, though. It's just like, pick between being like a celebrity, like the most popular pop singer for years, and being a fucking mom at home, like, there's like exceptions to every rule, so I wouldn't really get on her case about it. She's a big exception to the rule. But, I don't know.
Yeah, this chicken is tasting good.
But I don't know. I mean, I know I see some of these sluts are down in the audience, right? Or just like listening, just be like, "Oh my god, is that me? You know, fuck this asshole. Who does he think he is?" But I don't know.
Fuck you, sluts.
If any of you guys want to come up here and bitch and say like, "Oh my god, there is a shortage of attractive men," tell me why so many of you average, frumpy-looking whores are somehow like. I don't know, worth dating. I love you.
Yeah. And you know, some of these bitches nowadays think that they deserve like a top 1% man. Like, all of them are normal ass bitches. They come from normal ass homes. How the fuck do they even deserve these niggas who work their entire life on? And when these niggas talk about, go and make me a sandwich, they wanna argue back like, bitch, I worked hard and you gonna come here and tell me what the fuck to do? No, you live in my house. Do you follow fucking
have a feeling these women, the only good thing they're going to get out of life, I think, though, is that when they're young, they sometimes get fucked by. But you generally have to be better than an average. Like, you're attractive, but not, like, ideal. And some of these, like, high-value men, as they like to put it, will, like, fuck them, you know? But purely recreational use. And you know, but they're not going to end up with them in the day. So the one good thing they can look back to is like the glory days of a guy who was the high school quarterback. He almost could, if it wasn't for that one game, he could have just, maybe he would have gone to D1 school for college. Maybe he would have made it into the big leagues. You know, these women will get to look back and say, oh, if only I would have worked out with him, then I would be living such a luxurious life with that tall, strapping stud. But the reality is that it doesn't work out. But they do get to dream about the time how they almost got it, and they got to get fucked by those chads. And that's basically the same.
Yeah, look at all these, you know, the feminists and the fucking chads talking shit. Like,
no, like it's the feminazis. Like the ones that are most fucked up, Pepe, are like you read those articles about the kids. Like finding out that their moms on like OnlyFans and committing suicide because they're getting made fun of like so badly at school.
Like, could you imagine, like, bro, I busted the biggest fucking nut looking at your mom's tits, bro. Like, you'd be like, what the fuck?
Yeah,
that shit would start it.
Yeah, that would be weird. Exactly. And you know, I find it funny.
When people on the stage, I think people have their hands up.
I did. I invited everybody to have their hand up.
Yeah, they always want to talk shit in the chat, but they don't want to say nothing up in here.
Chat warriors, Jay.
But it is men's fault at the end of the day. We're biologically hardwired to, unfortunately, want to, like, if we can't get what we want, like, at any given point in time, we'll do a substitute.
Feminist woman, and then you guys want 50-50. So I don't know. Pick your fucking battles.
Okay. We're gonna go there, right? Okay. So let me explain something to you. Do you think feminists, a lot of feminists have the responsibility to adhere to what they are supposed to do? For an example, feminists want to have the same careers as men. They want to do everything as a man. They want to do all these shit that they don't even want to do generally. So for a fact, I know these fucking women are lying. They don't want equality. They want equality for themselves. Everyone here can agree with me because this shit is funny as shit. All these women nowadays just want equality for themselves, but not to adhere to the responsibility as the same as a man. This is why I am so done with goddamn women in 2025, because all of them come from keyboard warrior parents, or they're literally just keyboard warriors in general. Some of these women nowadays are on.
Right?
Say what?
Do what? Just mod me for a second. I'll drop. Just mod me.
You don't have to drop. Just.
No, I had to take out the trash. That John Kitover is Edmund. And he's streaming the room to his Instagram dancing naked. And I feel like I've had to explain this to people 100 times to boot him. He sits in the audience and streams rooms, recording it to his Instagram, dancing naked. He is a sick in the head freak. If you see him, boot him, please.
Steve streaming with one of those add-ons down there. You can't kick the add-ons out.
Well, I'll just say this.
I have his alt blocked. So what I'm saying is, even though someone might not be able to appear, they still can't come in if they're blocked by a mod. That's one of the only things that's good. Well, now that I can actually talk. Okay, first off, if it wasn't recording, my reply, and now I can actually say it. When you say, "Oh my God, I'm 25 and I'm so done with women," I almost shot off the mic and said, "Okay, well, enjoy men," because what I've been hearing is absolutely disgusting. Okay, if you're on an app and you're saying that you're just on there to just hook up, and then you're complaining about the quality of the women, hello? Okay,
either jump right into a date. There's no phone call, barely anything, just surface level. And then you realize, oh my God, this is a total disaster. And then they want to try and get out of paying when they should have just done vetting ahead of time. I can tell you right here, right now, anytime that I have ever been on those apps, I haven't been in a while, all you have to do is pick up the phone. 1 or 2 phone calls before you go out, you can 90% confidence you can figure out, as long as you ask the right questions, whether it's worth your time, if you're actually trying to date. And people don't do that. And so what happens is you get to the date, you realize there's 0 there, and then you want to try and get out of your responsibility even though you asked for the date. I don't care if it was absolutely complete mismatch. Being a man is paying it and moving on and hopefully learning a lesson and not ending up at a date where you didn't do any vetting. And before you come off the date,
No, fuck that shit.
Yeah, no, I know. You hate the idea of responsibility.
No, it's not about even responsibility. It's about the
It's your bicycle tire, dude.
No, fuck that shit.
Fix whatever the hell is coming off your mic, dude. You're blowing up our ears with the weird clicking noise.
It's the rain. But fuck that shit.
Get out of the rain.
No, but what I'm talking about is different to what men should do. Men should be prepared first before going on a date, making sure that the person they're on a date with isn't just using them for money. Stefan, I know you're not a dumbass. When you go on a date with somebody, the first thing you should do is make sure at least they are attracted to you. Is that right, Stefan?
Well, first off, it's Steven, and it doesn't...
Oh, Steven, whatever.
Yeah, well, it's not whatever. It's here's the thing. Hopefully you're listening because you might be able to learn something. I'm going to tell you right here. First off, also your profile, everything on it that it says is atheist, and you think you're going to find a tradition? You think you're going to try to traditional value woman?
It doesn't fucking matter. It does not fucking matter. Because here's the thing. No, it doesn't. Because here's the thing. I'm not asking for a religion. I'm asking to have sex. That's the entire fucking point. I don't give a fuck about a religion.
Shut up, dude. Why are you complaining about women if you're just using them?
Well, I just want to say this.
You just literally used women, but then you're going to sit here and take 20 minutes to complain about women? That's sick in the head, dude.
I kind of want to deflect to something else. And so the other problem with women is that they say they want one thing, but they don't. And so a lot of women, tend to be more liberal than guys. So no surprise there. Well, dude, you can go on Reddit. There's one called fucking fascist. There's a bunch of them, but they're ashamed of their embarrassment. But they literally talk about how they want to have really rough sex with some MAGA Chad, and because in a way liberal men repulse them. Or they're repulsed by liberal men, and so it's I don't know how. I don't even know what when I hear the women in these videos I was posting. I mean, I think they're being very disingenuous. I think why is that 53-year-old woman that was whining and crying earlier? Why is she in the situation she's in? Now I can say why I'm in a situation I'm in. I didn't really I was in a relationship with a crazy bitch for 8 years, and that says something about me. At least I realize it. So I'm not saying oh, if only I met the right woman. I make my own choices. But Steven, I have to push back. You said make phone calls. Dude, I do not want to stuck on a phone with a woman for twice. That fucking sucks. I could be doing something else.
Okay, so you can't invest in a phone call, but you actually think you're going to find the woman that's meant for the rest of your life. Do you understand how backwards that sounds?
I'm not even looking, so I guess maybe.
Well, then, okay. So then this is why this conversation is so disjointed. Because some people in the chat and on stage are talking about women to date long term, and some are talking about one and done. The one and done should absolutely shut the hell up about women if that's all they're using them for.
Well, actually,
No judgment. If that's all you want to do, if that's all you want to do, and as long as they consent, go ham. But who in the hell do you think you are to criticize women's depth when all you do is see them as a release?
Well, actually, I don't think that we're talking about as in a basis of like just fucking them in the bidding. What I think we're talking about is
what you just said.
You want a sexual release doll that sticks
yeah,
around.
that's what I said. But I'm not saying that I want that long term. I just said that I want that now. The difference here is that we're talking about the shortage of attractive. We're talking about the basis of women nowadays, and we're just giving our opinions on it. We're not actually.
You don't get the right to have an opinion.
How so?
If you're not treating a woman as someone to date, then you do not get to hold them to a standard as if you are dating. And that's vice versa for women to men too. If it's not established that this is something that is more than just a meetup, then you can't put expectations on either side. And the fact that you keep trying to put expectations on them when you have zero interest in anything meaningful, that's on you.
Well, I'm not saying that it's not meaningful to be in a relationship. What I'm saying is that in America itself, there's not that much good woman to date.
You're just dead wrong.
I'm not saying
dead wrong. You're not. You just said
no.
looking for women to date.
Well,
so you don't.
Wait. Hold on. I said I'm only looking to have sex. Second, I never.
Why are you commenting on the dating?
Wait. Hold on. Don't interrupt me. I was talking.
I can do whatever I want. I'm a mod.
Yo, Pepe, make me a mod real quick. Make me a mod real quick.
I've known him for a while.
This is
you have 20 followers. You're an atheist. You
Yes,
treat women like me, and you're gonna talk to me that way?
Yes, I am.
Yeah. Good luck with that.
I mean, let's be for real. All the time, you can say that I can't make an opinion based on the women of today because I'm not dating. But that doesn't necessarily mean anything. Just because someone doesn't have, like, I don't even think anybody has to have an opinion or even do the exact thing that they're doing to have an opinion. Just like an atheist or an agnostic atheist can talk about Christianity, even though they're not religious. You can't use that same thing on me. You know what I'm saying?
Have you heard of a word called humility?
No.
Have you heard of a word? Oh, you haven't? Well, it makes sense. Also, please fix your broken tricycle. It's blowing our eardrums out.
Jaden, I have a question.
Whatever that weird clicking noise is, dude, it's so annoying. Like, it's probably worse than the chirping.
It's the ring.
Jaden, I have some concern with what you were saying. Like there is another epidemic. I know we're talking about the epidemic of not many attractive males. An epidemic of absentee fathers in the Black community, and they do tend to emphasize the bump in the hay or roll in the hay, as they say it in the country. I'm not from the country. Like they just take off and basically they go after the pussy, but they're not like really like good father or husband material.
Jaden, are you mentally ill? If you're not talking, why do you keep unmuting yourself? Your background noise is really, really fucking annoying.
If I keep muting myself, if I'm muting myself, that means I'm trying to make the noise less for your ear.
You keep unmuting yourself when someone is talking, and then muting, unmuting, muting. Stop it.
Then what the fuck do you want me to do? Because if I have my fucking my shit on, then you're gonna.
I'll fix it. You're welcome, everybody. Mountain, how are you? What's your opinion? Hello? Mountain time?
Sorry, my phone was on my pocket. I was at the park with my dog. Is there a shortage of attractive men? So I'm not that side. I'm not gay, so I guess the answer to that, I don't think it's bad, man. I think that, so I was reading a deal, I've never really verified this, but it was saying that almost 80% of younger men are choosing all that, we have all this dopamine and stuff like that seems to be affecting us. I think that maybe on both sides, but a lot of us, maybe it's just easier for people to walk away. It's easier than ever now to walk away from relationships, not put up with anything. A lot of times the woman or the man is unwilling to put up with too much, they're willing to walk away. And normally you're going to have problems in relationships here and there, that's a normal thing. People are taught to kind of walk away from that. Also, sometimes women are, I've noticed they have this expectation a lot of them. And women do this too, but all they believe that they will bring themselves to the table and say, no cooking, no nothing, like I cooked, when I had my girlfriend, I always cooked, I was clean and stuff. It was a little bit bullshit, her expectation was mainly to be there, I think. But for her, a lot of women, I've noticed that with my relationships, that they want you to bring them happiness and peace and lift them up and everything. But then they just have to sense that that's good enough.
Then you need to walk away. Or you need to do better things so you don't get trapped in the first place.
Well,
It doesn't sound like the crazy concept, but to the guys who say, oh my God, I don't want to waste time with a couple phone calls, you'd be surprised how much you can learn ahead of time to where you won't make, a $100-200 mistake for your first date. Oh my God, I had no idea such was like this. We're totally opposite. Guess how you couldn't figure that out ahead of time? A phone call. It's not rocket science.
It's not a traditional, I don't know about you guys, but I'm not the traditional type that goes out and meets girls on like normally I meet my girlfriends at work or at like through a friend or something like that. Like I'm not actively going out on fucking dates and stuff like that, so I can learn about them and stuff. Because that's all bullshit. That's not how a lot of people do it in life, nowadays like that. She's gonna bullshit you or you might bullshit her anyway. If you go on a date, tell me about yourself. Oh, okay, well, now that I know that you're a complete fucking train wreck and then you have a lot of baggage, now I know that doesn't work like that, bro. They're not gonna give you complete transparency of what is going on in their life. It took me a while to realize that the girl that I was with she had lots of trauma and lots of bullshit, lots of emotional issues, things I didn't realize until I was kind of led by the pussy and by the emotions.
Yeah, but the problem with the phone call is that what Steven doesn't understand is then maybe they'll think like, well, maybe he's not that much of a fucking gentleman. I shouldn't waste my time on this guy. So it fucks up my
lies. You're trying to put dating standards on women when you have no interest in actually dating them. Like you can't put expectations and standards on people. You're not lying to yourself. He just said that he just literally said that a phone call the woman might find out that he actually is only skin deep. He just admitted it.
I mean,
the girl's doing the same fucking thing. She's deciding if she wants to deal with you. She's deciding.
Well, then get her on the phone.
She's doing the same thing. And check this out, Steven. Most women have backup men too. Most men have friends, have fallback men, have men that are their friends that that doesn't work out. Most women have the same fucking things. They're gauging and they're deciding that they want to put up with this shit or deal with it or if you're the right one and do the things with me. But the truth is, most of these women have multiple men or at least a few men that they could fall back on.
That's why Steven seems like a nice boy. Maybe, parents would be like, oh, he's a nice young man. He can marry my daughter. They probably wouldn't say that about me, but that we just operate differently. But, I don't know. I say, I'm not going to torture myself on fucking phone calls. There's a reason, whatever rooms I'm in.
I'm not giving this advice to you because you're not looking for it. Yeah. My advice is to the people who are actually trying to find someone serious.
But that's two fucking phone calls pretending like I care about
what I do anymore. Perhaps I don't have a perfect situation where I'm swimming in hundreds of thousands of dollars. But you know what?
entire life, I have never, ever had any issues with women. You want to know why? Because I know how to communicate. And there are so many women out there that are so desperate for a guy who can actually just have a basic conversation, let alone an advanced one, that if you can actually step up and learn how to talk, how to be genuine, I'm telling you, you're fine, you're good, you're set. You just have to actually choose to do it. And you guys are literally screaming to the heavens, I'm not going to talk to them. I'm not going to bother with any conversations. I'm not going to get to know them first. I'm just going to jump in and bada bing, bada boom. It's just like, no. I'm telling you, women appreciate intelligence. Women appreciate humor. Women appreciate listening. And by the way, there is such a thing as being both, okay? You can date, and they also love, they'll give you all the affection that you want. I'm just telling you, if you actually want something serious, you have to treat it seriously.
But honestly, no, it's not worth your time. I would don't. There's the chance of a woman being worth like settling down, listening to, or honestly, like
I made it up my entire life.
That's nice.
Two, 3, 4 up the scale. You want to know why? Because I actually have a head, a heart, and I actually talk, and I'm just normal.
Yeah, but
I'm trying to use and abuse.
It sounds like you like women, okay? Whereas I think they're fun to have sex with, but then like the 99% of the time you're not having sex, they're a fucking they're just they're pain in the ass. Like why do you want to be with a woman? You have to like pretend like you like shit that they're doing, that they're saying. That's you they want all of this reassurance and cuddling and shit.
That's where the vetting comes in. Don't be with one that's annoying. Find one that's nice. Find one that has a hobby. Find one that has some depth to it.
That will lead me to fuck
You can't figure that out if you don't talk to them first.
I mean, yeah, if she can just like let me do my thing like almost all the time, but I could tolerate it.
Fair enough. Over to the next space world. My good friend, Allie Hopper, how are you?
I'm excellent. Just settling back in, getting home from DC, and listening to this very interesting conversation.
Do you have any opinions on what you heard?
Oh, I jumped in mid-conversation, so I'm just kind of listening to everything and kind of just taking a back seat right now.
Can I ask you two a question? There are these women that they befriended me, I don't know how, on I guess the more conservative part of X. And these women have, like, especially on the weekends, they have these spaces where they talk dirty and they invite men to come up. They're just like very filthy middle-aged women.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Allie and Roy and Nancy and I know exactly who you're talking about.
I was like, conservative women, you guys are really
watching. Yeah. We. Oh my god! I know exactly who you're talking about, and I can just tell you they are major exceptions to the rule. They are very strange people, but
It also matters
very,
time of the day, Steven. I mean, everyone's on a different time zone, so when you're getting like Saturday night at 2 o'clock.
He's talking about the trio.
Yeah.
He's literally talking.
Spicy spaces outside of the trio, though. It depends on what time zone you're in and what day it is.
So yeah, I guess these ladies are. I figured you guys would know who I'm talking about because they're special.
That is so crazy to me that their reputation has spread to another app that they're not even on.
Well, I'm just like, why did these guys like simp for these middle-aged women? Like, it's so weird.
They're thirsty.
I guess old women deserve fun too. I don't know.
Sim's room was at Rosenthal, I swear.
No, I'm actually more mad at Sims than I am women. Like, these OnlyFans girls would not exist if there wasn't perverts that were sending them a bunch of fucking money. And, like, I guess, like, the top creators can earn, like, millions of dollars. And that is all because of simps that jerk off to their content. Like that, these people are so disgusting and like it's just so pathetic. Like, why would you give your hard-earned money to these women? And it's just so weird. And it's not like it's just sinful in a way, like all around. Like you're actually paying a woman for doing something bad, and you're wasting your money to do something bad while looking at her content. Like it's just. I don't know, I can think of so many other things I'd like to do with money that I've never paid for porn. Like that is the dumbest thing in the world to me.
Yeah, pretty despicable. Let me ask you this: Are you going to run this space for a while? Because I'll share it around, but I just was asking first.
Yeah, I'll keep it open.
Okay. Who's this Hamdar? Do you know?
No idea.
I was going to say.
We're following each other, so talked to him before.
Yeah, we did talk. Yeah, thank you. Thanks, hi everyone. I was just, looking at the topic. I just simply want to say that there are no Mr. or Miss Perfect in the world. That's what I wanted to say about it. And I'm also kind of thinking that the expectations are getting high and high day by day. That's why, people are not finding attractive men and women. One thing I'm always, having a hard time kind of understanding is all. I mean, I don't mean to be disrespectful to any women or any girl here in the room, but it's why it's always about women's feeling, women's needs, women's, this, women's that. Has anybody ever thought about, has women ever think about what are men's feeling, what are men's need in a relationship, what are men's, desire in a relationship, how men or women can make kind of men happy in a relationship. They even talk about, because I'm getting a sense of it's all about women need that, women need this, men should be doing this to women. It's all about that kind of discussion, around the, here. But I'm just wondering, what is there anything that women can do to make men happy from the relationship perspective, so that this kind of discussion that maybe just here there had, it's just one side of, do everything for women, but also man has a feeling, man has a, responsibility, man has a, all the rest. So.
I think a woman would have to answer that if maybe she's married, has more experience. I've never been married, but also the short answer for men is men are known for not talking about their feelings, and it's kind of seen as weakness or feminine to really express your needs openly. So we just don't. It's not near. It's something that it would come a lot. Men would express what they want, or how they feel way less than women generally will.
I think that it comes down to each person, honestly. You find very selfish people and you find very giving people, both men and women. So it depends on the type of person you're attracting into your inner circle. Men aren't as vocal about their feelings, but if a woman is paying attention, they can see their mannerisms, they can see how they act, what they're doing, and if things change. But it takes someone that actually cares to observe that. But whether you're being a good friend or you're being a good partner, it just takes someone that actually gives a crap.
Man from Mars, woman from Venus, and he was divorced 3 times.
But yeah, to answer your question, Pepe, I am married. I have been married for 12 years.
There you go. 12 more years for me.
Has to do with how digital we've become. I mean, if you look back, courting never goes out of fashion. I mean, talking on the phone, getting to know each other before you go on the dates. I mean, if you can't spend an hour with somebody, walking around or talking on the phone, then you probably shouldn't be on a date with them anyways. I think that's the biggest thing. We want everything. Instant gratification means we meet on the app. We text a few times because texting is easy. You don't have to have emotion in it. You set it up. Maybe you hit it off for an hour. At dinner, you go. You jump into the sack, and then you're done with them.
Well, Brian, you bring up a good point. I mean, we used to just go out on dates and have fun, like things that we both enjoyed. We'd go shooting, we'd go, clay shooting, paintball, laser tag, doing fun things that both of us enjoy. And so, it doesn't have to just be, talking on the phone or whatever. You can actually just go out and say, hey, I actually enjoy, shooting. Do you want to go shooting? And so we did that.
Good luck finding girls that want to do that.
I did.
Do you live in did you grow up in the country or something?
Nope.
Yeah, most of these want to just go get $900 manicures and $600 hair appointment.
Do those exist?
That's part of this.
They do in Scottsdale. There's always been like a segment of women that exist in that world, but
why do you guys bitch about what women do with their own money?
No, they expect guys to pamper them. There's like here in Scottsdale, you have some women that are very gorgeous. You have men that have a good bit of money to throw around, and there's going to be guys who will spoil them, I guess you can say. That's not the norm.
Yeah, that's not a date. Getting your hair and nails done. Like, I would never torture a guy by bringing him to one of my appointments. That is not a date. Actually, it's not even fun. No, I don't even
want a guy next to me when I'm at my salon. No, go with it.
Exactly, and my hair takes so long. I'm just half the time, I don't even want to be sitting in that chair. Why would I drag a guy in to sit in a chair next to me when I don't want to be there? Unless there's cocktails or something. I don't know. It's just, that's not a date.
Well, and that's part of the digital thing too, is that, what's put in front of us all the time is what it gives people, ideas, but, the reality of it is pull yourself away. If you want to get to know somebody, get away from the apps, get away from whatever you're doing. And just like Steven said, there's nothing wrong with picking up the phone and making a call. You can feel a vibe through the phone. If you guys can't agree in the first couple of phone calls, then you probably aren't compatible. Because the reality is, no matter what, if it doesn't flow naturally, yes, that might happen, and you might be able to get a hookup or two out of it, but you're not going to want to date. You're not going to want to put anything into it. And in reality, that first date doesn't have to be monumentous. It's what happens is you set a false expectation. If you want to take her out to dinner, take her out to dinner. Don't take her out to something that sells $200 plates. But take her out to someplace decent, someplace you can have a conversation, and then from there you'll see how it goes. When you look each other in the eye is when you'll start to know if you guys are actually compatible. If you're not looking each other in the eyes while you're talking, then you're not going to make it anyway.
Hey, Roy, when you're looking at each other in the eye, can there be a bunch of margaritas in the middle?
Who cares?
Chips and
I know. Eye contact. You can drink whatever
as long as it's a big margarita with chips and salsa and queso, I'm good to go.
Right, there you go. Put the big ass margarita on the table and have at it. But that conversation, if you're not looking each other in the eye and you're not responding to one another, listening and then responding to what they say, or they're not doing it to you, then you're not connecting. I mean, that's just the reality of it. Sorry, but I understand, the instant gratification and quick sex is great, but the reality of it is that doesn't last. So nowadays people try to get into bed, there's no shame in jumping into bed on the first date. When I was younger, that was something that if it happened, I'm from a small town, the whole fucking town knew about it first of all. But then that girl or that guy, that relationship didn't last. The chances of it lasting when you hook up right away go down to about 5%. And that lasting doesn't mean for life because that's the expectation of your relationship. That's why they always say to start small and build on it. So you do something small, a cup of coffee, meet for coffee, go for a walk, do something healthy. Because if you can't do the healthy things together in the beginning, you're never going to do the healthy things together later on and enjoy it.
Roy, I want to push back because work. Why does it not work if you sleep on the first night? Is it because she turned out to be a hoe? Or is it because... But then if you didn't sleep with her on the first night, how do you know she wasn't still a hoe that would sleep with you?
Well, world, and also because the culture right now is so sexual that it's hard. It's hard on both sides.
Do you think it's really more sexual today?
Oh, absolutely. I truly do.
The data shows that young, like, okay, I'm in my 40s, like, I don't know. I understand there's a lot of drama with the younger people, especially because they grew up more or less online when it comes to dating and interactions. I don't know how much this is relevant to people my age and up, but if we can look at the data, like, men had, and I think women too, had way more sex in my generation, a whole fucking lot more statistically than this current generation.
Yeah, but at what age? At what age were they doing it? Because, like I said,
from their teens up until 30.
Small town, trust me. Where I came from, I mean, if a girl had sex before she was 17 and anybody found out about it, she was a slut. It's just the way it
was. But I went to a Catholic high school, and, like, I would say at least half of the girls, lost it by 16. So this is, of course, a bigger city. So, I mean, I don't know that.
I mean, I do think geographical or cultural is a problem. I think in the cities, it can be a lot more demanding on the young women and the young men, and the expectation for sex.
I think you're also half Freud's age, dude.
I'm 50, dude. He's in his 40s.
Wait, what?
I'm 50.
You're in your 40s, Pepe?
Yeah, you didn't know that?
Oh my god. No, I didn't know that at all. Holy cow.
I'm like a year and a half away from being 45.
Oh, wow, you rocked my world. I've known you on that for several years. I don't think it's ever come up.
Yeah,
holy cow. How old do you think he was? Wow. I thought he was in his 20s. Oh, no, really? I swear to God. I'm being real. Why do you think I just said he was half Freud's age? I wasn't joking. I always knew Pepe was not. Oh my God! Wow! It just totally blew my mind. Holy cow! Wow! Okay, I want to do something. Let me do a flash.
20 years ago, Stephen.
Yeah, I guess so. Oh, maybe. Okay, I'm gonna do a flash poll. Okay, and don't just
for them, it's just how it goes. So within modern, it just mean not from your youth.
Modern meaning today within let's say within no modern. I'm talking like within the last 5 years. Let's say from like this decade.
I mean, sure, I guess, but then I feel like.
But you don't even know my position. I don't even know who you are.
Steven, this was happening all over the world.
I'm just about to ask you. Right? So what is your issue? Modern dating?
Well, I didn't say I had an issue with it. In fact, what I was saying earlier was I was giving advice to men who seem to be going that just don't have a clue what to do to navigate it. Can I finish my point? Thank you. What I'm trying to say is there's a big difference between saying accurately that you have been extrapolated out to say that dating is impossible. I fully reject that. There are absolutely, positively, let me answer, please. There are absolutely conservative women out there who appreciate old-fashioned gentlemen. In fact, a lot of them probably feel the exact same way that conservative men do, that they keep bumping into liberal men. And how you can solve this problem is it's called communication. And that's the advice that I gave earlier, the Cliff Notes version. Go ahead.
I think so. That's very valid. However, matching isn't always possible when it comes to dating in today's age.
When is it possible?
I was matching, right?
It's not possible. The problem is hookup culture. That's the problem.
Yes, exactly. And let me explain why. So me and my husband, like, before we actually even like got cheating, we were friends for like a year. I was in uni. I met at uni. Was residence and so in that situation, yes, I was able to be friends with him. I was dating for a longer period of time.
I can tell you right.
I started dating, right? Of course, he went to me, almost immediately. I was like, no, I'm doing my application. Maybe when I'm almost finished, if you're still single, then maybe we can, see what happens, right? Fine, but now we're not, right? However, generally speaking, in today's dating scene, sorry, but a lot of men don't want to waste a whole year talking to women, blah, blah. They want to say, wow. So I mean, that's
Actually,
so I do agree with you. Yes, matching is very important. However, right, women tend to, yes, they want to date, right? They actually want to date men. Women will go on a date with men, right? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 dates. However, the problem is, a lot of them say, no, this is not about 10 dates, bro. Are you into me or not? Am I wasting my time or not? Right? Men don't want to allow women to take the time to vet them. They want to get into it now, and as quick as possible. So I think so you're right to what you're saying. However, you as a man need to understand that your gender is the reason why you're just
Yes, you're up next. You're unpacking a momento. Professor, you're speaking in touch fast for this humble Nebraskan. I want to hear your perspective. I just wanted to ask if you wouldn't mind just pacing just a little bit. I'm trying to follow. Thank you. All right, go ahead.
Well, actually, I saw a post from Andrew Tate, not an endorsement, just saw it, that said, why should men get married? And, it's a pretty interesting question in today's dating world. And I mean, the historical answer would be, number one, to have sex. But that was when women would wait. So it was like, you're not gonna, you know what I mean? If 80% of women are not gonna have sex with you, then you have to marry them. You know what I mean? In order to get there. But if the opposite is true, and 80% will,
thank you for that.
Like, all right, it's not sitting around and, I don't need to have
Some fucking Muslim convert rapist did his money out. I don't care who he is. I was just
There's no need for a apology. Thousands of men don't need to die. Only one of us. Listen to the old way.
I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I need this room, okay? Because everybody knows I don't give a fuck about dating any of that shit. It's super fucking insulting. Everybody likes to come to my room for a call when it's sluts or bitches. They have their word on this. All that stuff is the only reason I made this room. I was asking if there's any of the sluts that in order to tell me why, you guys deserve like getting trapped in or some shit that, I asked them, do you guys even want to change the topic even?
No, I was making a point that that's the problem. Dating is that, men don't have a reason to get married. When any girl will find it, with her 3 months, is going to give it up pretty much any girl. And so there's no rush for men, especially when guys and girls are moving in together. It's like, why would you take the next step? The guy's getting everything. Well, some people are addicted to alcohol. Some people are addicted to drugs.
That's literally how you've been dating for the past 10, 15 years by literally telling women, no, it's okay. That's fine, that's fine. Again, if you're just applying it, it's fine. But what is that? Let's say I'm a man, right? And I'm telling you, you're just kind of banging it out. I can tell you right here. No one in particular, darling. That's what Jesus. I'm saying, I get this whole thing, but at the same time, it's like, man, I was just one date scene.
Well, they are, but it's in a different way, in my opinion. Let me finish my point is that the thing that's attacking men these days is the porn industry, where you've got 50% of American men having OnlyFans, and so women are actually consuming porn, and they don't even know it. Because, really from a guy's perspective, if a girl's taking too long, maybe it's not exactly the same, but he can see 1,000 naked women tonight on his phone. And so it's kind of like, well, is it worth, the $150 taking her out, all this time? You know what I mean?
Maybe that's very strange.
Well, it's just true.
No, but it's strange because if a man's only reason to want to get married is isn't just for sex. And that's the issue.
Correct.
As well, right? Yeah. Because it's not about companionship and loyalty and who loves me, cares for me, and actually wants to do good with me. It's about, hey, has anything that's even naked? But that's like the least of your worries when it comes to marriage, right? It's the least of your worries, right? For example, like, let's get a man that marries a woman who, used to work at Playboy, right? I don't know, but is she loyal? Is she good with kids? Is she caring? Is she kind? Does she want to, take care of you? Whatever. Is she attentive? Right? If your only issue is, oh my god, but she was a Playboy, then again, your reasons for getting married are not
if she's not having sex with me, so like, because she wants to wait to get married, and so that forces them into that position of like, all right, well, I love her, I want to marry her, and of course I want to have sex with her. So that's historically the case. But now the guys are being pulled, through the porn industry. They're being pulled. Your attention span's going down. They're not waiting as long. Because I can see 1,000 naked women tonight. You know what I mean? That's in their head. They're subconsciously thinking this. That they can do this tonight. Or I can spend 6 months, 3 months, spend all this money, all this time to maybe, get to an intimate level with this girl. And so the porn industry is eroding. Yes, it is lust. The porn industry is eroding men. Women are kind of having to adapt to survive. That's sort of my long-term, goal stream.
Actually adapted to someone in the situation. Because again, women obviously they had feminism, they had autonomy and whatnot, and then what happened was they started to get even more choosy. Now women were choosy before, right? Modern women are the only ones who are materialistic. Women have been materialistic since the dawn of time, right? They want to date the one who has the most resources so that their kids are also able to procreate, grow up, right? So this is not a new thing, right? Women have always wanted power, money, power, and respect. Because human do, most men and women want money and respect. We're not, a different species. We all want that, right? Now, obviously, when it comes down to knowing how you want rules and regulations and social rules and regulations, that's when now you have, love is above all else. And it's funny.
Right. You're kind of going down the religion route, and that is true. I mean, if you have...
Because, let me slow down. I'm so sorry. Stevie, I wasn't listening to you. You're right. No, because a lot of these ideals were around before what we would call these Abrahamic religions, right? These have just been around since even before the Abrahamic religion.
I didn't want to talk about homelessness, man. Goddamn.
I'm just saying, it's not about religion, but it's just about human nature, right? Generally speaking, human nature, you want the best for yourself, you want the best for your kids, you want the best for your family, right? And how do you get the best? You associate yourself with the best. For women, you speak the best, right? You kind of serve the best. For men, right? Again, men are the original gold diggers, right? Because men would actually, go and marry other rich women, and because back then women couldn't really have anything, they didn't have wealth. So they were the original gold diggers. They would find
Dude, it was families that dictated who married generally. It was not the husband, that was the gold digger.
However, that was again a transfer of wealth through the woman, because the woman couldn't inherit that wealth, right? Let's say you have a mother and a father and a daughter. She's the only child. She's the only one who can actually inherit that wealth. But legally, she can't inherit the wealth, right? If she goes unmarried, right, and they die, that wealth will just go to the state or whatever, right? So in order to preserve that wealth, you have to marry her off, right? So you make it kind of like, so how about we marry our children together so that actually we can now...
Dude, this I'm trying my best not to, I came in to have a super fucking offensive space. I really, truly cannot give two fucking shits about what women think about men. I really don't care. I don't care about dating. I think this man versus women rooms are so fucking...
You just said women long
Charles, I don't need you to fucking chime in, okay? Jesus Christ.
No, you just waffling now. You just waffling me up, Professor. You mute up, bitch. I say the
Oh my God.
Who the fuck you? I don't know you. Do you think I know you? You don't matter to it.
Okay, no, I don't want a catfight on my stage. That's like the I'm hitting my ears. My ears. Stop. Stop. Don't. So,
Alright, writing down cat gifts. I say something.
Father taught women they love to mythologize what they find important. I'd like to speak as well. You go ahead, Doctor. You haven't said.
I gotta jump. It's good discussion, guys.
I think it's really healthy and already. Holy cow. I think it went through.
Gotta spend some time with the web.
I think it's really helpful when people get on stage and they kind of read the room. They look at the comments to make sure people are not asking you to shut up or whatever. Psychology is this notion that we are in a digital era, an attention economy, where beautiful women in particular are making fortunes because of sponsorships, because of OnlyFans, because of all kinds of reasons. And so you put this small percentage of women, you platform them, and men are only seeking largely this population, right? At least in their minds, many want trophy wives. So we unfortunately assess this from a perspective of looking at a skewed sample size, right? Like, this is not what is really normal, but this is the exposure we get. The most beautiful women get the most visibility, and they're running with it, and they're not good models. And I mean models in terms of models, a biopsychosocial model of a good human being, right? These are people who are often narcissistic, very difficult to be around. They create so many problems for men. Professor, can you put up every emoticon under the sun? It's stress. I think the professor has spent her piece. Why don't you open the mic? Go ahead, see what you want. Okay.
Because I know that you. Oh my God!
The other guy left.
There's 3 people from every state and territory.
Honestly, I think the whole way that Republicans lose has been described as just not accurate. There are 20 men and women, realistic standards. Plenty of men and women who are dating people have the same SMV and finding success. So I find this room to be relentlessly and unrealistically negative.
And I've been trying to fix that.
I think it's kind of
Okay, you guys gonna open up a room like Kumbaya or some gay shit about men and women? Fuck that.
Get more out of your system there, Dave. Why don't you go on a little rant for a bit, and we'll all reset, right?
No, man, that's Alan Stern. Just go.
All right, Alan.
Nice, Stephen. Thank you.
Howdy.
All right. There are 2 things you must remember when it comes to dating, and you can take this to the grave. My long experience listening to people talk about relationships. Number 1, people find somebody they want to have sex with, and then hope to get along with them. That's how people choose mates. Everything else is BS. It's who, both men and women. It's, ooh, I'd like to fuck that person. And then if they start doing it, it's, oh, well, gee, he picks his nose. But I guess I can live with that because I want to have sex with that person. The second thing is, when it comes to relationships, remember this rule. People always get what they want. I will repeat that. People always get what they want. And if you think in your mind what you want. You just got some issues that are preventing you from getting it. That's my input on this subject.
Hey, what that guy said was what
Shut up, son. Nobody asked you what your fucked up statement. That have comments on
celebrities are good.
what they think they don't need your comment. They don't need your social life. Another line in British British knows like
If you are attracted, you are so if you are attracted, see good things.
I mean, if Oksana was like if I got to Oksana, I don't mean not every different strokes for different folks, like they say. I know, but I'm just saying, like I could imagine like trying to go to bed and then you were just talking, and I would be wanted. I'd be a wanted man the next day.
Why? I mean, to be fair, my house is pretty big, so I'm like upstairs in the attic. My husband can't hear me. Yes. I'm in the attic, but I'm upstairs, so I don't talk about that. Right? My house is detached. No. If you want me, go to bed. Then go to bed. The fuck? Gonna do me. The fuck? He was sleeping, right? And then he woke up.
Every man wants to be woken up at 3 a.m. and
He already woke up. He has sex. Okay. It's your fucking business. You're dirty, fucking old man. Dirty man. It's your fucking business. Dirty fuck.
Why a blowjob?
Dirty fucking whore. Shut up. Shut up. It's your fucking business. You don't know anything. Quiet.
Her husband by giving
Fucking whore. Shut up.
See, Alan's been married. He knows how to make marriages work. So he's just giving you pointers. You should follow the wisdom of your elders.
Bro. Here's for him, right? Each different person is very different. Each person is different. So again, maybe he's Shut that fuck up. Shut that fuck up. Shut up. My man's right, bro. What the hell? Wait in the fucking night, you idiots.
Yeah, go downstairs, wake him up and say, I want to get you. I'll say, yes. The woman's mouth, she can't talk. She's very intuitive.
That's just fucking weird. Because again, why are you assuming to know about me and sex life? Now, you don't know what the fuck happened today, yesterday, whatever. We don't fucking know shit. You're assuming to know anything. Just keep it.
I know, man.
I think you're a fucking idiot. I think you're a fucking idiot.
I need to work on something misogynistic about it.
I know a lot more misogynistic than him. He hasn't been that bad.
Yes, but it doesn't matter. You don't know what fucking speak to me. You're young, so it doesn't matter.
No, I don't know.
Shut up. No, not you. Not I'm talking to you. Okay. Now I'm talking to you right now. You need to be your fucking arse in line. Don't make me look.
Me?
No.
You already know where you stand.
Where do I stand?
Oh, it's a good one. Yeah. Island needs to know his fucking place.
Wow.
Yeah, you need to know your place.
No, what's my
You're a woman.
I'm not stupid. Fuck.
Nevertheless, their findings are relatively consistent. There is a subset of patients whose initial onset of an autoimmune disease.
Oh look, yeah, my bad. I'm sorry.
But they took out everything. Like, what the fuck?
Like what, the sound effects are still there?
No, mine just says soundboard. Oh, that's for the sound.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, okay. I like that one. Okay, mine doesn't work. My soundboard doesn't work. Mine did.
That's my design Wednesday.
Probably. I think we have Clubhouse ever do there tonight.
That's funny.
Okay. You see how easy it is to shift the conversation, people, and then we're just laughing with each other? Isn't that better than arguing? No, guys, you can't shift the conversation when people are still dying. The conversation can be shifted, but it's still not gonna stop what's happening to the Gazans. The way the aid was given to them. I mean, that was savage, like, bro. Like, why are they shooting into the crowds?
Yeah, they continue to read about how this Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, how they're operating. It's like a caged maze that they have like that they take biometrics and all this for people to go get a box of food, and they have a red stuff. Yeah, exactly. So what they were doing is, let me just finish my thought real quick. What they were doing is they were turning on the green and quickly turning on the red and shooting the people as they're moving forward on that green. So once it turns red, boom, they shoot them.
And by which credible, and I say that with your IDF soldiers, IDF soldiers are believing that this is what's happening.
Yep. And
a lot of the IDF are committing suicide.
And the American mercenaries, a couple of them came out, 2 of them came out as whistleblowers and saying how they're not just the IDF, but also the American mercenaries are shooting Palestinians for fun. That came out.
Anyways, checking the safety of the food which is being distributed by Americans and Israel to the Palestinian people in Gaza.
This foundation is private. It's a private Delaware corporation or foundation. It was rejected by Switzerland. It was supposed to be set up in Switzerland. Switzerland rejected it because it broke humanitarian law, the way they were setting it up. And then the CEO and then the general manager or the COO both resigned before it was fully implemented because it was breaking international law. And then they've had other resignations after that. But it's a private, and nobody knows who owns it exactly. And, somebody's getting paid off of this.
But I'm worried that maybe even the food which is being distributed to the Palestinian people, it will be contaminated.
It's old, it's moldy, like the flour and everything. It's old and it's been sitting in the sun.
They were putting drugs inside.
Yeah, oxycodone.
Yeah, oxycodone inside the
flour. Yeah.
The flour.
They have that on video.
And sand. Let's not forget, they were mixing sand in the flour also.
I don't even know what the hell they're doing there. Like how are they taking the bags out and then somewhere they have a distribution center and putting one part of sand and putting flavors.
They wanted to start to dump.
I think they were doing that to save money.
You know why? Because it's a Palestinians. To make sure that there is no reproduction. Because what we are saying is cleansing. What you are saying is cleansing. What we are saying is it echoes what they say. They should look for a place for people in Gaza to go. Now, if nobody is agreeing to take the people from Gaza to where they can go apart from Gaza, that's why they have the alternative way of playing it.
I have a question. Why do the neighboring countries have to clean up Israel's mess, right? So look, just think about it. Israel is the one that's committing the genocide. Israel is the one that's committing the apartheid and all this. So the Palestinians can go to all those other neighboring countries because they're Arab also, right? And wait, let me finish. So that just gives so we're just taking the responsibility what Israel was doing to the Palestinians out. So that just gives the red light, the green light to any country that wants to do a genocide. No, guys, you just do that genocide. Then you just go to the neighboring country. Does that make sense?
And don't forget about the proper, like everybody in this, I think it's the Middle East in general, or maybe not, maybe global South in general, like people, because there's enough land, people build their homes, people build their homes in general. They own their land, they build their homes, usually not with a mortgage, usually, you save up because it's cheap, and you're using cement or stone. So, let's say the Palestinians in Gaza leave, well, they just left behind their entire life savings in that land, which they invested in. And, everything they invested in their fathers and grandfathers invested in everything. And it's worth money. So basically, you're asking them to pick up a couple of bags and leave and go and conquer it or try to take it over. They were just sitting there living their lives. And that's really why, the world, especially the global South, is behind Palestinians, is because this has happened over and over again throughout Africa, Southeast Asia, India, Pakistan, you name it, it's happened. South and Central America, it's happened all over the place. And this is like the final last stand, no more. Colonialism stops here. Period. It's done. The world has taken a position.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Definitely. But, would you tell a Colombian, let's do a hypothetical. Look, because in Latin America, these countries kind of share the same customs and the same language and whatever, right? Would you tell a Colombian, oh, no, listen, you can't play whatever. Go to the nearest country, so you won't get slaughtered. Even though, those people are killing you there. Go to another country, because you share the same culture and stuff like that. No. So how come people keep on saying this to the Palestinians?
Argentina is the same as Mexico. We wouldn't say that here in America because it would be like racism.
The argument is Palestinians, they're Arab, just like and Dubai and Saudi Arabia and this, they're all Arabs, right? They're all Arabs. Just go to the nearest country. So you could do that argument with any country in South America because they share somewhat the same religion. Most people in South America is kind of Catholic, Roman Catholic, have the same language, have the same customs. So you could do that argument also over there.
But yet they're very different countries. There's cultures. Brazil would be like Iran because it's similar to Arabic, but it's not really Arabic. So it's similar to Spanish, but it's not really Spanish.
Right.
That's
left. Couldn't argue that one.
I know.
Sometimes never 90 years.
It's
Also, you know what I was thinking, right? I was thinking this. You know how they say, oh, people who support the blue state out of Israel, that maybe Israel in the Middle East. That's for security purposes, right? And I'm thinking to myself, really? Because on October 7th, they didn't really do a really good job of their security. And they let Hamas be there for 7 hours as the IDF ran into the caboose. Didn't fight Hamas. They ran into the caboose. And then that's why they was doing so many false firing.
Also, what security does Israel provide the United States in terms of the Middle East? Like the Middle Eastern countries, every other country, is its own autonomous nation. Israel doesn't get involved in them. If they did do it, they're good to ask well. I mean, they can't go up to Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, even Qatar, as small as Qatar is. It's massively powerful compared to, in terms of influence compared to Israel. So what security is Israel providing? That's such a farce because they're not doing anything actively to provide any type of security to the U.S. They're not.
They have a colonial project named Israel in the Middle East.
It's not security.
United States.
Well, Israel could have loyalty to the United States, but look at Israel's economy. About $600 billion. That's not going to the U.S. That's not what's going to the U.S. That's what they trade back and forth with each other and with the world, okay? $600 billion is not a lot in the grand, the U.S.'s economy is what? GDP is what? It's between 10 and $15 trillion, followed by China second. Multiple other nations after China. Israel isn't even, I don't think they're even in the top 10.
Oh, no, they're not even in the top 10.
No.
So, Korea is actually in the top 10. It's considered a soft power.
Yeah, South Korea, I mean, we got a lot of the medical devices that are used in the hospitals, whatever, X-ray machines, MRIs, all that stuff. A lot of it is made in South Korea.
Yeah, it's Korean strong. I have a friend who's South Korean, and he said we may not invent anything, but he was like, what we do is we can take something that's invented and make it 10 times better.
Yeah, they are very strong, and I always go back to this, very strong and experienced manufacturing base. They know how to manufacture products, and when it comes to innovating a product that's already out there, they know how to do that in terms of, okay, we can innovate it, we can make the idea better, and then take that and say, okay, how do we change our manufacturing practices to create this new innovative, product? That's the hard part. Like, there are so many. You have no idea. There are so many innovations out there right now that it would be, it would be like a different world. If only, like for example, here in the U.S., we were able to manufacture because just because you have the idea and the design, the blueprint, the schematics, the AutoCAD drawings, everything you need to manufacture it. You have to also have the manufacturing experience and capacity to be able to design the manufacturing process to make that product. It's not like one step, put it in a hole and it comes out on the other end as a finished good, And there's so many innovations out there that do not get realized. We don't see them because, we can't design a way of manufacturing it. So having a product and a design of a product is only half the battle. You gotta actually make it. And it's tougher than what it seems.
after World War II, the U.S. when the U.S. Did have factories, that technology was transferred over to Japan, and Japan was known for not being very innovative, but what they were known for is quality control. Like Japanese products were considered, superior because they were, made better. They, when it came out the assembly line, it was, tested. It was, they had tight tolerances so that, things that, the parts that they used were quality parts. Like the cars, look at a Toyota, look at a Honda. These cars last forever. They're no different than any other car, except the manufacturing process. Japanese cars, yeah, they last a long time. They're not any different. I mean, they're still cars. They last a long time because in the manufacturing process, they've identified the weaknesses. They fixed them. Any like for example, wires that they think, okay, in 10 years this wire is going to end up fraying. Well, they just make it thicker. That's what manufacturing design means, is going through and seeing how in real life that product is going to if it's going to hold up to real life, and then building and manufacturing around that, and that's what they did. So they don't have to invent anything new. They just have to make the same products better, and they built like a financial empire out of that.
This is the worst summer ever.
Yeah, I mean, it feels that way. For me,
I'm competition. And there's no relief.
Well, it's really one of the first. I don't know about the first time. Not that old, but it's where things that happen internationally and geopolitically, or even here politically in the U.S., actually are affecting the average person. ICE affects the average person. What Israel is doing obviously affected, if you count the families that lost people, millions of people,
Their carbon footprint in their air right now, they compare their carbon footprint to Israel on its war on Hamas, and the bodies just keep on relentless bombing of the Gaza Strip and the sides of Manhattan. They say the carbon footprint is compared to 100 countries.
Wow, yeah, I mean, 100,000 plus tons of bombs. 100,000 tons. What is that? It's like that's like 40 or 50,000 cars.
if they didn't have the United States backing them up, right?
This Miller High Life is for you. Or was for you.
Oh, look, we don't need to go into Gaza Strip. We got this, we got all these weapons. Boom, 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 boom. There's a goddamn minute.
No, because all those bombs, everything they dropped was billions upon billions of dollars worth. They're the tanks that they designed with America. Basically their Air Force was all American paid for. So no, if it was their money, they would have ran out and couldn't purchase anymore. Money's not unlimited.
Exactly, because America's like an open ATM zone. It's just like, really, I don't know, it's hard for me to spend my own money, but I can spend other people's money.
Need to keep my wallet away from you.
It's also with the U.S. given, all these years, American military might or technology to Israel. They allowed America to showcase what American technology, military technology can do so that they can sell more weapons to other countries and point at, the success of Israel. But now, with how, a lot of the American, like the Markov 5, which is the most advanced tank in the world, which America helped build, they barely have any of them left, so they're not even they're using 3s and 4s now, and the 4s are even getting scarce. The American air defense systems, Iran, tore them apart. All this technology now. Go ahead.
Can I ask a question, Edward? When being at Yahoo for many years, the third time, do you think when you had that meeting with Trump, you begged for money?
I don't think it was money. I'm assuming weapons came up. Weapons mean more than money to Israel.
Weapons.
Yeah, weapons would have come up. But I think at first it was to end the war. I think Netanyahu wants to get out of Gaza because he's lost there, and that's a constant reminder of him losing. And he wants to be reelected again. So he wants to bring home the hostages. He wasn't able to do it before, through military action. So now he has to negotiate and bring back the hostages. This is why he's giving concessions now and is in a weak position. But I think, number one, Trump was pushing him to do so. But at the same time, I'm pretty sure Trump bribed him and said, we'll give you X technology if you end the war in Gaza. Or maybe even, okay, so Iran did this to you, so we'll give you this technology to help protect you against Iran in the future. There was an article that Ukrainian commanders are transferring their knowledge, and they're actually coming to the U.S. and U.S. commanders are going over to Ukraine on how to best deploy and defend against drone technologies, and what type of drone technology works well and what doesn't. Basically, drone doctrine. The U.S.
That's another thing about bringing our islands, and I don't condone Russia going in there and going at a sovereign country, but we've given them a lot of weapons, and from what I'm hearing, there's a lot of expensive weapons just in the dirt.
Yeah, I said that. My dentist and dental assistants, they're Polish, and they have families in Ukraine. And one of them, her brother, went over to Ukraine to visit his family from Poland across the border. And he said there were fields and fields and fields of brand new weapons. Brand new. High-end, grenade launchers and, other stuff. She mentioned a bunch of stuff. Brand new, never been used, just sitting there in the fields. Anybody could come and pick them up. That's how saturated Ukraine got. Now keep in mind too, when you said Russia invading Ukraine, Russia told Ukraine, do not join NATO, because they can't have NATO on, because if you join NATO, that means nuclear weapons could be moved into your country. And Russia said no NATO, no nuclear weapons moved to our borders, period. Do not join NATO, and they wouldn't have a problem. They started the process. Russia attacks, and then in 2022, 3 years ago, when Russia was not really attacking too hard,
and they were in, but they were, all the way in. They actually presented Ukraine with a peace agreement, and it was, don't join NATO, we'll pull out of everything, we'll only keep this side of, and I forgot what the city was on the border, which is all Russian anyways, and you won't have a problem with us. And Zelensky, he initialed all the pages. It was like a couple hundred pages worth. He initialed them, and you have to initial them first, and then then go back and sign. And before he signed, America and Germany got to him and said, no, don't sign the peace agreement. We will give you weapons, and you can defeat Russia, and we'll give you money, we'll give you weapons, we'll give you whatever you need. That's not even a conspiracy theory. That's exactly what they did. And even Putin said it with the Tucker Carlson interview. He said it. He said, we initialed everything, and then America and Germany came in and convinced Ukraine not to, and to go to war with us. That's exactly how it happened. And what's Zelensky? A Zionist Jew. So, you have to connect the dots.
You see this return? Anyway, it's no, you got to sleep. She should do something. I'm here, you're here. I'm here. Make it quiet. But every day I do kind of, I do see that the Ukraine is the one that started this bullshit war, right? So right now, we support Ukraine. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I didn't say I did either. It was Ukraine that wanted, or the NATO that wanted, or U.S. wanted Ukraine to join NATO, and Russia said, "Do not join NATO. We will not have a NATO country on our borders." All they had to do is stay out of NATO, and they would have been fine.
They have two NATO countries on their border, don't they?
Do they?
And then they
but those are but they're small countries, and they're worried about Israel, Russia invading them too, and so now they would have to worry about that. But these countries also, their military small. Ukraine is a pretty sizable military force.
You said that the reason why Russia went into Ukraine is because they didn't want NATO on their border, which I could understand that. But now they have actually now 3 countries of NATO in their border: Switzerland, Finland, and now Ukraine, isn't it?
Yeah, they do. Let me see on GBT what the difference is. Because it comes down to nuclear weapons. The reason that they don't want them is you can move nuclear weapons throughout the NATO countries. And that's what China doesn't want.
Well,
let me see.
I did it.
I can't hear you while I'm doing the GBT. I'm going to ask GBT about your question and, what's why these countries and, basically what you just asked about.
For that minority that participates in CNC, how is that wrong?
No. Again, months and years, and that's what's causing this overall public feeling that government is slow, doesn't do anything, and that's an indictment on
on, I mean, sure, Republicans as well, but primarily Democrats who have created.
Russia acted above it in their government system, right?
He's asking his girlfriend. I changed my ChatGPT's personality.
Okay. Okay. So, the reason it's Finland and Sweden, that's Switzerland. Sweden, okay. So the reason they won't attack those two countries is because they had already joined NATO and during the war with Ukraine. Ukraine was not a part of NATO when they attacked, so the Mutual Defense Treaty would not have been invoked. So it wouldn't have been a war against all of NATO when attacking Ukraine. But if you attack Finland or Sweden, it would be a war against all of NATO. Now what I'm thinking, could this been the plan all along? Is to get Finland and Sweden, because Ukraine is Eastern Europe. You know, NATO is mostly Western Europe countries. Now, could this been the plan all along? Is to distract Russia, get them mired in a war with Ukraine, so that you know they could get Finland and Sweden into NATO. Which Finland and Sweden have money. Ukraine doesn't have money, and NATO is dependent on, really, it's a money pit for the military contractors. You know, they sell weapons, right? So it's basically a group of countries that these military contractors could sell unlimited amount of weapons to. It's a whole big, you know, scam, in my opinion. And you know, it's just so that's the reason why. But that's very, very interesting. That's an interesting question, actually. Let's see.
So Ukraine is not part of NATO.
They snuck in Finland and Sweden way after the war.
Yeah, I guess because they were afraid of Russia.
I'm thinking, my opinion, that was because Finland and Sweden have a lot of money. They can spend money on military hardware, and they're Western, you know, nations. And I think Ukraine was used as, you know, as a distraction to get Russia mired into a war, so that, you know, it doesn't have time to react to Finland or Sweden. Because if there was no war with Ukraine, and Finland and Sweden, you know, we're talking about signing an agreement, then I'm pretty sure Russia would have attacked Finland and Sweden before they were a part of NATO. But attacking Ukraine is an Eastern European country, and then Western Europe sees Eastern Europe as, you know, they're not equal. They don't see them as equal. You know, the G8, you know, don't see them as equal. Western, you know, when we talk about the West, the Eastern Europe is not included. And the West doesn't include Eastern Europe.
Listen, I don't like Zelensky. I'm very aware that he's a Zionist, but we also have Muslim brothers and sisters here in Ukraine.
Yeah, no, we do. I mean, it was, you know, I think, I don't know, like, in my opinion, is that Ukraine, because why would Ukraine, if you think about it,
I can make no argument for Israel being Muslim brothers and sisters inside Israel.
But what would Ukraine do? Why would Ukraine antagonize Russia, knowing that Russia will attack it? Russia has warned it multiple times. We will attack.
of the Russian army. That's good for the United States, who just has to worry about China when it comes to Taiwan.
Yeah.
And I think that's what the United States did. They used Ukraine to, even if it was just 30% of the Russian army that helped bring down, that's good for the United States, so they can put most of the resources. And if anything goes down between China and Taiwan, they won't have to worry about Russia too much. I think it was just a strategy being used.
Sorry, I was asking GPT a follow-up question about Finland and Sweden. Were they used, or was the Ukraine used?
Probably that Zelensky issued the peace treaty, and the United States and Germany was like, no, we'll give you funding to keep on fighting this war, right? And it just seems like they just wanted Ukraine to keep on having a war with Russia.
Well, that's what if you look at. I just asked GPT. Finland and Sweden are both heavily. First of all, they've been neutral since I don't know, the 1950s. Neutral countries, but they are.
And World War II.
Yeah. So they are both though very wealthy. Just confirmed this with GPT. They have, developed like indigenous military technologies. They are integrated with Western military companies. They are, they're basically, wealthy Western countries that are heavily entrenched in the military-industrial complex of the Western world. So they would be perfect candidates for NATO. And strategically, in that area, the Nordic area, with Finland and Sweden, I think that makes up all of that area as NATO. And Ukraine is poor, lacks infrastructure, lacks massive corruption, and we knew this going back, Joe Biden days. Massive corruption. They're not integrated with anything with the West, and they've always served as a buffer between Russia and NATO, in Western Europe, I should say. Western Europe saw Ukraine as a buffer between Western Europe and Russia, and would have wanted Ukraine to stay as a buffer, a neutral buffer, not a part of NATO. So, to me, all the signs point to the fact that Ukraine was sacrificed to allow Finland and Sweden, who can afford Western, especially American military hardware, while Ukraine cannot afford it.
Yeah, that too, and also it was sacrificed to at least take down a little bit of the Russian army.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Worried about China and Taiwan.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think Russia would have gotten. Russia and the U.S. would not get into a direct war. Just like China and the U.S. would not get into a direct war. They're both nuclear powers and both have all the capabilities.
If it's an indirect war, it's still Russia and you know what I mean? How can China? So Ukraine was able to dismantle, let's just say 30% of their army. That's better for the United States.
True, and I don't think the U.S. saw this coming. Is that really China has bypassed both Russia and the U.S. when it comes to production of weaponry, manufacturing of weaponry, which makes sense obviously because they do manufacturing, right? So it would make sense that they could manufacture a lot more weapons technology wasn't able to be networked or networked into the indigenous Iranian air defense systems. They were separate. The Chinese technology was built to be networked into other systems. So while China sold multiple air defense systems to Iran, these defense systems networked can also use all of Iran's other radars and missile platforms. So it's all integrated into one unit. So selling a few upgrades their entire air defense system, which is interesting. I learned this the other day. And this AB technology that China has, I don't think the U.S. has this yet, where you could have a missile fired like half, the other side of Iran for a target, on, let's say, on the eastern side of Iran, a target that's on the western side of Iran. The air defense system doesn't need to see or be in range of that target. It could use other radar installations, okay, and then fire the missile, and then have the missile take orders from, let's say, a drone or a set of drones, which got its path to the target. So, and then if that drone gets destroyed, it just picks up a signal from the other drone that's in the area. And so the, air defense, or even the J-10s that they're looking to buy, the fighter jets, same thing. You can fire a missile. You don't have to be anywhere near the target, near the other, fighter jets, like the F-35 or F-16, whatever. As long as there's, a drone or radar or something near it, that missile will then disconnect from the airplane, from the fighter jet that fired it, and connect to that radar system that's closest that can tell it what's going on in the sky, and then help it aim towards that target. Which sounds simple, but nobody's done it before, and it's proven to be very effective.
Be right back.
Was that a threat?
No, I'm happy right back.
And I'm joking. Scares like they're all fucking ridiculous. Then you have like, what do you call it? Like the women, you have like these female dating strategists that kind of like are the opposite. Well, they are like the red pill version of women. They talk about how like, this is how I've been on dates with guys that have net worth of over $100 million, and this is what I do. This is my screening criteria, and it's just like, yeah, right, bitch. And any woman that like actually wanted, this is the ironic part, is that any woman that wanted to marry like a quote high value man with over that makes over a certain amount of money, they are not good. The last person they're gonna date is a social media influencer who's like trying to teach women how to be cool. Like that would be the biggest single red fucking flag you could have.
Sam,
Like, he's full of shit.
how you
Russiagate, Tulsi. That's true.
Tulsi, I'm sorry. So why are you doing that?
I want the political people to come up. We're talking about baby. I was, Professor Osara, before that, I was trying to, dropping hints, like, let's change topic, because I wanted to, switch it to something else.
I want to know if you've always been that way.
Obamagate,
When it comes to the next one's fine. Or is that something that happened after you dealt with someone else you was? Because I'm thinking that you kind of you're going down the path of becoming a reprobate. Well, you go for
let's call it Obama's Russiagate.
Oh, or anything there.
Hey, Danny. Good Shabbos.
Shabbat shalom.
Shabbat shalom. Shabbat shalom. Ribainai shaloi Elohim. Ribainai shaloi.
So we had the Nigerian chief, Obama.
I'm listening.
I saw the art,
I'm listening to
the
Pepe.
intelligence reports where he really got and when it was saying that Russia, they did not see that there was any
Let me turn this
collusion
down.
or interference.
Let me turn Pepe down. Yeah. It was 11 Bravo. Yeah.
You know I died on that hill? I did.
Did you? Oh, did you see that video of you talking about dying on a hill?
No, but you've talked to me about it. You told me it was so good, and I don't even know if I was crazy or trolling or what I was.
No, you weren't. It wasn't you talking about it. It was some guy you were talking to you and telling you about how people. Huh? No, I commissioned, but I was in from 2002 to 2007. But I was nasty guard, and I didn't deploy. Yeah. I have an interesting background and an interesting future. How's your present moment right now?
I heard that they got hacked for like a year. Someone was just like hacking them. Maybe. Yeah, that's what I read this week.
Fredericks, are you Jewish?
No.
Do you want to hear about the internal conflict of Jews?
Are you Jewish?
My father's Jewish, my mother's gorgeous. I'm a cashew. I'm an in-betweener. I'm judged by... I am judged by both inclinations, judged by them, not ruled by them. The in-betweener listens to the claims of both inclinations and judges between them. When a physical desire arises, the left side of your heart is aroused to pursue it. This is the voice of the inclination towards selfishness. Bring that passion into the right side of your heart, where your intellect responds with the voice of inclination toward selflessness. Most often, the two inclinations are in conflict. So lift the matter to God, who will strengthen the goodness of the right. As our sages teach, without God's help, the evil inclination could not be overcome.
You're reading this off of some website.
No, the Yetzer Hatov and the Yetzer Hara, the inclination.
Am I allowed to hear this? Is this the Tanya? Is this for men only?
Yeah, this is Tanya. For selfless good and inclination.
No, but I don't know.
For
Is
selfish
this
evil.
a men only book? Like, am I allowed to hear it? Are you ruining my Judaism?
No, you can hear this. This is like great Torah wisdom. The Alter Rebbe.
Why do you think my cat did this to my face?
The Alter Rebbe deliberately misreads the text to argue that the Benoni in-betweener judges between competing passions rather than is judged by them. Since everyone has both good and evil inclinations, there is no sense in being judged by them, but only by how you handle them. The in-betweener lifts the competition to God. This is what is meant by the teaching. I set before you life and death, blessing and curse. Therefore choose life that you may live. Deuteronomy. If the word therefore is a command from God telling us which to choose, then there is in fact no choice at all. Choose life should not be read as a command, but rather as a consequence. Toira and Tanya are saying that if you clearly see that the right side speaks for life and the left side speaks for death, you will naturally choose life. The real choice is not between life and death, but between seeing and not seeing.
Okay. Wow.
All right, do you want to know how to become an in-betweener? Do you think you sin, Frederick?
Of course, everybody else.
Sin strengthens your sense
I was
of...
born of sin.
Sin strengthens your sense of alienation from the whole and excuses exploitation of the other. Isaiah 59. Nefesh, Ruach, Neshama. Body, heart, and mind. Nefesh, Ruach, between you and God. Book of Isaiah 59. Sin arises from selfishness. Do you think you're selfish?
I can be, yes. But I try to fight against it, bro.
Selfishness arises from a sense of fear and scarcity. Fear and scarcity arise from the egoic shell of self-isolation, Kelipat Naga. And this egoic shell arises from Sitra Achra, the other side of God, the side that sees only the many and denies the one, and the very possibility of unity. Because sin can be traced back to Sitra Achra, which is primarily a state of mind, your best defense against sin is the awakened intellect, Seichel, intuitive wisdom, Chakma, rational understanding, Bina, and integrative knowledge, Da'at. One way to awaken the intellect is to remind yourself whenever selfish passions arise that they can only lead away from God, when in fact your deepest longing is for union with God. With this in mind, your thoughts will be directed toward God. Your words will be words of Torah, and your deeds will be acts of God.
I think John's trying to convert.
February 5th, 4:21 a.m. Gotta get the cup. Gotta get the cup.
John, this is the calmest I've ever heard people speak.
What does that mean? And then they were talking about in the other room, Earth Coincidence Office.
Hey, dude, don't read too much.
I don't know. Well, Frederick.
Nora, this is something totally different.
Frederick, I sound calm because I'm reading from a book. What was the last book you read, Frederick?
I just went through songs.
Danny, do you want to hear your horoscope, Danny?
Am I gonna die, John?
What's your zodiac sign, Danny?
I'm a Libra. I have the same birthday as Lenny Bruce and Sasha Baron Khan.
Okay, this is what it says. The scales. Cardinal error. You're a ruler and you exalt. Green is your...
Miracle, I guess it's a place in Portugal or Brazil. I get confused. They speak the same language. And something happened to the sun. It's called the miracle of the sun.
Can you like Google it? So it happened on October 13th. So what exactly?
I think 1917. Let me look it up.
Yeah, look it up. I'm curious about this background.
Miracle of the sun.
That's great.
October 13th, 1917.
Powerful thing.
Okay, listen to this. This is your zodiac. These are two quotes related to your.
It was in Portugal. It was in Kova, the area in Fatima, Portugal.
Okay, but what exactly was the miracle? What?
The sun did something that wasn't normal.
Wow.
It went in a spiral, and it said, there's a prophecy made by 3 shepherd children. No.
Okay, gotcha.
I need a miracle if you know someone.
What kind of miracle do you need?
I don't know.
All right, Danny. I'm gonna teach you the power of Ifa. This is your zodiac.
Let's hear this, John. This is the concept.
If you ever talk to an African American on this app and you share the story and the power of Ifa, like they will love it because this deals with the Yoruba. Yoruba. Okay, listen to this.
No, it's like a religion.
It says,
Yoruba people.
it says, here's a quote from a booklet by. This is by a priest of the indigenous African divination system known as Ifa. His words are well worth your study. Awo, the secret and invisible forces of which the diviner speaks, can also be called occult powers. Within the discipline of Ifa, there's a body of wisdom called Awo, which attempts to preserve the rituals that create direct communication with forces of nature. Awo is a Yoruba word that is usually translated to mean secret. Awo refers to the hidden principles that explain the mystery of creation and evolution. Awo is the esoteric understanding of the dynamics and form within nature. These invisible forces are not considered secret because they are devious. They are secret because they remain elusive, awesome in their power to transform, and not readily apparent. As such, they can only be grasped through direct interaction and participation. Anything which can be known by the intellect alone ceases to be Awo. That's called Obatala, Ifa and the Spirit of the Chief of the White Cloth by Awo Falokun Fatumbi. And then it says, try to paint your world as though you are the first person looking at it. That's Georgia O'Keeffe of Scorpio. And then this is Stephen Levine. To let go of the last moment and open to the next is to die consciously, moment to moment. What'd you think, Danny? Pretty powerful magic.
Wait, was that a horoscope? It didn't sound like one.
Yeah, it's from a book called High School Astrology. I was reading like the page on your horoscope.
It was like purple prose.
Purple prose. Okay, we'll do one final meditation. This is the Tao Te Ching. So take the deepest breath of the day.
My cat is such a bitch right now. I need to cut your nails. I know you caught my face.
All the world says that my Tao is great.
Yeah, you still being a little bitch.
But seems queer, like nothing on earth. But it is just because my Tao is great
My lovely and frank.
that it is like nothing on earth. If it were like anything on earth, how small it would have been from the very beginning. I have 3 treasures, which I hold fast and watch over closely. The first is mercy. The second is frugality. The third is not daring to be first in the world. Because I am merciful, therefore I can be brave. Because I am frugal, therefore I can be generous. Because I dare not be first, therefore I can be the chief of all vessels. If a man wants to be brave without first being merciful, generous without first being frugal, a leader without first wishing to follow, he is only courting death. Mercy alone can help you win a war. Mercy alone can help you to defend your state. For heaven will come to the rescue of the merciful and protect him with its mercy.
Ave Maria.
Namaste.
That's my favorite.
Namaste.
What is your club called that you're starting? I joined it in Israel, even though I'm 98% Jew. Can I join your patrilineal?
Yeah, you can join the book club. I mean, I don't know what to tell you, but it's called a book club. Some people like to read books as opposed to just like jibber jabber, just talk nonstop aimlessly all the time. But like use a script or a program to talk to get smarter. Because when you read that stuff, you're like, wow, the low bandwidth, communication exchange, information exchange here is just like for people with Down syndrome.
Do you think I have Down syndrome?
Yeah, you got the IQ of a Down syndrome person at an assisted living facility.
What do you blame for that?
Brain rot, obviously.
Fiona, where you been? Where you been all night? Fiona said I have some cognitive bias disorder. John, have a great day. Why? I like John.
Nobody knows you on that block, bro. You don't put in no pain for your book.
Muhammad Ali, there's the story is not found in any Islamic sources that are classical. It appears more of a folk tale or a dawa anecdote used to teach a moral lesson about patience, forgiveness, and kindness, and that its authenticity is weak or fabricated.
Actually, Tabbat is in the Quran. So if you look at Tabbat that we have in WhatsApp, it's an actual surah, which means it's a chapter of the Quran, and it says, "In the name of Allah, most compassionate, and He is condemned. His wealth did not avail him, nor did what He required. He will enter blazing fire, and his wife, the firewood carrier, around her neck is the robe of thorns." So you can actually look up this ayah. This is not something that I'm making up. You can actually look up this. This is a chapter of the Quran. In the name of Allah.
Okay, let's go reading books for Danny and the Jews book club shows.
meticulous when it comes to let's reveal our cards and receipts at the appropriate timing, and let's make sure we have like steadfast, locked, verifiable. You can't squash the shit. You can't spin the shit. Actual facts, right? So what did Trump say last week? He's like, oh, why is everyone, worried about Epstein? adjusted the information for that. And people kind of blew that off. That was last week. So what do we have this week? We have now Tulsi Gabbard coming out and saying, truth be told, Obama and his White House administration totally altered and organized the intel groups for the betterment of what they wanted to subvert and displace the President of the United States. It's kind of like, you gotta give the intel team time to be able to acquire, process, then strategically gather, and then strategically release the information to ensure that there will be actual follow through, which we all know Trump's being thirsty as fuck for, right? So, but what did Trump say? He's like, oh, it's a hoax. They mess with the data, the information. You don't know. Da 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 da. And like they're struggling. What did Bongino and Patel say? Oh, the deep state is working hard against us. They're trying to cover it up. They're trying to da 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 da. Right? So in my opinion, I feel like that's the exact same thing. I feel like this is kind of a precursor. It's like an appetizer from the White House administration saying, we tried to tell you all, like, we're working on some shit. We're trying to get all our receipts in order. They try to really change up the intel for their own convenience. We have to unfuck that to make sure we get to the fucking truth. And we're not going to sit there and release it all. This happened, but this is false. This is where it started from. And this is the actual fucking truth. And they can't get to that point and being underneath a microscope and everyone saying, show the list, show the Epstein list, show the Epstein list. It's going to be hard to do that. I think that's why like Trump was kind of dispelling like, oh, were you guys interested in that? Trying to get like the heat away from the actual intel team to not scare away the people, to the potential whistleblowers. All this information came out from a whistleblower with Tulsi Gabbard's recent report today. From a whistleblower.
Yeah, I think that, but I mean, I don't know the details, but I'm just telling you it's my intuition, which could be 100% wrong. It does seem like today, this drop from Tulsi Gabbard it's extremely convenient, and I have to. If Democrats did it, I would do the same thing. I do think it's very fucking convenient, and
absolutely, but it's also taking in like I don't know. I just have a PR brain, understanding like. Why are they dropping things at a certain time? What have they said precursor to that? And what are their actions after that? Like, that's just how my brain, that's how I operate, right? So I literally, in my business brain, go back to what they said 2 weeks ago, knowing the whole back history of it, and why there was a couple of items that I just mentioned earlier, like what Trump said. I'm like, why would you say that? That's kind of odd. That's not the structural narrative that he's been sharing before. This is new. So whenever Trump goes out of his like repetitive statements, Russia, Clinton, Hillary is a bitch. When he goes out and adds something new, I always pay attention to that. So it's like, yeah, it could be a distracting factor, but it also could be like kind of a flag for the Republicans to say like, hey, if this was the shit we revealed when it came to Russia, can you imagine the shit that we're trying to unpack and catch the receipts for when it comes to the actual Epstein case? Because Trump literally tried to tease that last week. He's like, he's like, oh, Obama, I'll pull up this. Obama, and they changed the intel reports when it came to actual Epstein files, and I don't know what it's like, almost like he's trying to push it away. And people took it to one thing, but I always look at it as like the timing of everything. It could be, some could perceive it like you said, they're trying to cover up, like, okay,
I don't think you know what I say, like, yes, now is now this has gone to
the right kind of guy.
to she filed it on the court when Epstein filed it to be released. So it's like, okay, maybe some things needed to happen first to get a lot of people up in the air for them to spill the beans, for them to come forward and say, ah, shit, I gotta save my ass. I gotta, like, bump true front. And if you look at historically, you know, when people bookmark posts and bookmark tweets and X posts or whatever, and they come back, a lot of Trump's posts, they always come back and become true in fruition, right? He can't sit there and say, as POTUS, I think this. That's the reason why he just rattles off random shit all the time, which we all love. We think is fucking funny. But I look at it in a different capacity. Like, Trump is kind of breadcrumbing us to realize there is going to be kind of a bigger reveal to the detriment, in my opinion, of like global affairs. But yeah, I think it's coming. And I put in the chat all the names of the people that were in the secret classified meeting from when they gave Obama the actual intel.
I'm sure I'd be doing it and go back and listen.
Russia did
And
not
Trump was like,
have any adherence to the elections. We did not find any of their actions to be adversarial, to have any type of impact on the elections. Then they had the meeting. And then within the exact same day, they completely changed from what the Presidential Daily Brief, the PBD, shared was completely different from what they put out, right? And in the receipts that Tulsi Gabbard shared, she said, per President Obama, this is what should go forward. It's kind of like, all right, we're going to exaggerate, we're going to be fucking dramatic about it, we're going to like cause doubt and chaos. And if you think about it, isn't that honestly what the Democratic Party is about? Doubt and chaos. Doubt and chaos. Oh, look what they're doing, terrible, X, Y, and Z. Like, but really, what's really happening, right? They're petulant children, drama queens that have lost their way and they don't know how to come back to daddy. That's really what the problem is.
Daddy Trump.
I would say that.
Daddy and Perry.
I would say everything you're saying perhaps to be true. I mean, part of the problem is that like people like to connect the dots and come up with conclusions, which you know a lot of detectives like to do this, but then detectives have to they end up understanding that their trail is wrong. And they have to go another route, and they keep on having to go another route until they get it right. Perhaps this is all true. I just there's no way I can confirm or deny this, and that's why I'm like kind of. I agree with you largely. Like I do think that
just betting ahead
both
of time.
the Democrats and the Republicans have a machine where you have media, you have the donor class, you have influencers, and of course the politicians that kind of coalesce and I don't know push their agendas. I don't really, which I mean obviously back in 2020 I would say it was very strong against Trump. Very strongly on the side of Joe Biden. With that being said, I don't know. There's some. I feel like we can look at what happened with what was released today. Even though it's like seeing how they were briefed about how there was not like wide scale. I guess you can say interference into our elections. I don't. What is the whole fucking picture? I mean, those little snippets are not gonna. They don't
tell me everything.
Worse than your husband's. I
Is
find it really
perhaps intel that
I like intelligent women.
I don't fucking know. This is why I hate having conversations.
It's already got anything to do with each other.
Information on power. It's just something we do not have access to. I don't know the full fucking story. I'm just being patient. I'm just sitting back and waiting.
But at least there's alternate information that people can consume and understand what this is. And it would be one thing if it was conjecture, but it's not.
I mentioned to the experts.
This afternoon, looking at all the detailed receipts, the dates, the time, what was said, that I'm like, damn, this is like it's all panning out. Most of the time they don't pan out. I mean, just doing basic stupid girl research, like they don't pan out, but every one of them.
No, I mean, I think, trust me, I do think that the Democrats were extremely dirty. They lied about a lot of shit.
They're dirty as fuck.
They played very unfairly. I'm not trying to run cover for them whatsoever. But I am like I say somewhat pragmatic in the sense that you have somebody like Donald Trump who's I know this may offend a lot of you, but like a sleazy person a good chunk of his life, not his whole life, and he was also a Democrat most of his life. I don't really see him above the Democrats and playing the same fucking games.
So I just attached a copy to the actual White House official statement in regards to Russia aid. And you can see it, it's very contradictory to the actual intel information that was released today. That is the official White House statement.
By the way, I think you underestimate how big this is. I mean, it's essentially Obama has been referred for prosecution to the DOJ. Not saying that anything will come from it, but just the fact that they're actually moving forward with that, like it's a formal inquiry, and that includes everybody else that was involved. So this isn't just like if this was reversed, like if it said Trump is being referred for prosecution, you know how big of a story that would be right now.
But Merrick Garland was, and Democrats are really fucking pissed off that he was not prosecuted. The fact that he was even allowed to run for president pissed them the fuck off. I do think, at least in 2024, I do think that, look, the Democrats, I think, they definitely they played very unfair. Those charges on, they had some popcorn fart of a fucking case in New York where what would have normally only been misdemeanors.
I find that really obnoxious.
Convicted
I like intelligent
felony counts. I mean, it was fucking insane how they
intelligent women.
And one of the things that I personally
not big enough. I don't know what is.
Was that when the Republicans came into power, that they would
you end up with dumbass ideas.
They would, in a way, witch hunt the women back and put them in prison. They would basically put. It may seem like a kind of liberal role, like politically, I'd want, once right-wingers or left-wingers come into power, they gulag the opposing group, but the Democrats have been doing this for, what is it, going on almost 9 years? Something has to be done where you can't have this corrupt bullshit happening. And these political witch hunts where they end up.
And you're a great deal. I came to salt throne. There are many things we've never done. We've never made our mark upon the world. The great north of Westeros passed no mind until our little raids buzzed through their kingdom.
they don't grade you on
It's not okay when you decide to
it's your right to those of you that sailed under her, and there are many of you here, you know what she is. She is a reader. She is a warrior. She is Iron Bull. We will rise up like a leader. This is our queen. Great joy. I praise the salt throne.
Your Majesty, things right into the ground. Back to the castle, in peace. Got yourself taken prisoner. Even word you have no.
When did you return?
A few days ago. I had some things to take care of.
I'm glad you're here. Now I know what my first act as queen will be. To execute the man who killed my father.
He was leading us nowhere. No one loved him. No one wanted to follow him. He led us into two wars we didn't win. I apologize to you all for that killing years ago.
I heard you were gallivanting around the world having a grand old time.
Gallivanting. That's the sort of thing you've got to say when your dick gets chopped off.
Yara was here, being Ironborn, leading Ironborn, getting ready to bring us back to glory.
How we should do that?
I will build the largest fleet the world has ever seen.
Because I'm the one who's going to build the Iron Fleet. Because I'm the one who knows how to use it. I've been all over the world. I've seen more of it than all of you combined. And across the sea, there is a person who hates the great lords of Westeros just as much as we do. Someone with a large army, 3 large dragons, no husband. I'm going to build that fleet. I'm going to Gallivant and give it to Daenerys Targaryen, along with my big.
So then to seduce the Dragon Queen.
I'm not going to seduce her. The Iron Fleet will seduce her. I wasn't born to be king. I paid the iron price, and here I stand.
The only time it's like a quote unquote ideal. It's what you would have to work
Just the fact that they're actually.
Now, this is not me advocating for fascism or Hitler. To be fair, the other side, they were every bit as they violated everybody's rights if they disagreed with them as well, and they did purges, they did all kinds of like horrible shit. And so like I mean I think tankies might even be a lot worse than fascists. I don't know.
So, just to add, or answer Barnell's question, is the Democrats did have their chance to square this all up straight when Jim Comey had a chance to prosecute Hillary Clinton during the election for what she did, and he chose not to do anything about it because it was during the election. I mean, that's what he said. So, there was a chance there to get things straight, you know. So, you know, they went forward, and you know, I think people thought they could, you know, take liberties. I think Trump is feeling like, okay, something like that. Now maybe Trump can do whatever he wants in that sense. So, it's you know, Jim Comey had a great chance at that.
More social, if I recall correctly, somewhat of a socialist. But I mean, I do think that at the end of the day, both Republicans and Democrats, if you're a socialist, at least in America, neither side is what you would want. And I'm actually somebody who is a Republican, but unlike the Republicans, I'm more like centrist when it comes to fiscally centrist, I guess you could say. I was somebody who was like really taken aback and angry about Trump's. Okay, so the big beautiful bill ended up passing. They ended up saying that they have to jump through all of these fucking hoops in order to remain on Medicaid and get SNAP benefits, whatever the fuck. And you know, the two big holdouts were like Senator Tillis, I believe North Carolina, and Senator Murkowski from Alaska. Yeah, somebody who's lived in like rural areas of America. It's like it's so different there. Just going and getting it, like finding a fucking job, even a place to fucking volunteer, making them jump through all of these fucking hoops. It's life is a lot rougher in certain areas of the country than than others, and I can't help but think that like he was in a way like shitting on his voter base, a huge swath of his voter base. But then, like, when it came to the wealthy people, they're just going to make more money. They're going to get taxed less. I thought it was bullshit. But, with that being said, like, as much as I think, like, Trump, he's not somebody I find, to be ideal. Do you think that the Democrats are really, like, that great here in America?
No, I guess if you're asking me, no, I don't think the Democrats are that great. I think, like, for the Epstein thing, I think Biden would be just as guilty of covering up whatever the hell is going on. That's why I think it's, like, really weird. I think, like, let's just keep calling it out. It doesn't matter which side it is. But no, I'm not a Democrat. I don't, like, people often think so, but I'm Canadian. So to me, like, both sides can be crap, right? I can call both sides out.
Okay, I get it.
I'd just like to say everyone's thinking, fuck Canada.
Canada hasn't done anything to us.
So it looks
So
like
stupid. Go ahead, Holly.
it looks like Thomas Massey is really pushing this Epstein thing, right? And it seems like, I don't know, it looks like what Bondi tweeted yesterday, it seems like he's making some effort maybe to get at least the court transcripts fully released. Do I have that right?
I doubt it. No, I think she's just. Even the language is like all pertinent information from the grand jury testimony. It's like, first of all, they get grand jury testimonies to be released that are sealed. It's like it's like they're not going to fucking happen. And then it's what is quote unquote pertinent information? I mean, I guess he gets to decide that. I mean, it's just like the motherfucker said he was going to release all of the goddamn files, which I understand. Even as president, you don't have that fucking power. But as president, when the people who voted for you ask for that fucking information, the last thing you do is insult them, as he has.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Is this the beginning of the end of MAGA as we know it? That's what it feels like.
I mean, I was never a MAGA person. I think the other MAGA people here know that. I voted for him, but like, it did by no means that I think he was a fucking savior, like whatsoever.
What you need is MAGA, please.
Exactly.
It's not the end of MAGA. Like, what the fuck?
Why do you think it's not the end of the MAGA movement as we know it?
Well, if the original statement, bullshit, nonsense from Dan Romney's office, right, and never was addressed, it would be a chip in a windshield that could grow over and over and over and over again exponentially. Donald Trump's one true gift is being able to put his finger in the wind and see the way the bullshit is flowing and blowing. So, even if he said yesterday, I'm talking about Epstein, blah, 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 even if he put a really crazy two social posts together, in another week or two, if that doesn't get resolved, he's going to start cracking heads. It's not a position that's based on, like, I'm about the policy. But listen, that's like for retards, that's bullshit.
But Donald Trump will never let something like that go. It's causing him harm, causing the campaign harm without a big giant fight. And if he doesn't he will do that, but he will also fire a few people if necessary. More likely than those on full list.
You guys ever think that maybe Trump was just saying what people wanted to hear to get elected? I'm a Trump supporter.
Yeah, that's
He's gonna lock her up. We're gonna lock her up. You know, and he inferred that he was going to. And then he gets elected and he's like, yeah, we're just gonna let Hillary just disappear.
Yeah, that was his biggest mistake on that one, though. Good. So,
don't apologize to me, man. That's one of his greatest qualities. The fact that he will listen and put his finger in the air and see which way his support or base is blowing. Like that's amazing. And so I think the Jeffrey Epstein shit, I honestly think something will come about it, because if I hear about Dan Bongino trying to quit and Bash Patel and that there's one going to put their lid if we don't get some shit, if I hear about that, that means that he's hearing about that. If I'm not online, I don't read. I'm a MAGA supporter, so I can barely read the alphabet. And so, anyway, I don't think that he will let this go.
but Ricky, you and I had those late night chats, pause, regarding the above.
You said it.
Yeah, the above tweet, right? How many years we've been talking about what we really know was going on? You and I, we've been talking about this forever, right? And you gotta think, like, maybe we're just that much closer, hopefully, for some redemption of all those times, you know? Because we both knew that this was exactly what was going on behind the scenes, and that, that there's all this shit going on, and nobody cared. Nobody cared to, like, actually figure out what they were trying to do to Trump, you know? So, I mean, we'll see how far it can go. I mean, hopefully Tulsi could, move it forward and have it all looked into finally. It could, like, crack open some stuff. So, I don't know. I'm just saying, we just talked about that for years,
One of the things that we base a lot of the way we thought the map was going to go, the way we thought the country was going, is the fact that if there are pictures of Donald Trump on Epstein Island with 16-year-olds or 15-year-olds, they would use it. If they had flight logs of Trump going to Epstein Island with 11-year-olds, they would use it. Like, this is something that we have to remain as a constant. And for them to equate, without reading or using my mind at all, of course, I'm a MAGA supporter. I'm not a clone of the cult member. God is telling you to obey, but there was an equation that I knew about, and I was able to transfigure as a retard Trump supporter that I am. It would say this: if there is something uniquely nefarious about Donald Trump, then the media will not leave one stone unturned. They will not leave one conspiracy uninvestigated. They will leave not one Jeffrey Epstein, Donald Trump, and a 12-year-old girl or 16-year-old girl unturned. We have to believe that is the one constant. If I know nothing else, I know that if they have that type of information, they will be shouting it from whatever 200,000 people a night rooftop they could. And
Ricky, by the way, so it's not a coincidence these two stories are tracking the way they are. These folks know, like, within their little group, that somebody has something, right? So these two stories are moving at the same time for a reason. So
this could be like a Hail Mary lob by them to, try to see if they can catch Trump with the Epstein stuff, because they know that this above story was coming down the pipeline, right? This is not a coincidence. Gabbard had this completely going on in the background. And that's why, also Trump probably backed Bondi after this whole fiasco, too, because he knew they were cooking up this stuff in the background. And back to my point, those other folks knew that this was coming down the pipeline. So there's no way, because these guys all run the same circles, and they all just know what's going on here, probably. And they probably know for months, actually. So, in my opinion, if we just went by what Trump's words were about the Democrats and this hoax, is that they were like, okay, let's just lob this quickly at Trump and get this in the cycle and get them get MAGA all riled up, knowing that none of this is true, you know what I mean, in a way, or that he's gonna foul up and do something that's gonna get himself in trouble with the way he reacted. He almost did, or he might have. We'll see here with his own base. But at the end of the day, they're gonna lose, because I do think the above stuff is more concerning to them than the actual stuff that they're actually hoping that have released or whatever, whatever the stuff is. I think this stuff is more concerning to the left, the stuff above in Obama, because you take out Obama, the whole domino chain falls for the Democrat Party. They're basically finished.
I'm sorry. That's right. If we check out Obama, there is no doubt that that party they're asleep. Well, they think about that. It does worry me that, how the fuck did that stupid get out and Bondi? How the fuck did anyone, if any parade at all, do that memo was going to just say, okay, well, just get rid of it. It's just the consequences for the 24-hour news cycle, and then it's all we forgotten. What idiot consultant gave that advice? What was the purpose of that? How responded are you and Bondi? And why do we have to go through that with our own people? What negative consequences politically that Dan Bondi had from first of